Before Shui Zhanqing got tired of his wife, his father called Feng's family, urging him to return home to discuss the engagement. Reluctantly saying goodbye to Feng Wanhe, Shui Zhanqing just left the yard and happened to meet Mei Yuedang and a military family member who often practices Buddhism. I asked a master this morning. He said Xiaohe's constitution is of a special Yin type, which makes her prone to being haunted by evil spirits. The living's yang energy is limited. If she absorbs too much of those things, then... The military family member didn't continue, but Mei Yuetang's face changed. Her voice trembled as she said, "Did the master say how to resolve this? No matter the cost or the money, as long as we can save my daughter, we're willing to do anything." The master is not someone who tricks or deceives others. He said that breaking the spell is not difficult. If a person with strong positive energy stays at the small gate from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. for 35 days, the bad spirits won't dare to come anymore. Seeing Mei Yuetang's confused look, the military officer kindly advised, "Men have strong positive energy, especially soldiers. You have so many men in your family." Shui Zhanqing, hiding nearby, overheard their conversation. Before entering the house, he heard the noise inside. "Dowry is still too little. Add more, add more." He heard the old master of the Shui family speaking, with a displeased tone. Zhou Yuping hesitated and said, "But our savings are only so much. We'll need money for the engagement banquet later." Shui Weisong replied in a deep voice, "My and your mom's retirement funds are money. So, let's add 50,000 more." When he entered the house, Shui Zhanqing faintly heard Shui Zhanping's voice. "I have a few thousand yuan in lucky money. I can also contribute to help my brother get married." For a moment, Shui Zhanqing didn't know whether to feel touched or helpless. "No, you're risking everything to help me get married, and I feel both guilty and under pressure." He couldn't help but say, "There's no need to go to such lengths. Xiaohe and Uncle Feng and Aunt Mei aren't greedy for money. You don't understand anything." Before he finished, the old master of the Shui family interrupted him. "The amount of the dowry shows how much we value Xiaohe. Yes, the Feng family isn't short of this money. Xiaohe is a good girl, but because of that, we can't bully someone who is kind and well-educated." Shui Weisong said, "Put yourself in her shoes. If Xiaohe was ours, lost for 18 years, and finally found home. Oh, it's only been a few days, and others want to marry her? Even if they offered 10,000, 50,000, or 1,000,000 yuan, I wouldn't agree." That's true. After discussing the dowry, Shui Zhanqing took the opportunity while his mother was in the kitchen cooking to tell her what he had overheard. "I heard Aunt Mei say that Xiaohe has been having nightmares lately, crying and waking up every night. The doctor checked her. She took medicine, but it didn't help." Zhou Yuping paused her work and said, "If there was even a small way to help, we wouldn't have to pray or ask for divine help. Do you think this method will work?" Shui Zhanqing asked. Looking at her own son with a pitying gaze, Zhou Yuping said, "Whether it's useful or not, you have to try. You don't understand now, but when you have children in the future, you'll see how hard it is to be a parent. It's really for the child's sake. Parents are willing to risk their lives." Shui Zhanqing said in a deep voice, "Then I will also guard Xiaohe." That night, the three Feng brothers were all called to the study by Feng Debiao to discuss something, leaving only Feng Wanhe and Wang Shengnan watching TV in the living room. "Big sister, I feel like Dad and the others are acting a bit strange," Feng Wanhe said, confused, looking at the closed door of the study. "It's nothing grown-up stuff. Kids shouldn't worry about it." Wang Shengnan gently touched her sister's face and asked softly, "You keep having nightmares. What do you dream about? Are they really that scary?" Talking about nightmares, Feng Wanhe's lips moved, but she didn't know how to answer. How should she explain? Should she say she dreams that the whole family dies unexpectedly? The early days after returning home were still okay, although she occasionally had nightmares. They were manageable. But recently, her nightmares became more frequent, always waking up crying loudly, disturbing her parents' and brother's sleep. She felt distressed, guilty, and scared. "It's okay, there will always be a way to solve it," Wang Shengnan said softly, patting Feng Wanhe's head. As night fell, Fong Wanha, asleep, fell into that terrifying dream again. It was still about her family dying, still about Fong Taimin abusing her. She cried and ran, but could never escape that terrifying prison. She screamed, begged for help, shouted desperately for Dad and Mom, and called out John Chung, "Save me." Outside the door, Fong Debiao led the three Fong brothers, standing like gatekeepers, trying to drive away the so-called evil spirit with the method Mei Yuet-ang had found. But it was useless. Inside, Fong Wanha was suffering in her nightmare, sobbing and calling for help, her screams breaking her heart. "It's no use," said Jiang Yuanha, a firm atheist, worriedly. "Dad, Wanha can't rely on superstitions. I think she should go to a big hospital in the capital for a checkup." Hearing her daughter's painful cries from the nightmare, Fong Debiao was also very anxious. If she was at home, he could take care of her, but what about when she went to college and lived in the dorm? What if she gets married? Or what if he passes away someday? Inside the house, Fong Wanha's crying grew louder. Fong Debiao could no longer hold back and turned around to push open the door to comfort his daughter. At that moment, Xue Zhongqing hurried upstairs. "Uncle Fong, I heard that staying at the door can help cure Xiaohe's nightmares, so I came to see if I can help." Xiang Yan pinched his forehead and said, "It's useless. All four of us are here, and listen, Xiaohe is still crying. She probably had another bad dream."
Huh.
Halfway through speaking, Xiang Yan suddenly froze. The girl who had been crying suddenly became quiet. A few men looked at each other, seeming confused about what was happening. Fong Debiao, worried, secretly peeked inside the door. He saw Fong Wanha curled up on the bed, tears on her face, but her sleeping face was peaceful again. Just now, it clearly didn't work. How did Xiaohe wake up from her nightmare when Xue Zhongqing arrived? Could this boy really be her destined savior?
No.
That doesn't make sense. Fong Debiao refused to believe it and immediately decided to chase Xue Zhongqing away. Fortunately, Zhu Hao remained rational and quickly said, "Dad, whether it's a coincidence or not, Xiaohe finally fell asleep. Let her rest tonight. We'll test again tomorrow night." Fong Wanha slept until late morning. When she woke up and went downstairs, she saw her mother sitting on the sofa knitting a sweater. The radio played popular songs, and the room was filled with sunlight, hot but cozy. "Mom, I'm so hungry." Fong Wanha sat next to Mei Yuet-ang, hugged her arm, and pouted like a child, acting cute. "You little kid. Don't move around so much. You'll tangle the yarn." Mei Yuet-ang scolded with a smile, but still put down her work and got up to bring out the breakfast she had prepared earlier. Brown sugar millet porridge, beef-filled pancakes, and Aunt Jo's homemade pickles. Watching her daughter gobble down her breakfast, Mei Yuet-ang tentatively asked, "Xiaohe, did you sleep well last night?" Swallowing her food, Fong Wanha thought carefully. "It seems I had a nightmare in the first half of the night, but it ended soon after." She still faintly remembered the scene in her dream. It was the moment in her past life when Fong Taimin poisoned her. She was lying on the ground, desperately begging for help. The fear of death made it almost impossible to breathe. In her old dreams, she could only watch helplessly as she faced death. But last night, in her dream, Xue Zhongqing appeared like a prince on a white horse, descending from the sky. He fought Fong Taimin and his wife, then carried her straight to the hospital. For the first time, a nightmare turned into a beautiful dream. She narrowly escaped death, married Xue Zhongqing, had children, and lived a happy life. Hearing her daughter say this, Mei Yuetang's eyes moved slightly. "Maybe I was under too much pressure waiting for my exam results before, which caused me to feel stressed. Look, now I'm getting better." Fong Wanha didn't know that her father and brothers stayed up all night watching over her, nor did she know that Xue Zhongqing had been guarding her from after 11 o'clock until dawn. He was sitting at her bedroom door, separated from her by a thin door panel, like an unmovable warrior, fiercely protecting his loved one. After dinner, Fong Wanha put down her chopsticks and went to Dong Yuanchao's house. She knocked on the door for a while before Wang Qiangwei came to open it, soaking wet. Even her hair was damp. Fong Wanha stretched her neck to look inside, deliberately showing a flirtatious smile. Sweating so much. Did you do some intense exercise with Dong Yuanchao? Hearing this, Wang Qiangwei blushed and scolded with a smile. Wow, Feng Wanhe, you're really learning bad now. You're a young girl, and your mind is full of unhealthy thoughts. The two girls giggled until Dong Yuanchao's sister, Dong Yuanrui, holding Dang Anning's hand, came over. Feng Wanhe barely managed to stop laughing. Oh, Anning is here. Seeing Dang Anning, Feng Wanhe's eyes were full of tenderness. She took a handful of candies from her pocket and handed them to Dang Anning and Dong Yuanrui. These two kids get along well. Look, Yuanrui is tutoring Anning. I was just in the kitchen chopping ribs, planning to make braised ribs for lunch. Wang Qiangwei wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a smile, Go ahead, you two continue studying. I'll bring you some fruit later. Watching the two little girls go into the room, Feng Wanhe couldn't help but sigh. Dong Yuanchao is really lucky to meet you. She paused, then looked up at Wang Qiangwei. Did you go to check your grades at the school gate? Wang Qiangwei went into the kitchen, chopping ribs loudly, so loud that Feng Wanhe didn't hear her answer clearly. So, Feng Wanhe said to herself, I saw your grades. Although you're a bit below the college entrance exam line, you can still go to a vocational college. Dong Yuanchao means for you to go to a vocational college. I'm not going. Wang Qiangwei didn't even lift her head and said in a muffled voice, Isn't it free to go to a vocational college? Look at this family. We don't have extra money for me to study. Besides, if I leave, who will take care of the family? Going to university is indeed very important, but it's not the only choice. Everyone has their own path. I chose my own, and I don't regret it. After a pause, Wang Qiangwei looked up at Feng Wanhe and said, I've talked with the aid of Korea. We're planning to get our marriage certificate on my 20th birthday. Wang Qiangwei is 2 years older than Feng Wanhe. By September, she will turn 20. She looked down at her belly, a faint smile of happiness flashing in her eyes. Feng Wanhe's heart suddenly skipped a beat. You don't mean you've already? Wang Qiangwei didn't deny it, only shyly smiled and said, I don't know yet. What does don't know yet mean? It means they have already done what couples usually do, but, well, the time is short, and whether she is pregnant or not will need time to confirm. In the military unit, Xue Zhanqing saw Dong Yuanchao's marriage application form and raised his eyebrows. Getting married? So soon? Before Dong Yuanchao could answer, an experienced married comrade laughed loudly and said, It must be Dong Yuanchao who got a girl to marry him. He's probably worried about getting her pregnant, so he's rushing to marry her. Hearing the comrade reveal the truth, Dong Yuanchao's ears turned red. Xue Zhanqing patted Dong Yuanchao's shoulder and asked, Did you and Wang Qiangwei do it? There was a moment of silence. Dong Yuanchao nodded with a red face, giving his answer. A bit speechless and a little envious, Xue Zhanqing said. This guy really is someone who quietly handles big matters. Just a few days, and he's already bypassed other steps to get married? Actually, I didn't want it to happen so fast. I like her very much. I wanted to wait until the wedding night too. Dong Yuanchao and Xue Zhanqing are close friends who share everything. He hesitated and said, It's just that the college entrance exam results came out. Qiangwei did well, so I bought good wine and food, hoping she would leave my house to go to school. And then you got drunk? And then Wang Qiangwei arranged things? Dong Yuanchao started to explain, and Xue Zhanqing could already guess the ending. You know I can hold my liquor pretty well, but that night, when she hugged me, I really couldn't control myself. He paused and said, Zhanqing, you and Feng Wanhe have been together for so long. You should understand that kind of temptation. Does Xue Zhanqing not understand? Every time Feng Wanhe hugged him and acted cute, when her soft body pressed against him, his whole body would surge with excitement, and he couldn't control himself. But for the sake of his face, Xue Zhanqing would never admit it. Don't drag me into this. My self-control is much better than yours. Not to mention a few beers, even a bottle of white liquor, I can still control myself. Anyway, bragging doesn't cost anything, so I might as well do it. Dong Yuanchao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Look, there's a cow flying in the sky. Everyone burst into laughter. Getting back to the main topic, Xue Zhanqing looked seriously at Dong Yuanchao and asked, "Do you know about Wang Qiangwei's family? Do you know her foster father has always used her for profit?" "Yes. I definitely know." Dong Yuanchao's eyes were full of determination. "Even if Qiangwei married me because of my officer status, even if she doesn't love me, I don't mind. I can love her even more." In the evening, Xue Zhanqing went to Feng's house to eat. Feng Debiao looked unhappy and asked directly, "Did a donkey kick your kitchen?" This implied that his family didn't welcome him to eat there and told him to leave quickly. If it were someone else's house, Xue Zhanqing would definitely leave with a wave of his hand and never come back. But this was his father-in-law's house, his daughter's family. Even if his father-in-law scolded him like a dog, he had to smile and pretend to be friendly, even learn a few dog barks. So, Xue Zhanqing helped Mei Yuetang serve the food while smiling and saying, "My mom's cooking isn't as good as Auntie May's. I like Auntie May's cooking the most. You're just talking nonsense. I know very well how good my wife is at cooking. The food must be cooked, but as for the taste." Oh. Before Feng Debiao finished speaking, Mei Yuetang grabbed his ear. He grimaced in pain, stood up involuntarily, and kept begging for mercy. What does Feng Debiao mean? Does he dislike my cooking? Did he eat food made by another woman? Mei Yuetang held a spatula in one hand and grabbed Feng Debiao's ear with the other, glaring fiercely. Good. My wife's cooking is the best in the world. I don't care if I only eat my wife's food in this life, and I want to eat it in the next life and the one after that. Although Feng Debiao appeared decisive and mighty outside, once he got home, his status plummeted, and he had no dignity at all. Seeing his father being scolded by his mother and howling, Feng Wanhe couldn't help but laugh. She stood up, hugged her mother's arm, and subtly helped rescue her father's ear. "Mom, I want to eat fried eggs." Hearing her daughter wanted fried eggs, Mei Yuetang quickly said, Okay. Wait a moment, I'll go make some for you." Watching his wife go into the kitchen, Feng Debiao rubbed his sore ear and gave his daughter a thumbs up. "It is still my daughter, who cares for her father." "Oh, you haven't been home all these years, and I really feel miserable." Feng Debiao completely ignores that Xue Zhanqing is also present. He just pitifully complains to his daughter, as if he has been a victim of family abuse for many years. "So, Zhanqing, maybe you should reconsider your relationship with Xiaohe? Look, our family's traditions and genetics aren't very good. Xiaohe's temper is like her mother's, and in the future, she might become abusive." Before Feng Debiao can finish, Xue Zhanqing has already made his decision clear. "I'm tough and not afraid of pain, and I can take a lot. Instead of worrying that Xiaohe might hit me, you should worry if she hurts her hand when she hits me." He scooped a piece of ribs for Feng Wanhe and said with a smile, and there's an old saying, "Spanking is love, scolding is care." The more fiercely Xiaohe hits me, the more it shows she loves me. This remark leaves Feng Debiao speechless. After a moment, he gives Xue Zhanqing a thumbs up and says repeatedly, "You little guy. You really are shameless." "Thank you for the compliment, father-in-law." Xue Zhanqing fully embraces his thick-skinned attitude, smiling playfully, then picks up the soup bowl in front of him and clinks it with Feng Debiao's. "Son-in-law here to toast with soup instead of wine. Cheers to you." Feng Debiao, utterly speechless. Good grief. With Xue Zhanqing's unbreakable, rubber-like face, he's probably one of a kind in the world. After dinner, Feng Wanhe feels a bit sleepy. She looks at Xue Zhanqing still sitting on the sofa munching sunflower seeds and asks, "Aren't you going home yet?" Cough. "I will." Xue Zhanqing glances at Feng Debiao, then stands up and pretends to go for a walk outside. When Feng Wanhe finishes washing up and goes to her room, he returns. Jiang Yuanhe and Xiang Yan also rush back from the camp. In the study, Feng Debiao is planning tonight's operation. Zhanqing will guard at the door first. Then at 12:30, we'll switch to Yuanhe and Yan to try. Feng Debiao doesn't believe in luck, or rather, he's not convinced that only Xue Zhanqing can solve his daughter's nightmare. He is her father, the one who loves her most in the world, so why is it that an outsider gets to step in first? It doesn't make sense. According to Feng Debiao's plan, Xue Zhanqing will stand at Feng Wanha's door at exactly 11 o'clock. He presses his ear to the door, listening carefully for any movement inside. Everything is quiet. Feng Wanha isn't having a nightmare, crying out for her parents, or screaming for help. Thinking that they are just a door apart, Xue Zhanqing's heart instantly softens and warms. He worked hard to stretch his body, using all his strength to protect her from monsters and evil spirits, not giving any dirty things a chance to scare her. Early in the morning, Jiang Yuanhe and Xiang Yan arrived on time to change shifts. "I'll stay here too, just in case, Xiaohe." Xue Zhanqing was worried, and tried to stay with the two brothers to guard and protect the most important person to them. "No need." Feng Debiao refused, without hesitation. He didn't believe in bad luck. He had to try himself. A few minutes later, resting on the sofa downstairs, Xue Zhanqing faintly heard Feng Wanho's desperate crying from upstairs. "Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Zhanqing, save me." He suddenly jumped up, hurried up the stairs, pushed open the door recklessly, and rushed inside. He knelt by the bed, holding Feng Wanho tightly in his arms. It's strange, but the moment Xue Zhanqing embraced her, Feng Wanho, who had been crying and screaming in a nightmare, suddenly became much quieter. She stopped crying and struggling, just snuggling in the man's arms, softly sobbing, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Xiaohe, I'm here. I'm here to protect you. No one can bully you." Xue Zhanqing's face was close to Feng Wanho's temple. His voice was deep and gentle, like a calming magic. "Zhanqing." Half asleep and half awake, Feng Wanho opened her eyes slightly. She looked at Xue Zhanqing in the dim light, showing a fragile smile. "You're here. That's so good." She changed her position, burying her face deeply into Xue Zhanqing's chest, breathing evenly and slowly, then quickly fell back into sleep. Feng Debiao stood at the door, quietly watching his daughter and Xue Zhanqing cuddling together, not moving for a long time. "Enough. Stop trying. Zhanqing is Xiaohe's true soulmate. It's all destined by fate. As parents, we can't change that." Mei Yuetang came over and tugged at her husband's sleeve. "Our daughter will eventually grow up and get married. No matter how unwilling or reluctant we are, we can't change destiny." Finally, Feng Debiao sighed deeply. He turned around, held his wife's hand, and waved to his eldest and second sons at the door. "All right, our Xiaohe is well protected. Sleep now, it's late." As the door closed, Xue Zhanqing faintly heard Feng Debiao choking with emotion as he complained to his wife. "I thought I was the real protector of my daughter. Yu Tang, I feel a little sad that my daughter doesn't need me anymore." Mei Yuetang gently comforted him, saying, "But you are my forever guardian. You will grow old with me, buried together, never apart in this life or the next." Seeing her daughter look energetic after a good sleep, Feng Debiao had to accept reality. During the weekend, he invited Xue Chongqing and his wife over. With Feng Wanhao and Xue Zhanqing present, he explained in detail about Wanhao's nightmares. When he heard that only Zhanqing could help her sleep peacefully, Wanhao was surprised. According to that master, any man with strong yang energy should be able to protect her. So, why was it only Zhanqing? Wanhao couldn't understand, but then she heard her father suggest Wanhao's nightmare problem can only be cured by Zhanqing. But he said it takes 5, 7, or 35 days. "I can't just have Zhanqing sit outside her door for a month." He paused and then said, "Let Wanhao stay at your house for a few days." Hearing this, Zhou Yuping was very happy. She quickly said, "Don't worry, we'll take good care of Wanhao. We'll make sure Zhanqing helps, and Wanhao will sleep well every night." Feng Debiao felt uneasy. He added, "But they aren't married yet, so they can't live together. We understand boundaries. Even if you don't mind, we'll protect Wanhao and make sure Zhanqing doesn't have any chance to take advantage." Zhou Yuping said, "At night, I'll sleep with Wanhao, and I'll put a foldable bed at the door. Zhanqing can sleep there at night. I remember my grandmother telling me that in our hometown, a young wife was also haunted by evil spirits. She was so weak she couldn't sit up. The village shaman told her husband to sleep at the door of their room every night. Hearing this, Mei Yuetang asked eagerly, "What happened then?" Zhou Yuping smiled and said, "Well, that young wife really got better. Later, she even had two big, chubby boys." Mei Yuetang looked at her husband. The couple exchanged glances, clearly agreeing with Zhou Yuping's idea. After dinner, Wanhao used the excuse of helping Mei Yuetang wash dishes to subtly ask about some details. For example, she learned that the master who suggested a man with strong yang energy guard the door was Wukong, the head monk of Jiangyin Temple in Spring City. She pretended to be unconcerned, but was already determined to find a chance to visit Wukong and seek answers. Her father and brothers were soldiers. Even her father had fought on the battlefield. Logically, their fate should be strong. So, why was only Zhanqing able to help her drive away nightmares? Could there be some mysterious, unexplainable science behind it? Or perhaps, does the mystery here relate to the fate of the Shui family? That night, Feng Wanhe went to Shui Zhanqing's house holding her sleepwear. Although Feng Wanhe had visited the Shui family many times, she usually stayed as the neighbor's daughter. Now that she and Shui Zhanqing are confirmed to be together, she is essentially the future daughter-in-law of the family, a treasured gem in Zhou Yuping's heart. She placed all the delicious food she brought on the coffee table and even went into Shui Zhanping's room, rummaging through his hidden snacks. Then, Zhou Yuping took out new bed sheets and silk quilts, changing Shui Zhanqing's bed inside and out. Is it really necessary? The sheets were just changed last night. I didn't even get a chance to sleep on them, and you make it seem like I have a contagious disease. Faced with her mother's wild actions, Shui Zhanqing felt helpless. You're not contagious, but if you sweat every day during training, what about little he? Watching the scene, Shui Zhanping chuckled and said, "It's bound to happen sooner or later. When they get married. Oh, do you think they'll sleep in separate rooms?" He winked and said, "Besides, they're like dry wood and blazing fire now. Not just once, I saw them kissing and hugging. Oh, it's so sweet it's sickening." Hearing this, Zhou Yuping first looked happy, then quickly pulled a serious face to warn her son. "I promised Uncle Feng that before you get married, you two are not allowed to. You know what I mean?" Oh, she's caught in a dilemma herself, hoping her son will marry Feng Wanhe soon and even have grandchildren, but worried that her little he might be too young to handle all this. Really? Shui Zhanqing also looked speechless. He vented his anger on Shui Zhanping, giving him a shoulder throw. The unlucky brother fell heavily, almost smashing a hole in the floor. Feng Wanhe was very familiar with Shui Zhanqing's room. After taking a shower, she put on the pink lace sleepwear her sister gave her and slightly opened the door. Shui Zhanqing was taking a shower downstairs in the bathroom. He was wearing a tank top and shorts, with well-defined muscles in his arms and thighs, a bronze tone that, under the yellowish light, looked quite tempting. Feng Wanhe couldn't help but recall the Shui Zhanqing from her previous life. He had been bedridden for years due to a disability, with withered and deformed legs, just skin and bones, looking especially eerie. During the years when she was tormented by illness, Shui Zhanqing most hoped that one day he could run, jump, and regain a strong, muscular body. She thought she would never see the healthy, perfect Shui Zhanqing again, but unexpectedly, she was given a second chance at life. Seeing the little girl lying by the door, staring intently at her thigh, Shui Zhanqing's body felt a bit hot and excited. His body's change made him quickly grab a nearby blanket, nervously covering his most sensitive area. "Honey, don't stare at me like that. I can't control myself much longer." Shui Zhanqing's hiding action made Feng Wanhe snap back to her senses. She realized her gaze was too intense, like that of a flirtatious woman. She wanted to say, "It's late. Turn off the light and go to sleep." But as she opened her mouth, "It's still early. I want to touch your leg," suddenly slipped out uncontrollably. For a moment, both were silent, feeling awkward. The atmosphere was so tense that Feng Wanhe wished she could dig a hole with her toes and hide inside. No, what's wrong with her mouth? How could she say such things on her own? Her eyes were frantic, blinking rapidly at Shui Zhanqing, as if saying, "Reject me." Quickly reject me. Just kick me out. Xue Zhangqing's eyes widened like bells, silent for a long time. Finally, he quietly took away the blanket covering his thigh, revealing his muscular, strong leg to Feng Wanhe. Go ahead, touch wherever you want. If necessary, I can even take off my clothes. His wife only made requests. He would do his best to fulfill her wishes. Not just a touch on the thigh. Anything was fine. Feng Wanhe was so shocked her eyes nearly fell out, her mouth agape like a stone statue standing at the door. Feeling touched? Don't dare to move. While Feng Wanhe was at a loss, Zhou Yuping suddenly appeared from nowhere. Xiao He, while you're young, do what you want to do. Although her words were vague, Feng Wanhe still understood that Aunt Zhou was encouraging her to tease her own son. No, Aunt Zhou, be more restrained. Encouraging me like this, have you considered your son's mental state? Swallowing nervously, Feng Wanhe forced a shy smile and waved her hand. No, it's not necessary. Auntie, you all misunderstood. I just meant that it's still early, and I want to drink some water. As long as I don't admit it, you can't do anything to me. At this critical moment, Feng Wanhe suddenly realized how useful Xue Zhanfeng's thick-skinned attitude is. Family members, no one understands, being thick-skinned is really wonderful. As long as I don't care about face, no one can control me. She even boldly looked at Xue Zhanqing, who was about to sacrifice himself. What are you doing? How can your thoughts be so dirty? Or, do you have trouble hearing? I said I want to drink water, and you thought I said I want to touch your leg? Feng Wanhe, with her hands behind her back, looked like a shameless, morally loose person. Xue Zhanqing, you can't keep reading those dirty books. Xue Zhanqing, speechless. Feng Wanhe, just wait and see. I will remember this for a long time. Someday, I will make you admit that today you said, I want to touch your leg. Zhou Yuping looked a bit disappointed, but she still smiled and said, All right, Andy will pour you some water. No need. I can go downstairs and get it myself. No trouble for you. Under Xue Zhanqing's half-smiling gaze, Feng Wanhe felt nervous, but kept her cool. She passed by Xue Zhanqing, cleared her throat, and said, You always told Zhanfeng not to look at those messy things, but now, you shouldn't look at those messy things either. It's bad for your health and can cause kidney issues. Xue Zhanqing was amused and laughed. He raised an eyebrow at Feng Wanhe and said, Xiao He, you reap what you sow. Be kind to others and you'll meet nicely in the future. Really, there's no need to go down a dead end. It can cause trouble. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe's face changed. She hurried to Zhou Yuping, hugging her arm and starting to complain. Auntie Zhou, Xue Zhanqing is threatening me. Even though Zhou Yuping clearly heard everything, she upheld the principle that daughter-in-law's words are always right and immediately scolded Xue Zhanqing with a stern face. What are you doing? What do you mean, reap what you sow? What messy words. If you dare say those things to Xiao He again, see how I deal with you. Seeing her mother's protective attitude, Xue Zhanqing felt quite convinced. All right, Mom really is impressive. Feng Wanhe, lying on Zhou Yuping's shoulder, grinned mischievously at Xue Zhanqing, sticking out her tongue, looking proud and triumphant. What can you do? What could Xue Zhanqing do? His wife was chosen by him, and even if she had to kneel, she would be spoiled to the end. After drinking water, Feng Wanhe returned to her bedroom. As soon as she closed the door, she let out a long sigh of relief. Her mouth almost caused trouble. She turned over onto the bed, cuddling the silk quilt and lying on her side, facing the door. Even though the room was dim and the sound of an owl's call came from outside, Feng Wanhe was not afraid at all. She knew Xue Zhanqing was outside her door watching over her. She knew that as long as he was there, no one could hurt her. With this happy thought, Feng Wanhe quickly fell asleep. She had a peaceful, dreamless night. When she opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside. Feng Wanhe glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It's past 10 in the morning. Sleeping until noon at her future in-law's house. How embarrassing. Her mother had specifically reminded her before coming to the Xue family. The Xue family has strict rules, especially Grandma Xue, who hates family members sleeping in late. Although she had stayed at the Shue house for a while before, because of preparing for the college entrance exams, she usually stayed up late and woke early, working hard. Now, she quickly got up, washed up, and changed clothes. When she opened the door, Shue Zhanqing and his foldable bed were gone. The corridor was clean, so clean there wasn't even a thread of dust. Oh no! She worried that her first impression on her future in-laws might be bad.
How could she handle that?
Just then, she heard her mother-in-law, Lei Shuxian, scolding Shue Zhanping downstairs. The words were about him sleeping in late again. Not sleeping at night and waking up late in the morning. Are you turning into a ghost? What bad habits? Hearing this, her mother, Zhou Yuping, angrily yelled, "How dare you eat breakfast? Get out of here." Feng Wanha's heart pounded nervously at the sound. Oh no, was she going to get scolded too? Forget it. Since Shue Zhanping was there, she might as well go downstairs with him and get scolded together. Maybe they could share some of the blame. So, Feng Wanha nervously went downstairs. Her mother-in-law was still scolding Shue Zhanping, saying, "I warned you yesterday. This is the last time. Today you are." Suddenly, Zhou Yuping noticed Feng Wanha carefully coming down the stairs and immediately changed her tone. She pushed aside Shue Zhanping and smiled as she went forward to hold Feng Wanha's hand. "How did you sleep last night? Did you have any nightmares?" Feng Wanha swallowed hard, smiled, and shook her head. Then she looked nervously at Lei Shuxian sitting on the sofa. "Grandma, I slept in late." Before she finished, Lei Shuxian kindly spoke. "It's normal for young people to sleep in late, especially girls. Sleeping more helps your skin. It's still early." She paused, then smiled and told Zhou Yuping, "Don't just keep smiling foolishly. The girl must be hungry. Quickly, the buns and red bean porridge in the kitchen are probably still warm. Bring them out for her." Zhou Yuping chuckled. "Look at my memory. As soon as I see Xiao He, I get happy and forget about breakfast. Xiao He, let's go eat." Shue Zhanping was shocked. "No, Mom and Grandma, please wake up. I am your grandson, and we are a loving family. All of you are late risers. Why am I being scolded like a dog? Why is Feng Wanha both a bun and red bean porridge? It's not fair. Really, it's not fair. Wah, I want to run away from home and show you my rebellion." But when he turned around and saw his father back from training, holding a belt, Shue Zhanping suddenly felt that maybe this rebellious phase was not so bad after all. Honestly, boys in the military district don't really have a rebellious phase. Under the threat of the belt and rolling pin, every boy smoothly gets through their teenage rebellion. Taking a deep breath, Shue Zhanping turned his gaze to his future sister-in-law. Yes, he realized that Feng Wanha is truly the future queen of the Shue family. Following his sister-in-law means fun and good food everywhere. Feng Wanha knew her Shue family loved her very much, but she didn't expect to be spoiled to the point of being pampered. That morning, before getting up, she heard noise downstairs. After washing up, she went downstairs and saw some workers moving things. "Auntie, what are all these?" Feng Wanha asked curiously, looking at the cardboard boxes in the living room. "Color TV and a VCR." Zhou Yuping directed the workers and said, "Color TVs are popular now. I specially asked someone from Port City to buy one for us." Seeing the black and white TV in the living room, Feng Wanha couldn't help but say, "But the TV at home is still working fine." Zhou Yuping smiled and said, "The color TV will be installed in your room." Yes, now Shue Zhanqing has no room of his own. The corridor is his space, and a folding bed is his bed. His spacious, well-lit bedroom has become Feng Wanha's private space. Just yesterday, Zhou Yuping replaced the dark blue curtains with light pink and added a dressing table and a pink mosquito net. Your grandparents like watching the news. It's a bit boring to always be with them at night. I bought you a TV so you can watch what you like in your room later. She paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Xiao He, is it convenient now? If yes, can the workers carry the TV into your room?" "Yes, very convenient." Feng Wanha quickly replied, walking upstairs and opening the door. It must be said that the Shue family is very considerate. Especially towards Feng Wanha, everyone shows great respect. Before entering Feng Wanha's room, everyone first greets and asks for permission. Only after she nods do they go in. While watching the workers install the TV, Feng Wanha turned to Zhou Yuping and asked, "What about the video recorder? Isn't that only in video halls? There's an empty room on the third floor. I plan to turn it into a home video room. Then you can invite your friends over to watch movies, instead of going to those crowded places." As a teacher, Zhou Yuping knows that kids nowadays like to go to video halls. Boys are fine, but those places often have poor air quality and unhealthy content, which isn't good. But for girls, it's different. She doesn't want to take away Feng Wanha's right to play, so Zhou Yuping tries to create opportunities for her. Tonight, Uncle Shui will bring home some tapes. They are popular movies from Harbor City these past 2 years. When you're bored at home, you can watch them. Hearing this, Feng Wanha's eyes filled with gratitude. She's not a stone. She notices and remembers everyone's kindness. After working all morning, the color TV was installed, and the home video room was ready. Zhou Yuping specially replaced the curtains with blackout fabric and brought 2 soft sofas. There was a fruit and snack tray on the coffee table. She drew the curtains, and the room suddenly darkened, giving it a real video hall feel. Feng Wanha was so excited she couldn't contain herself. Suddenly, Lei Shuxian entered the room, holding 2 rented tapes. "Look at this, I timed it just right. I went to a video hall outside and rented these. They're the hottest love movies from Hong Kong." Lei Shuxian is not old-fashioned. She's trendy and modern. "I told my husband that today us women are on strike, no cooking, no cleaning. After watching the movies, we'll go out to a restaurant for a good meal." She pulled Feng Wanha with one hand and Zhou Yuping with the other. The 3 women sat on the sofa, eating snacks and watching Hong Kong movies. How wonderful it was. Although the home video room was in her house, Shui Zhanping was not allowed to use it. "This is Xiaohe's custom-made item. You are not allowed to use it." My mother's words immediately shut him down, and Shui Zhanping looked quite pitiful. He looked at his own older brother with a sad expression and said, "Listen, brother, listen to what our mom just said." Wow. Now that there's a daughter-in-law, there's no need for a son? Shui Zhanping, however, smiled. He reached out and gently tousled Feng Wanha's hair, asking, "Did you enjoy the video?" "Yes, very touching. I cried when the main character died. Auntie and I both cried. Only Grandma was the strongest." Feng Wanha remembered the story in the movie and couldn't help feeling a bit sad. Hearing this, Zhou Yuping chuckled. "Silly girl, do you think Grandma didn't cry?" She wiped her tears secretly several times. Unkindly exposed by her daughter-in-law, Lei Shuxian laughed and scolded. "What if I say less? Do I care about losing face?" Everyone burst into laughter. Taking advantage of the good mood, Feng Wanha said, "Tomorrow, I'll go out with Wang Qiangwei. We'll leave early in the morning and might not come back until evening. Go ahead. It's good to go out and have fun." Lei Shuxian went back to her room, took out 200 yuan, and handed it to Feng Wanha. "Buy whatever you like to eat. Don't worry about the money." Then she looked at Shui Zhanping. "And you? Haven't you shown anything?" Before Shui Zhanping could answer, Zhou Yuping chuckled and said, "This kid handed over last month's allowance to Xiaohe last night. But, Xiaohe, I have to tell you something." Shui Zhanping secretly kept 20 yuan. "Xiaohe, come here. Auntie will teach you how to handle a man. Come on, grab his ear, and twist it hard." Shui Zhanping almost spat out blood. "No, Mom, is this really appropriate? Do you have to be so ruthless and righteous, even to your own family?" Feng Wanha cooperated fully, seriously learning the tricks Zhou Yuping was teaching, and happily grabbed Shui Zhanping's ear. Lei Shuxian chimed in, shouting, "Still hiding your secret money? Hand it over." Being betrayed by her mother, disciplined by her daughter-in-law, and mocked mercilessly by her grandma, Shui Zhanping was caught between laughter and tears. In the end, he handed over all 20 yuan of his secret savings. Shui Zhanping watched this with a heart full of shock. This is too much. Marrying and having a wife is really terrifying. Even my brother, a soldier king, can't beat his wife's control. I'm afraid of marriage. I don't want to get married for the rest of my life. After being pinched by his wife's hand, Xue Zhanqing didn't get angry. His eyes were full of tenderness as he looked at her and asked, "Where are you going to play with Wang Qiangwei tomorrow? Do you want me to drive you there?" Feng Wanhe paused for a moment before saying, "I went with Rose to Jiangyin Temple. She wants to ask for a fortune and inquire about her relationship with Dong Yuanchao." Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing smiled. Recently, there's a TV drama about the 4 disciples traveling with the Eastern monk. Monkey said something quite wise. Seeking immortality or asking for predictions is not as good as making your own decisions. Xue Zhanqing looked at Feng Wanhe gently and said, "It's up to us to take action." Feng Wanhe softly responded with an but didn't say anything more. Actually, she told a small lie. It wasn't Rose who wanted to ask about her love life at Jiangyin Temple, but she herself was going to find Master Ryukong. A thorn had always been in her heart. Why could only Xue Zhanqing stay by her side? She couldn't explain why, but she always felt uneasy, as if some big event she didn't know about was about to happen. The next morning, Feng Wanhe and Rose took a bus to Jiangyin Temple. Rose looked at Feng Wanhe with a mischievous smile. "Hey, why did you decide to ask about love at Jiangyin Temple?
Besides, it's not a bad thing.
Why hide it? Let me cover for you." She smiled as she said this. "Xue Zhanqing and Dong Yuanchao talk about everything. Just wait. When they get home tonight, Dong Yuanchao will definitely ask me about your love life." Feng Wanhe covered her mouth and giggled. "Then just ask for one. I heard there's a very effective Guanyin statue in the back hall of Jiangyin Temple." This made Rose blush. She spat and scolded, "Feng Wanhe, you're so evil. I'm not asking for a child." "Oh, right, you don't need to ask. Maybe you already have one," Feng Wanhe said with a flirtatious look, glancing at Rose's belly.
Wow, what is this?
"A perfect shot? Oh dear, I don't know if it's because the seed is good or the soil is fertile enough," she teased. Rose was stunned for a moment before she realized what Feng Wanhe meant. She quickly covered Feng Wanhe's mouth, her face flushing. "Feng Wanhe, ever since you got close to Xue Zhanqing, you've become very bold and aggressive." The 2 girls giggled together, unaware that they had already arrived at their destination. Jiangyin Temple is located halfway up the mountain. At the entrance, 2 young monks were sweeping the ground. There weren't many visitors, and a deep bell sound echoed, touching Feng Wanhe's heart. The temple was very peaceful. The rich scent of sandalwood filled her nose, calming her restless heart. Inside the main hall, she lit incense and placed the prepared offering money into the donation box. Looking around, I found a passing young monk. Feng Wanhe respectfully asked, "Master, may I ask if Master Ryukong is available?" The young monk responded with Umitba and said the abbot only meets 3 people with special connections each day. Please come back another day. This implied that the abbot's schedule was full, and he didn't have time to see her now. She should wait in line for an appointment. Before Feng Wanhe could speak again, the young monk turned and left. Wang Qiangwei appeared out of nowhere, clearly having overheard Feng Wanhe's words. "Want to see Master Ryukong? Follow me." She smiled slyly, took Feng Wanhe's hand, and led her toward the back hall. After passing through 2 large halls, they finally entered a quiet meditation courtyard. "I saw 2 monks leading a visitor here earlier, saying Master Ryukong is here." Wang Qiangwei peeked inside and said with a sneer, "He only sees 3 visitors a day? That old bald monk is quite good at creating scarcity marketing."
Hee.
Before she finished speaking, an old monk dressed in a robe came out from a nearby meditation room, looking at Wang Qiangwei and Feng Wanhe with complex expressions, clearly having overheard their conversation. "Amitba." The old monk stroked his beard, his sharp eyes fixed on Feng Wanhe. After a moment, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Truly divine coincidence. Wang Qiangwei was confused, but Feng Wanhe's mind moved quickly, guessing that this might be Master Ryukong. "Master, I would like to ask you a few questions. Would that be okay?" Master Ryukong sighed and beckoned Feng Wanhe over. "Lady, come with me." Finally, he also told Wang Qiangwei, who was about to follow, You will be very wealthy and noble in the future, but your marriage path is rough. Old bald monk, what are you talking about? I already have a fiancé, and we will marry in a month or two. How can you say my marriage path is rough? Are you cursing me? Wang Qiangwei usually didn't believe in gods or Buddha. She only believed in herself. So, when she heard Master Wukong's words, she immediately became angry. Feng Wanhe quickly apologized for her, saying, "Please forgive us, Master. My friend is straightforward and speaks honestly." "No problem." Master Wukong just smiled and said to Feng Wanhe, "Come with me. Your friend can wait outside." He nodded at Wang Qiangwei, then Feng Wanhe followed the master into a small side hall. "Look." He pointed to a plaque beside the statue in the side hall and asked her to read the characters on it. When she saw the loving wife Feng Wanhe's tablet and then the name husband Shuizhanqing in the lower left corner, Feng Wanhe suddenly widened her eyes. "You shouldn't be here, and you definitely shouldn't defy fate and change others' lives. All of this is because in your past life, your husband cared for and missed you. He placed your tablet beside the Buddha, letting you be surrounded by incense day and night. Perhaps his sincere heart moved the Buddha, which is why you have this blessing today." Tears welled up in Feng Wanhe's eyes. She trembled, her lips trembling as she reached out to touch the old-looking tablet, tears falling rapidly. "I know what you're going to ask," Master Wukong said. "You want to know why only Shuizhanqing can protect you? Why your father and brothers can't?" Through her choking sobs, Master Wukong calmly said, "Because only Shuizhanqing is truly alive. The others have already passed away." Though his words were vague, Feng Wanhe understood. In her past life, Shuizhanqing was the only one who died after her. Her father and brothers had already died long ago. Master Wukong looked at Feng Wanhe with gentle eyes. "You are the result of Buddha's mercy. Among all living beings, only you have this fate. You should cherish it." After speaking, he waved his wide sleeve and smiled, saying, "Go now." Feng Wanhe suddenly felt her vision blur and distort. Her body was lifted into the air, and in an instant, she was plunged into darkness. "Hey, Feng Wanhe. Sister, wake up." Zhao Wei's anxious voice sounded in her ears. Someone was shaking her shoulder, and Feng Wanhe suddenly opened her eyes. The bright sunlight shone down. Zhao Wei looked at her with worry, occasionally touching her forehead. Finally awake. "You really scared me to death." Feng Wanhe looked around blankly and saw that she was still sitting on the steps outside Jiangyin Temple. "What's going on? Wasn't I in the temple?" Zhao Wei helped Feng Wanhe to stand and said, "What temple? We just arrived at the temple gate. I went to the bathroom, and you fell asleep while I was gone. I called you for 2 minutes straight. If you don't wake up soon, I'll have to carry you to the hospital." Hearing this, Feng Wanhe pulled away from Zhao Wei's hand and, following her memory, headed straight for the small side hall behind, trying to find the tablet placed beside the Buddhist statue. But there was nothing there. In her memory, the side hall was now a lush bamboo forest. Only a stone sculpture of a deity was enshrined in a small Buddhist shrine, with no incense or offerings at all. The statue had endured countless years of wind and rain, but remained steadfast. In a moment, Feng Wanhe seemed to see the statue smile at her. Wang Qiangwei hurried over. "I just heard that the abbot of this temple, Master Wukong, passed away a few days ago." Feng Wanhe didn't remember how she got home. Her mind still vividly replayed her experience at Jiangyin Temple, those small side halls, the ancient memorial tablets, and Master Wukong's words. What truly happened seemed so real, yet in the blink of an eye, was it all just a dream? She hadn't even entered Jiangyin Temple, and Master Wukong had already passed away. On the way home, Feng Wanhe was dazed, which made Wang Qiangwei very worried. She personally took her close friend home and handed her over to Shuizhanqing. She was fine on the way here. We sat at the temple gate for a while, then suddenly she... "Oh no, maybe she got heat stroke?" Wang Qiangwei said anxiously. Shuizhanqing embraced Feng Wanhe, nodded in thanks, closed the door, and helped her sit on the sofa. Zhou Yuping came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on an apron, and gently touched foam on his forehead.
No feber.
Little he, did someone bully you? Tell me, I'll get revenge for you. Xue Zhanping, who had been lying on the sofa all afternoon, turned over and sat up, clenched his fists and said, "Who dares to bully his future sister-in-law?" But Feng Wanhe seemed not to hear. After a long moment, she regained her senses, her eyes reddening as she looked at Xue Zhanqing, and she choked out, "Zhanqing. Hey, I'm here." Xue Zhanqing reached out to gently touch her face and replied tenderly. Suddenly, Feng Wanhe sat upright, stretched out her arms, and suddenly clung to Xue Zhanqing's waist, almost collapsing into his arms. She finally understood everything on this journey. Her return here was entirely thanks to Xue Zhanqing's love for her. How fortunate she was. "Zhanqing, let's never be apart again." Feng Wanhe's voice was full of sobs and determination. She held him so tightly that it seemed no one could separate them anymore. Nearby, Grandpa Xue Weisong, who was reading the newspaper, had taken off his reading glasses and hurriedly pulled his wife back to their room. Xue Chongqing, who was drinking water, almost choked and held back his cough, his face turning bright red. He kept signaling to his wife with his eyes, urging her to quickly step aside and make space. Zhou Yuping understood immediately. At the moment of preparing to leave, she saw Xue Zhanping like a light bulb that was plugged in, shining brightly in the living room. She slapped him immediately. Then, quickly, she covered his mouth just before he could shout and ruthlessly dragged him away. The once bright living room suddenly darkened. The main lights were turned off, leaving only 2 wall lamps emitting a warm, yellow glow in the quiet night. The shadows of Feng Wanhe and Xue Zhanqing embracing were reflected on the wall, stretched long. That night, Feng Wanhe was especially clingy. She seemed a bit dizzy, but still held tightly to Xue Zhanqing's clothes, refusing to let go no matter what. Unable to do anything, Xue Zhanqing had to lie down in her clothes, letting this fragile, slightly sad girl nestle in his arms, drawing warmth from him. Feng Wanhe was actually very clear-headed. She knew she had returned home, understood the concern and worry from Xue's family, and knew she was clinging to Xue Zhanqing and refusing to let go. Her experience at Jiangyin Temple made her feel very anxious. If her father and brothers had all died early, the reasons for their deaths. Her father's narrow escape from death in Feng's village might suggest he had survived a deadly ordeal. But what about the 3 brothers? Her head hurt, her mind was chaotic. Feng Wanhe always felt something was about to emerge, but couldn't find the answer.
No.
She couldn't just sit and wait, couldn't watch her most beloved brother die in front of her. She was in a daze all night. When dawn was near, Feng Wanhe finally found a comfortable spot in Xue Zhanqing's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, the atmosphere in the Xue family living room was strange. Is this appropriate? We promised old Feng that before marriage, the 2 children. Xue Chongqing was nervously rubbing his hands. He seemed to see himself being killed by his comrades, very tragic and frightening. Zhou Yuping also felt uneasy. She hesitated for a moment and said then, "Should I go upstairs and check?" Knowing that the young couple is in the room, is it appropriate for an elder to go in? It's already been a night. It wouldn't hurt to wait a little longer. Lei Shixian looked upstairs and said, "Now that things have come to this, after Xue Zhanqing comes downstairs, let him go to Feng's family to apologize and confess. No matter what demands Feng's family makes, we will agree. Whatever fears there are, face them head-on." The family hadn't yet come up with a plan when Feng Debiao hurriedly rushed in. "Where's Zhanqing?" "The army has some matters." Xue Chongqing was stunned and instinctively pointed to the bedroom upstairs. "He's in bed." "Oh, old Feng." Before she finished speaking, Feng Debiao had already hurried upstairs so quickly that Xue Chongqing didn't have time to say anything else. Mei Wutang took a step inside late and staggered when she heard that Xue Zhanqing hadn't gotten out of bed. "Xiao He isn't in Zhanqing's room, so..."
They.
Her expression turned serious, and Mei Wutang shouted, "Oh no." Given how much her husband loved his daughter, if he saw his girl being harmed by Xue Zhanqing, he might even hurt Xue Zhanqing himself. There was no time to worry about the trustworthiness of the Shui family. Mei Wetang rushed upstairs in a panic, afraid that if she was a moment late, someone might get hurt. Zhou Yuping and Shui Chongqing exchanged glances and both exclaimed, "It's over." Even though Mei Wetang hurried as fast as she could, she was still too late. She watched helplessly as her husband approached the closed door, saw him push it open, and was prepared for him to be furious and angry.
But
Feng Debiao seemed frozen like stone, one hand holding the doorframe, the other gripping the doorknob, with a strange expression on his face, and his mouth was so wide it could almost fit an egg. Seeing this, Mei Wetang hurried over. When she saw what was inside the room, she gasped and her eyes widened like bells. The room was in chaos. Shui Zonqing, disheveled, was lying on the bed with his hands behind his back, tied with a woman's belt. Feng Wanhao was sitting on top, still holding the belt, apparently not finished tying it. They were interrupted by the sudden opening of the door, forced to stop what they were doing, and looked at each other in surprise. Silence filled the room, like a quiet night in Kongqiao. Finally, Shui Zonqing called out, "Xiaohe, don't pull so hard, it hurts." This broke the strange silence. Feng Debiao coughed violently, his face turning red, whether from anger or fear. It was hard to tell. Feng Wanhao smiled awkwardly. "If I explain that we're innocent and didn't do anything wrong, the situation you're seeing now is Zonqing teaching me how to tie and untie military ropes.
you
Will believe that, right? And also, I accidentally tied a knot that's too tight. Please, could you help cut it open for him?" The scene was very awkward and suffocating. Feng Debiao remained frozen like stone. Mei Wetang was the first to recover, went downstairs to find a pair of scissors, and hurried to untie the unlucky Shui Zonqing. Mr. and Mrs. Shui Longqing waited downstairs for a long time, but didn't see Feng Debiao perform his lion roar skill. Then they saw Mei Wetang come downstairs with a complicated expression to find scissors. So, the two of them gathered their courage and went upstairs to see what was happening.
but
This might be the most speechless moment in Shui Zonqing's life. As a top soldier, he is very good at escaping from tricky knots. No matter how complicated the tying method, he always finds a way to get free. Unexpectedly, in the hands of a novice like Feng Wanya, who doesn't know how to tie knots, everything went wrong, and he was being watched by others. He even saw his own parents struggling to hold back their smiles. Just as he was about to say, "Give us some face, don't laugh," his mother was already leaning against the wall, laughing loudly and not caring that her son was like a pig ready for slaughter. Shui Longqing was still trying to hold back his laughter. After all, they were men, and he knew that a man's dignity was very important. Someone trained like him wouldn't laugh unless they really couldn't help it. Yes, in the next second, Shui Longqing burst out laughing. Was the humor level 100%? He simply couldn't hold it in. Shui Zonqing was completely speechless. He wailed and buried his face in the bedsheets, letting his mother-in-law come forward to cut the ropes. "Old Feng, look at this." Shui Longqing was laughing happily when he suddenly realized that his father-in-law Feng Debiao wasn't laughing at all. He quickly tried to keep a straight face and pretended to be serious, saying, "The children are grown up now, so." "Old Shui, I'm really sorry." Before Shui Longqing could apologize, Feng Debiao already looked ashamed and spoke. "My daughter is so mischievous. It's my fault as a father for not teaching her well. If you're upset, take it out on me." The meaning was clear. Although his daughter was causing trouble, he as a father still protected her. Even if she did something bad, don't hurt his daughter. So, if you want to settle the score, come at him. "Old Feng, we're not angry at all. No matter what happened, it's Zonqing's fault." Shui Longqing said seriously. Xiaohe said it herself. They are very innocent. They were just playing a knot-tying game. Zonqing can't even untie such a simple knot. He paused and said in a serious tone, "This shows there's still a problem with our training methods. We need to work harder." Feng Debiao was completely stunned. "No, wait, do you really not care about your son's dignity? I was ready to apologize on behalf of my daughter, but now." Feng Debiao felt his face flush with embarrassment. He turned his head to look at his daughter, seeing her clumsily helping Xue Zhanqing tie a rope. Uncertain whether she was anxious or just awkward, she actually squatted on Xue Zhanqing's back to work. Does she trust her own weight? Or does she believe Xue Zhanqing can handle it? Also, you're not married yet, so why are you using such a close and intimate way to untie the rope? For a moment, Feng Debiao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Forget it. Forget it. My spoiled daughter. No matter if she causes trouble, as her father, I have to clean up the mess. The farce finally came to an end. Feng Debiao had long forgotten why he came to see Xue Zhanqing, his old face. At first, he was unhappy about his daughter marrying Xue Zhanqing, but now he thought, better to get her married quickly. With her energy, most men probably wouldn't be able to handle her. He hurried over and hurried away again, not even sitting on the sofa. Feng Wanho was also in a daze. Wait, what kind of expressions are you all making? Why are you looking at me with those eyes?
Ah.
What I just said is all true. It really was Xue Zhanqing teaching me how to tie knots. Looking at the instigator, Xue Zhanqing, with a mournful gaze, Feng Wanho couldn't help but complain. I told you not to try, but you insisted it was fine. Now that the rope is tied, my dad and they came in. Now it's embarrassing, isn't it? Instead of getting angry, Xue Zhanqing, knowing it was a joke, smiled happily. What's so embarrassing about that? What do you call this? Oh, right. Joy in the bridal chamber, right? We close the door and play our own game. It's them who are rude for barging in. He paused, then looked at his parents and said seriously, we must strongly condemn you too. Why didn't you stand guard properly? Hearing this, Zhou Yuping was so angry she laughed. She stepped forward and directly patted Xue Zhanqing's head, laughing and scolding. You can't even do your own business, and you blame gravity? Next to them, Xue Zhanqing looked at Feng Wanho, with a slight smile fading from his face. Wanho, that nodding method you just used. I've never seen it before. As a soldier, especially one skilled with blades, knots are a common tool. Xue Zhanqing usually knew how to tie strong, reliable knots. Plus, Xue Zhanqing, having undergone special training, could untie many extremely tricky knots within a minute. But just now, at first, everyone was confused by the appearance, thinking Feng Wanho and Xue Zhanqing were playing an exciting adult game. Before long, Xue Zhanqing noticed something was off. Feng Wanho is a young girl with no experience or skills. How did she learn such a strange and tricky knot-tying method? When she heard Xue Zhanqing's question, Feng Wanho's eyes flickered slightly. Where did she learn it from? If she said she learned it in a dream, perhaps no one would believe her. But the truth is, late at night, she had a very strange dream. There was no time, no place, and no clear characters. Just a pair of hands holding a rope, tying up another pair of hands with this bizarre method. After a deep silence, the person whose hands were tied sank into the sea. She couldn't see who the other person was, but at that moment, Feng Wanho instinctively called out brother. Suddenly, she woke up from her dream, opening her eyes to see Xue Zhanqing looking at her with concern. She described her dream, and Xue Zhanqing became very curious. He found a belt and asked her to demonstrate on him, trying to recreate the dream scene. And then, Xue Zhanqing made a mistake. Just now, her father had come in and disrupted her thoughts, making it hard for her to consider the hidden meaning behind the dream. Now, when she thought about it again, Feng Wanho felt her heart pounding. She called out brother, which made her wonder, does that mean the person who was and thrown into the sea is one of her brothers? Could this be a sign from heaven? So, the question is, which brother's past life ended with being and sinking into the sea? And who is behind the plot to harm her brother? Feng Wanho slowly recalled the details of her dream. Suddenly, she remembered that on the tied hands, there was a dark red scar. Feng Wanho finally managed to stay awake until night. Waiting for her older brother and second brother to come home, she hurriedly grabbed their hands, trying to find the dark red scar she saw in her dream. Because of years of training and missions, Zhang Yuanhe and Xiang Yan's hands were full of scars, but none of them had the scar she was looking for. She refused to give up and went to Chu Hao's room, pulling her third brother out of his reading to carefully check Chu Hao's hands.
No.
None at all. Xiaohe, what's going on? I heard you invented a strange and tricky knot-tying technique? Xiang Yan is someone who loves to challenge difficult tasks. He doesn't care why his sister is tying up Shui Zhanqing or what she plans to do with him. As long as Xiaohe is happy, she can do whatever she wants. Even if the sky falls, her brothers will support her. Now, he is most interested in the knot that Feng Wanhe used to tie up Shui Zhanqing, the soldier king of Chun City Military District. He must find a way to untie it. All you soldiers have such strange ways of focusing on things. Feng Wanhe feels a bit speechless. Today, both Shui Zhanqing and Uncle Shui went to the army, saying they want to study how to untie that knot properly. Hearing this, Jiang Yuanhe patted his thigh and shouted, "No wonder today Shui Zhanqing's camp was all nervous and gathering together. I tried to go see what was happening several times, but I was chased away." As Shui Zhanqing's brother-in-law, this kid has changed from being respectful to him into someone guarded and alert, making him think they might be plotting something secretive. Turns out it's all about a knot. Chu Hao had already brought a rope and handed it to Feng Wanhe, then offered his hands as props so she could explain to her older and second brothers. A few minutes later, looking at this strange knot tightly tying Chu Hao's wrists, Jiang Yuanhe and Xiang Yan, who were confident earlier, now looked confused. They had never seen this technique before. The two brothers fiddled with it until they had scraped their wrists raw, finally managing to untie the knot. Unless you cut it with a sharp tool. But in special situations, who would have a sharp tool in hand? Xiang Yan said in a deep voice, "We're just helping others untie knots. It's already very difficult. What about self-rescue?" Hearing this, Feng Wanhe's heart suddenly sank. The scene from her dream appeared again, the scarred hand, the familiar figure, and that voice calling brother, all made her heart ache. Xiang Yan noticed his little sister's dazed panic. He smiled, raised his hand, and rubbed Feng Wanhe's head, saying, "You're quite capable, girl. You managed to come up with such a difficult knot tie?" After a moment of silence, he seemed to remember something. He walked to the coat rack by the door, took out a few movie tickets from his bag, and handed them to Feng Wanhe. "I heard there are good movies showing recently. You should go watch them with Haozi and the others later." He paused and then emphasized with a smile, "Don't bring Shui Zhanqing. That kid dared to keep secrets from me today, and as his brother-in-law, I'm very upset." Feng Wanhe couldn't help but chuckle at his words. Since everyone was free, Feng Wanhe and her three brothers chatted happily, and her worries slowly faded away. Even though the nightmare still lingered in her mind, she didn't feel as panicked anymore. The main problem was still that unbreakable knot. If they find a way to untie the ropes, no matter which brother is trapped, they can all escape and survive. So, when Shui Zhanqing came to pick Feng Wanhe up, she stared at him fiercely. "I heard you're keeping secrets from my brothers?" Not willing to teach them how to untie the ropes. Faced with Feng Wanhe's questioning, Shui Zhanqing felt a bit guilty and nervous. He cleared his throat, forced a smile, and looked at his shameless brothers who were tattling. Isn't it strange for men to complain about this in front of women? Don't they care about their dignity? But is this the time to blame each other? It's not a secret. I just haven't had the chance to tell them yet. Besides, I can't keep secrets from my brothers, even if I hide things from others. Shui Zhanqing spoke confidently, pounding his chest loudly, not caring that Yanzheng was looking at him with a mocking gaze. Compared to the disdainful looks from his brothers-in-law, he's more worried about making his wife angry. Since you're not hiding anything, and now that all the brothers are here, teach them how to untie the ropes. Feng Wanhe insisted firmly, "If you refuse, it means you're suspicious of me and our Feng family. You don't trust us." With such a heavy accusation, Shui Zhanqing felt overwhelmed.
Wow.
His wife's ability to make accusations is impressive. Honestly, she's just like her future mother-in-law, and it's quite eye-opening. And he didn't plan to keep this skill to himself. So, Shui Zhanqing honestly taught Jiang Yuanhe and Xiang Yan the method he just developed for untying ropes. Chu Hao watched from the side, not planning to learn at all. "Come on, third brother, why are you just standing there?" Hurry up and learn. Seeing his third brother's blank expression, Feng Wanhe raised her voice. Chu Hao chuckled and said, I'm not in the army. I don't do combat training. I'm just learning for fun. Okay, little sister, I'll learn. Originally, Chu Hao wanted to refuse. But under Feng Wanhe's fierce gaze, he reluctantly admitted defeat, quietly moved closer to Xue Zhancheng, and listened. While teaching his brothers-in-law, Xue Zhancheng secretly laughed at Chu Hao. You know how fierce your sister is, and yet you still argue with her? Are you asking to get into trouble? Hearing this, the three Feng brothers were unhappy, especially Jiang Yuanhe, who almost pounded the table and jumped up.
What?
What did Xue Zhancheng just say? He dares to say my little sister is fierce? Our little sister is clearly a delicate young lady who can't carry a load or take care of herself. Those who know the times are wise. Xue Zhancheng quickly realized something was wrong and hurriedly changed his tone to admit his mistake.
Ba, ba, ba.
What am I saying with my bad luck? Xiaohe is the gentlest, quietest, kindest, and most well-behaved girl in the world. Trying hard to recall the few adjectives he knew, Xue Zhancheng smiled very flatteringly, clearly showing he was someone who flattered the soft and feared the hard, a skilled and adaptable person. Next to him, Feng Wanhe watched as Xue Zhancheng was pushed to the ground and rubbed roughly by his three brothers. She was so happy she couldn't help but giggle. You little girl. Xue Zhancheng looked helpless and spoiled. He smiled and said, although I don't like being forced down by others, if the one who presses me down is you, I feel very happy and enjoy it a lot. At first, this didn't seem wrong, but Feng Wanhe paused and then suddenly felt something was off. She suspected that Xue Zhancheng was joking, but she had no proof. After that night, Feng Wanhe didn't have any more nightmares. She kept the matter of Jiang Yinsi in her heart and planned to find the right time to visit again, hoping to find some clues. As days passed, more classmates received their university acceptance letters. Feng Wanhe was also waiting eagerly. Whether it was her, Chu Hao, or Xue Zhancheng, even if just one of the three received an acceptance letter, she would feel comforted. Because of this, the Feng family even asked the Xue family to delay their visit to propose marriage, just waiting for the acceptance letters to arrive so they could celebrate together happily. But unexpectedly, the first university acceptance letter she saw was from the one she least wanted to see. On a hot afternoon, Feng Wanhe sat in front of the fan, turning it to the maximum to cool air. This child just finished eating and is sweaty. Blowing on the fan might cause her to catch a cold. Lei Shuxian looked at Feng Wanhe's flushed cheeks from the heat, feeling a little worried. She turned to her husband and instructed him. I heard there's a cooler machine now called air conditioning. She wiped the sweat from Feng Wanhe's forehead and said, you should find out where to buy one. Let's install it in the living room and Xiaohe's room so she can stay comfortable during summer. Xue Weisong happily agreed and immediately made a call to inquire about air conditioners. As someone who had lived through a second life, Feng Wanhe naturally knew about air conditioning. At this time, air conditioners were still quite expensive and not common household appliances. Not only was the device itself costly, but the monthly electricity bill was also a significant expense. Grandma, there's no need to buy an air conditioner. Just using a fan is enough. Feng Wanhe hurriedly refused. Then Lei Shuxian smiled and said, don't worry about it. Just enjoy yourself when the time comes. Xue Weisong, after finishing his call, also smiled and joked. Your grandma has always been very bossy and controlling. When she says one, no one dares to say two. If she wants an air conditioner, we'll sell everything we have to buy it. Hearing this, Lei Shuxian laughed and scolded. So, am I like a fierce tiger in your eyes? She pouted and sighed, then complained to Feng Wanhe. Look at you, Xiaohe. This is what men are like. When they need you, they sweet-talk you and call you their precious. When they don't, they turn into fierce tigers and shrews. Feng Wanhe was amused and patted Lei Shuxian's arm to flatter her. Grandma is not a fierce tiger or shrew. In my heart, Grandma is the gentlest and kindest little fairy in the world. The word little fairy made Lei Shuxian and Xue Weisong laugh happily. especially Shui Wei-song, who strongly agreed with Feng Wanhe. He looked at his wife and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, even when you're in your 70s or 80s, in my heart, you're still the most beautiful little fairy." Just as they were laughing and joking, there was a knocking sound at the door. Shui Chongqing and Shui Zhongqing had gone to work, and Zhou Yuping was out buying groceries. So, Feng Wanhe reluctantly left the fan and ran to open the door. When she saw Lu Daho standing at the door, holding an acceptance letter, she raised an eyebrow. "Hello, Sister Xiao He." Lu Daho's smile was a bit stiff, but she quickly adjusted her mood. She held the acceptance letter higher and said with a smile, "I received my acceptance letter. I came to share the good news with Uncle and Auntie." Without waiting to see if Feng Wanhe made way, she sidestepped and squeezed inside. "Who told you to come in?" Lei Shuxian also arrived at some point and saw Lu Daho entering without invitation. Her expression became much more serious. Xiao He is Zhang Cheng's fiancée and the future lady of the Shui family. Her words are as important as mine. If she didn't invite you in, you should just stand quietly at the door. Although Lei Shuxian was gentle and friendly when chatting with Feng Wanhe, she was actually very bossy and controlling. She was known for being strict and decisive. She scolded Lu Daho with a stern face, making Feng Wanhe a little nervous. Lu Daho shyly retreated to the door, trying hard to smile. She said, "Sorry, I was just too excited. When I received the admission letter, my first reaction was to come share the good news." She handed the admission letter to Lei Shuxian. "Grandma, look. I got accepted to the School of Economics at Chongqing University." Lei Shuxian didn't take the letter or even glance at it. "You got into which university? That's your good fortune, but it has nothing to do with our family. If you have nothing else to do, go back." After speaking, Lei Shuxian held Feng Wanhe's hand. "Let's go, Wanhe. We'll go home and continue to enjoy the fan. It's so hot today." Seeing the cold, even harsh attitude of the old lady from the Shui family, and then her gentle love for Wanhe, Lu Daho felt full of jealousy. Does this old woman even know what hot weather is? I took a half-hour bus ride and then walked 20 minutes in the blazing sun to get here, and now you won't even let me in?
Why?
I am a student at Chongqing University. Anger and frustration welled up inside her. Lu Daho clenched her fists and smiled as she spoke. "Little sister Wanhe, what about you? I heard that now anyone who gets into college has already received their admission letter. You should have received yours too, right? Can I see it?" Seeing Wanhe remain silent, Lu Daho smiled again.
Oh.
"You haven't received it yet? Well, maybe. But it's okay. You can choose to repeat the year." Sigh. Repeating a year doesn't guarantee you'll get in. Getting into college isn't just about having money. This remark hit Wanhe's most vulnerable spot. In her past and present life, going to college was her biggest hope. She had been waiting eagerly, feeling nervous and anxious. But what was the result? Lu Daho proudly held her acceptance letter, standing in front of her, showing off. It was like a heavy stone pressing down on her heart. Is it others' fault? No, it's not. If anyone is to blame, it's only herself for being too stupid and naive, lacking the ability to get good grades. But she didn't want Lu Daho to see her weakness. So she smiled and said, "Yes, if I don't get into college, I can only spend my time in the arts troupe or the mechanical unit." Thinking about it is pointless, right? Now Lu Daho looked like she'd eaten something sour. The arts troupe and mechanical unit, these are places many girls dream of. For someone like her, with her background, it's impossible to even get close to these places. But Wanhe was willing to settle for such sacred and noble places as backup options? At some point, Zhou Yuping was standing in the yard holding a basket of vegetables, looking very upset. Who doesn't know how anxious and nervous Feng Wanhe is waiting for her university acceptance letter? Recently, both families have been trying their best to make Feng Wanhe happy. They finally managed to help her relax a little, but then Lu Daho came to provoke and show off again. Zhou Yuping truly dislikes Lu Daho from the bottom of her heart. She coldly stepped forward, blocking Feng Wanhe, and looked at Lu Daho with a stern expression. Our little he considers going to university, just a joke. If she gets in, everyone will be happy. If not, it won't change how much we like her. Even if little he is illiterate, she can't compare to the love Qing City has for her. Zhou Yuping stared at Lu Daho and said sharply, "Those who show kindness are often proud, but I've never seen someone who has received kindness become so arrogant and pushy. Do you really think our family is a charity organization? Even if you get into Qingbei University, it has nothing to do with us. If you dare to come again, don't blame me for being rude." Lu Daho thought that families like the Shui family, who are powerful and influential, would at least pretend to be friendly to her for the sake of face, even if they didn't like her. She didn't care what they thought. She just wanted a good opportunity to blend into high society and become part of the upper class. But Zhou Yuping and Lei Shuxian refused to pretend at all. They were angry and stern because they wanted to protect Feng Wanhe. Why should they treat her this way? Thinking this, Lu Daho clenched her fists tightly. Does the Shui family like Feng Wanhe? Then she wouldn't let Feng Wanhe marry into the Shui family smoothly, preventing lovers from being together. Does the Shui family dislike her? Then she would stubbornly try to marry into the Shui family, even if it was a futile effort, and face them every day. She vowed to repay the insults from Lei Shuxian and Zhou Yuping someday, with double the strength. With such intense resentment, Lu Daho started to walk away. When she reached the gate of the military district compound, she saw a mail carrier outside. After talking to the sentry, who looked very happy, the sentry hurried to make a call from the guard post. Lu Daho's heart skipped a beat. She took a few steps back and hid in an inconspicuous spot. Soon, a group of people rushed from the direction of the small villa, several men and women, even a pregnant woman with a big belly.
What?
Little He and Chu Hao's acceptance letters arrived together? Is that true? The pregnant woman, supported by a young man, hurried over, speaking loudly as she walked. Lu Dai did not recognize these people, but he vaguely guessed they were all members of Feng Wanhe's family. Yes, he was right. The visitors were indeed Feng's family members who had received a call from the sentry. Feng Debiao, Mei Wetang, Wang Shengnian, Bao Yu, and Chu Hao, who was walking with a cane and rushing over, were present. Among them, Feng Debiao ran the fastest. He was no longer the calm and serious man he used to be. Even when the sentry saluted him and said, "Hello, Commander," he was smiling so broadly he couldn't close his mouth. He returned the salute, then walked over to the mailman, rubbing his hands. "We are the parents of Feng Wanhe and Chu Hao. We have their admission notices." The mailman was about 40 years old. Every year at this time, he delivered admission notices to students. He rarely came to this military district compound. He had heard that most children here were from powerful families, the children of Red's second and third generations, many spoiled brats, and very few who studied seriously for college. But this time, he was delivering notices to 3 children from different military district compounds, something he had never done before. The mailman was very excited. He said, "We need to deliver the notices directly to the children. May I ask where they are?"
Chu Hao.
Chu Hao, come over. Feng Debiao pulled Chu Hao to his side and smiled, saying, "Chu Hao, my third son." When the mailman heard Chu Hao's name, he exclaimed, "Oh, I've heard about him. He's the top scorer in the college entrance exam in our spring city. Everyone thought he would apply to the best universities like Qingbei, but he chose a military school instead, wasting his high score." The mailman looked for Chu Hao's notice in his bag while speaking. "People say he's foolish, but I think he's promising. A real man should serve his country, and he's doing the right thing." With respect and admiration, the mailman handed the notice to Chu Hao with both hands. "Young man, you have a bright future." This was undoubtedly the highest praise Chu Hao could receive. Chu Hao took the notice with both hands and bowed deeply to the mailman. Feng watched his son holding the envelope, and Feng Debiao hurriedly urged, "Quick, open it and let Dad see." "Oh, when your sister got into college, I was away on duty." He had missed witnessing his eldest daughter's most important moment in life, which had always been a regret for Feng Debiao. Now, he wanted to make up for it no matter what. Wait a moment. Let's wait until Xiao He and John Ping receive their notices. then we'll open them together. Xu Hao looked up and saw Feng Wanhe and Zhou Yuping supporting Lei Xuyan and Xue Weisong as they rushed over from inside. Oh, I told Xiao He to come out first to receive the admission notice, but she refused, saying she wanted to share this important moment in life with us old folks. Lei Xuxian panted and said, "My girl cares about us two old folks, so I guess we haven't spoiled her in vain." Xue Weisong urged Feng Wanhua, "Hurry, girl. Go get your admission letter. This is a big deal." Hearing this, Feng Wanhua bit her lip and smiled, then walked politely to the mail carrier and greeted him warmly. "Hello, uncle." The mail carrier had already found her admission letter. When Feng Wanhua took the light yet heavy envelope and heard the mail carrier say, "Congratulations on getting into university," her restless heart finally calmed down. She wasn't sure if she was excited, happy, or if she felt she had made a life decision. Tears welled up in Feng Wanhua's eyes. Looking up at her joyful parents, she almost couldn't speak. Good girl. Feng Debiao remembered the hardships his daughter endured before the exams, her stubbornness, and now, seeing her holding the admission letter, he felt very proud and satisfied. He stepped forward and gently hugged his most beloved daughter, patting her back softly. No words were needed. Just a warm hug was enough. Nearby, Lu Daho watched everything clearly. She was jealous of Feng Wanhua's background in the military compound, jealous of her being loved so much, and even more jealous of her. She stopped thinking further, because Lu Daho saw a figure rushing from afar. It was Xue Zhancheng. He was soaked in sweat from his training uniform, and his face was beaming with joy. Feng Wanhua also saw Xue Zhancheng coming. She jumped up and smiled at him, waving the envelope of her admission letter loudly. "Zhancheng, I got in. I got into university." She almost didn't wait for him to run over. Instead, she ran straight toward him. In the middle of the road, Xue Zhancheng opened his arms, his eyes full of tenderness and love, welcoming Feng Wanhua. She screamed happily and threw herself into his arms, shouting, "I got in." Then, her waist was embraced by Xue Zhancheng, and her feet lifted off the ground as he spun her around, like a butterfly fluttering. Her skirt flew up, and her laughter carried on the summer breeze, drifting far away. Next to them, Zhou Yuping and Mei Yuetang watched the beautiful scene of the two children celebrating together, smiling happily. "Now, we can finally go propose marriage, right?" "Yes, we can. Tomorrow is the day to pick up the letters." "Oh, my girl has grown up so much. Her heart is wild now, and I can't hold her back. I simply can't keep her." Sunlight filters softly through the branches of the plane trees, like angels breaking a crystal ball and scattering happy fragments all over the ground. Jiang Yuanhe and Xiang Yan also heard that their younger siblings received admission notices. They hurried back excitedly and just saw Xue Zhancheng hugging Feng Wanhe.
Hey.
"Xue Zhancheng, you need to control yourself." Seeing his beloved little sister in Xue Zhancheng's arms, Jiang Yuanhe frowned and stepped forward, pulling Feng Wanhe behind him. "Xiaohe, you can't let love blind you. Let me tell you, Xue Zhancheng is a tricky guy." Hearing this, Xue Zhancheng couldn't help but laugh and cry. "No, Jiang Yuanhe, can't you just? What do you want me to call you? Give me a chance, and you can start over." Jiang Yuanhe pointed at Xue Zhancheng and shouted loudly, with a very bossy and arrogant tone, completely ignoring any hierarchy. "What can I do? Who made Xue Zhancheng like Feng Wanhe? And who is Feng Wanhe?" "Jiang Yuanhe's sister." So, Xue Zhancheng obediently changed his words. "Big brother-in-law, you can't take revenge just because we lost your camp in the morning competition. You can't take your frustration out on me." Xue Zhancheng sighed sadly. "I've told you many times, let you come to our camp, I'll take care of you. Get lost." Jiang Yuanhe snorted coldly, pulling the giggling Feng Wanhe back to his parents. Zhu Hao is also very good. Xiang Yan patted his younger brother's shoulder, full of praise. "Quick, open the envelope and let's all see." Feng Wanhe looked around and said, "Where is Zhanping? Why isn't Zhanping here?" The mailman just said Zhanping also received an admission letter. Hearing this, Feng Debiao looked at Xue Chongqing, who had just returned home. Old Shui, did you perhaps call the post office? That's why all three kids' letters arrived on the same day. Feng Debiao, who knows Shui Chongqing best, guessed the answer quickly. The three kids aren't going to the same university, so their letters wouldn't arrive on the same day. Shui Chongqing smiled and said, I have an old friend working in the postal system. Since Zhu Hao and Zhanping are both in military school, their letters are sent early. To consider Wanhera's feelings, I took the initiative. And delivering all three on the same day is pretty good. Avoid celebrating 3 times and setting off 3 fireworks, which pollutes the environment. When he said this, everyone laughed. Feng Wanha's eyes are filled with emotion. The concern from the Shui and Feng families for her has never been superficial. It's like gentle spring rain, quietly nourishing her heart and giving her the warmest love in the world. Don't bother with Shui Zhanping anymore. He's probably at the billiard hall again. Zhou Yuping looked around impatiently and said, hurry up and start school. Let that kid stand straight and toughen up his temper. Shui Zhanping was still not back. The mailman hesitated whether to hand the admission letter to the family or wait for the person involved. Suddenly, Shui Zhanping burst in, sweating profusely, almost losing his shoes. He was in a smoky billiard hall, playing fiercely. Some friends from the big courtyard came in, looking at him with surprised eyes. Wow, Zhanping, do you still have time to play billiards? The mailman is here, bringing your admission letter. Hearing this, he threw down his cue and asked, is it Xiaohua's admission letter? When he got a positive answer, Shui Zhanping ran back excitedly, like the monkey from the popular myth drama. Now he was already in front of Feng Wanha. Xiaohua, did you get in? Feng Wanha waved the unopened admission letter. Seeing this, Shui Zhanping was so happy he jumped up and shouted, great. That's so great. The mailman nearby thought this kid was a bit strange. Hey, kid, wake up. Why are you so excited for someone else? You also have an admission letter. Why aren't you happy for yourself? Finally, Feng Wanha reminded him again, and Shui Zhanping remembered he also had an admission letter. Zhou Yuping had already prepared a red envelope for the mailman. After sending off the mailman, Shui Zhanping urged Feng Wanha to open the letter. When the admission letter was taken out of the envelope, Feng Wanha's hands trembled slightly. She read the contents of the letter carefully, word by word. Everyone clapped, and even Shui Zhanping picked Feng Wanha up again, laughing as he spun her around several times. In a corner nearby, Lu Daho watched Feng Wanha, who was surrounded by admiration, and saw Shui Zhanping and Feng Wanha embracing warmly. Her heart was full of jealousy. Feng Wanha only got into a second-tier university, a farming college with no future, yet she received so much praise and love. And what about her? After 10 years of hard study, she finally got into a first-tier university, but there was no applause or joy, only her father's cold and indifferent warning over the phone. Make sure to get Shui Zhanping soon, so you can bring me and your brother to the city to enjoy life. Remember this, a woman's most powerful weapon is her body. To be a top person, you must be willing to take risks. Why is Feng Wanha so loved? Why does she have to suffer so much? She studies better than Feng Wanha, she is more kind and virtuous, and she is more suitable to be a top person in this military compound. Why does heaven have no eyes? Why was she born in a remote, poor mountain village and spent 18 years as a dirty, poor farmer? Jealousy churns inside Lu Dea, making her grip the tree trunk tightly, even digging her nails deep into the bark. Meanwhile, Feng Debiao is waving his hand and shouting, quick, Yuanhe, bring out the firecrackers. Your younger brother and sister both got into college, and everyone in the neighborhood should know this good news. Jiang Yuanhe and Xiang Yan immediately obey the leader's order and rush home to get the firecrackers. Chu Hao and Shui Zhanping also open their acceptance letters and show them to everyone. Many neighbors hear the commotion and come over to congratulate, offering red envelopes and even trying to give them to Feng Wanha. She can't resist the neighbors' enthusiasm and finally accepts the red envelopes. Shui Zhanping bows and thanks them, causing more teasing among the neighbors. This young couple is quite in sync. In the future, little he will manage the household and money. I think Zoncheng is following his father's example, definitely a wife-controlled husband. Hearing this, Xue Chongqing isn't angry, but even smiles proudly. Our soldiers are best at following orders, right? My wife's words are also commands, and I must obey. He pauses and teases the neighbor who just made the joke. Old Du, you have the nerve to joke about me being wife-controlled? Do you think I don't know? Last night, you were punished to kneel all night because you hid your secret savings. As soon as he says this, everyone laughs. The officer called Old Du blushes and points at Xue Chongqing, laughing and scolding. How could I say there was noise in my yard last night? I thought it was a wild dog. Turns out, it was you eavesdropping. That night, Feng Wanhe felt that the Xue family was acting a little strange. They seemed to be plotting something and didn't want her to know. Even Xue Zonqing stayed in the room with her, as if afraid she might overhear. Little he, don't look at me like that. We're on the same side. If I knew what they were planning, I would tell you. In Feng Wanhe's curious gaze, Xue Zhanqing felt a little nervous. But he really believed he was innocent. After dinner, his mother gave him a task, to stay in the bedroom with Xiao He and not go downstairs no matter what. He asked what it was about, but his mother only responded with a big eye roll. Feng Wanhe huffed softly, but secretly, she could guess a little, since she stayed at the Xue house every day, and her grandma and Aunt Zhou always told her everything. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she tilted her head to look at Xue Zhanqing, feeling happy inside. Silly girl. Seeing Feng Wanhe's silly smile, Xue Zhanqing gently tousled her hair. I promise I won't go downstairs. You go to your folding bed and sleep. I'm going to take a shower. Feng Wanhe was quite straightforward in telling him to leave, her no-nonsense look making Xue Zhanqing smile. He deliberately lingered, even boldly lying on the bed, saying, I'm not leaving. This is my room, and I'm sleeping here tonight. Feng Wanhe looked especially pretty when she was shy and angry. Her small face, like a red cherry, always made people want to nibble on her. Xue Zhanqing loved her blushing cheeks and her stamping feet when she said you're annoying. So, he teased her on purpose, wanting to see her face turn red with embarrassment. Seeing the man lying in her sleeping space, Feng Wanhe's face turned a little red. But when she saw the mischievous smile at the corner of Xue Zhanqing's mouth, her eyes sparkled with mischief, and she grinned wickedly. Are you really not leaving? Feng Wanhe stepped back a few paces, keeping a safe distance from Xue Zhanqing. I'm really not leaving. I want to stay here. What can you do to me? Xue Zhanqing acted shamelessly, even deliberately wrinkling the bed sheets. If you won't leave, then I won't either. You can keep lying there. I'm going to take off my clothes and shower. As she spoke, Feng Wanhe raised her hand, pretending to unbutton her shirt. When she unfastened the top button, Xue Zhanqing's blood suddenly started rushing faster. His throat went dry, and he kept swallowing saliva, trying to moisten his dry mouth and tongue. But Feng Wanhe seemed to care nothing at all. Her hand continued to move downward, unbuttoning the second button. Her shirt slightly opened, revealing her delicate collarbone, a light pink vest, and a tiny mole just below her collarbone. A breeze from the window blew in, carrying Feng Wanhe's unique fragrance, which entered his nose and stirred his restless heart. Deep inside, a mischievous voice was shouting and encouraging him. Go, kiss her. Hug her. Pounce on her. Follow your heart and take what you desire, without hesitation. Xue Zhanqing suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with excitement, like a hungry wolf ready to pounce and tear apart the thin fabric. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Feng Wanhe couldn't help but swallow hard, but finally, she showed a teasing smile. Her fingers moved lower, intending to unbutton the third button. Once the third button was undone, it would reveal Feng Wanhe's most delicate secret to Xue Zhanqing. Two voices fought in Xue Zhanqing's mind. One shouted, Don't go, move forward, follow your heart, and make the girl you love yours. The other tried to cool him down. Turn away. If you love her, give her the greatest respect and don't hurt her. After a brief silence, Xue Zhanqing suddenly turned around, like a defeated soldier fleeing the battlefield, hurriedly and clumsily leaving the room. Behind him, Feng Wanha's proud and confident laughter echoed. I knew this trick would work. Xue Zhanqing, you lost. Through the door, Xue Zhanqing's breathing was quick and hot. His heart was pounding, and in his mind, he still saw that pure white scene and that tiny mole. You little girl, aren't you afraid I might lose control and really tease you? Leaning his forehead against the door, Xue Zhanqing said helplessly, his voice hoarse. On the other side, Feng Wanha giggled sweetly. I believe you wouldn't hurt me because you're not just anyone. You are Xue Zhanqing. This comment made Xue Zhanqing both amused and helpless. Looks like you still don't understand men very well, Xiaohe. You have no idea how dangerous your actions just now were. If he hadn't had strong self-control, and if he didn't love Feng Wanha deeply, he might have lost himself completely in that moment, rushing to take her without care. In the bedroom, Feng Wanha leaned against the door, her heart pounding wildly, cheeks flushed. At first, she just wanted to tease Xue Zhanqing. Even when she unbuttoned the first button, she was proud and carefree. But when she unbuttoned the second and saw the intense, burning look in his eyes, her heart suddenly fluttered. She clearly saw the passion and madness that only a mature man could have. In that moment, she was truly afraid he might come over and kiss her. But then she thought again and decided it was okay. They would be together eventually, so doing something happy now didn't seem so bad. With this thought in mind, Feng Wanha decided to go all out. She had even decided that if Xue Zhanqing hadn't left by the time she unbuttoned the third button, she would take the initiative to step forward and offer herself to him. But then he ran away. She couldn't quite describe how she felt, like a breath of relief mixed with some regret and sadness. That night, both Feng Wanha and Xue Zhanqing didn't sleep well. They woke up very early. At 5 in the morning, Feng Wanha was standing at the window, staring absent-mindedly, when she saw Xue Zhanqing secretly washing sheets and underwear in the yard. After breakfast, Mei Wetang came over personally, saying there was something at home and asking Feng Wanha to go back. Seeing her mother and Aunt Zhou exchanging knowing glances, Feng Wanha felt like laughing. But she didn't say anything, pretending she didn't notice, and obediently followed her mother home. The house was very clean. On the coffee table, there was a fruit platter, snacks, and clean teacups, along with fine tea leaves that her father usually didn't drink. Wang Shengnan, pregnant, was busy in the living room, occasionally glancing at her younger sister with a full smile. Big sister, is there some big event at home? Following her usual act of pretending to be innocent, Feng Wanha asked with a confused and innocent look. Wang Shengnan saw through her sister's cleverness and couldn't help but laugh. She stepped forward, gently pinched Feng Wanha's nose, and said with a smile, still pretending, You're always hanging around the Xue family, eating and drinking, and you don't know if there's something big happening? Caught by her older sister, Feng Wanha chuckled softly. Foolish girl, what are you standing there for? The marriage proposal team is about to arrive. Shouldn't you change into a nice outfit? Don't you want to charm Xue Zhanqing to death? Yes, the Xue family was coming to propose marriage. Feng Wanha thought it was just a formality, since her family was so close to the Xue family and her relationship with Xue Zhanqing was already so intimate. But when she saw the matchmaker, the bride price, and the Xue family arriving in their finest clothes, she was still surprised. Was it really necessary to be so formal? They even hired a matchmaker? The matchmaker was Sheng Guangyu, a political commissar of the military district, at the same level as Feng Dexiao, and one of the most important figures in the military district. He was dressed in a military uniform, sitting on the sofa, smiling as he said, I've never been a matchmaker in my life. Old Xue is just rushing into this, really putting me in a tough spot. Who told you that you're the best friend of old Feng? If you take charge of this, the chances of success will be doubled or more. Xue Chongqing smiled, clearly very familiar with Sheng Guangyu. Old Xue, if you say that, you're basically insulting me. Everyone in the neighborhood, and even the military district knows that you, Xue Chongqing, and Feng Debiao came from the same tough situation. Your bond is deeper than mine. Sheng Guangyu waved his hand, clearly aware of his own status. This made Feng Debiao laugh and scold him playfully. What do you mean I have a close relationship with him? Sheng, don't talk nonsense. Honestly, I have the best relationship with my wife. Everyone in the living room chuckled happily. Sheng Guangyu rubbed his hands and said, "Oh, you guys don't need me to be the matchmaker. Just look at these two kids. You can tell everything from just watching them." Everyone looked out the window and saw Feng Wanhua and Xue Zhanqing under the grape arbor in the yard, whispering and giggling happily. They didn't know what Feng Zhanqing said to Feng Wanhua, but she blushed and playfully punched him on the back a few times. Xue Weisong waved his hand and said, "They get along well. That's Xue Zhanqing's good fortune. As adults, we shouldn't treat Wanhua badly just because of that." Lai Shuxian picked up from her husband's words and said, "That's right. Because Wanhua is such a sensible girl, we need to pay more attention. We should give her enough respect and dignity and marry her off properly and happily." Throughout history, the relationship between a wife and her in-laws has always been delicate. Often, it feels like a tug-of-war. Who is more understanding and willing to compromise often ends up at a disadvantage. For example, if a wife is well-educated, obedient, and sensible, the in-laws might start to take her for granted and bully her. But if the in-laws are tolerant and loving, the wife might become spoiled and domineering at home. Everything has a limit, but knowing that limit is very difficult. Sheng Guangyu took out a gift list from his bag and handed it to Feng Debiao and his wife, saying, "This is the bride price list from the Xue family. Take a look. If you're not satisfied with anything, just tell me, the matchmaker." Before coming to the Feng family, Xue Chongqing had emphasized that, no matter what Feng family asks for, we will agree. It was clear that the Xue family was very happy with Wanhua as their future daughter-in-law. Feng Debiao quickly glanced at the bride price list, his eyebrows slightly furrowing. He didn't say anything and handed the list to Mei Yueteng. Mei Yueteng didn't even look at it and simply called out loudly, "Wanhua, Wanhua, come in." Soon after, Feng Wanhua and Xue Zhanqing entered the living room one after the other. "This is the bride price list from the Xue family. Take a look and tell me what you think." This matter shouldn't really concern Feng Wanhua. She and Xue Zhanqing are mutually willing, both loving each other. The rest of the process only requires the adults on both sides to handle it. Feng Wanhua was a bit confused and stood there not knowing what to do. It was Xue Zhanqing who pushed her gently and smiled, saying, "Go take a look. If you're not satisfied, we can prepare better." Only then did Feng Wanhua accept the list of bride price. When she saw the first item, 100,000 yuan in cash, her eyelids twitched. What does 100,000 yuan really mean? Take her older brother Jiang Yuanhe as an example. He only got a salary increase last month with a monthly allowance of just over 300 yuan. Plus various subsidies, his annual income is barely 5,000 yuan. That means he would have to work for 20 years without eating or drinking to earn enough for a bride price. Feng Wanhua knew the Xue family well. Uncle Xue is honest and fair and would never do anything against the rules. Aunt Zhou is also a principled person. Their family has savings over the years, but to suddenly take out 100,000 yuan all at once. It must be that the elders on both sides have used their retirement savings to contribute. And this 100,000 yuan in cash is only part of the bride price. Gold jewelry set, a 120 square meter apartment, a car. Each item on the list is valuable, representing wealth that ordinary people might never acquire in their lifetime. Clearly, the Xue family is giving almost all their assets to marry her. This sincerity moved Feng Wanhua so much, she almost cried. But because of their sincerity, she couldn't be greedy or selfish. She returned the list to her mother, nodded, then shook her head. Mei Yueteng immediately understood. First of all, we are very satisfied with this marriage proposal. I can say now that we agree to this marriage. Mei Yueteng smiled and returned the bride price list to Sheng Guangyu. But we will not accept this bride price. Hearing this, the Xue family became anxious. Xue Chongqing said, "Since we agreed to the marriage, how can we not accept the bride price? Right? Since ancient times, the 3 letters, 6 rights for engagements and 5 gold items have been the proper way to marry. That's old-fashioned. We're in a new society now, and that tradition isn't popular anymore. Feng de Biao waved his hand and said, "We're giving away our daughter, not selling her. Our party and army do not allow such corrupt and extravagant customs. We prefer simplicity." Before Xue Chongqing could speak, Feng de Biao interrupted. "No need for a car or house. When my daughter marries into the Xue family, she will bring her own car and house. Sometimes, it's better to rely on oneself than to seek help from others. Only when the bride's family is strong enough can the woman hold her head high and stand tall. This helps keep the marriage equal and peaceful. The idea that families should be well-matched is not without reason. Love is between two people, but marriage involves two families competing and balancing each other. Only when both sides are evenly matched can the marriage stay in a delicate balance." The woman agrees to marry and doesn't ask for any bride price. For most men's families, this is a big advantage, something many men can only dream of. However, the Xue family is not the type to take advantage of others. Xue Chongqing also kept a calm smile and said, "Old Feng, this isn't how you should do things. What are you doing? Looking down on me? Old Xue, what are you doing now? Oh, you're asking for a big bride price. What's the meaning of that? Do you respect me?" Feng de Biao slammed the table, losing his temper. The friendly atmosphere of the discussion suddenly turned tense, leaving the matchmaker Sheng Guangyu looking confused. Have you ever seen a groom get angry because the bride asked for too much? Or a bride refused to marry because the groom was too stingy? But I've never seen such strange arguments between two families. The bride thinks that asking for too much bride price shows disrespect, while the groom thinks refusing to pay shows contempt. If everyone had the same understanding as these two families, harmony in society could be achieved very quickly. Seeing that the fathers from both families were about to fight, Sheng Guangyu couldn't help but act like a military officer and slammed the table hard. "Quiet. Both of you, shut up." Although Sheng Guangyu and Feng de Biao are of the same rank in the army, the commander still listens to the political officer. So, Feng de Biao and Xue Chongqing both kept quiet. Basically, neither of you is short of money. Since that's the case, I have a solution for you. Sheng Guangyu said, "The 10,000 yuan in cash will be taken by the Xue family. Everyone knows the situation, so there's no need to touch the elders' retirement money." This made Feng de Biao very happy. He clapped his thigh and said with a smile, "Yes, Big Sheng understands the truth." Sheng Guangyu then looked at the unhappy Xue Chongqing and added, "As for the house and car, after the marriage, they will be transferred to the couple's names and considered their private property." Xue Chongqing's expression softened a little. Taking the opportunity, Sheng Guangyu said, "Old Feng also said that when the children get married, they should have a dowry car and house, all given directly to the young couple, with no interference from the elders of either family. That is a good idea. Our children's small home is more comfortable, and they can live more easily. As parents, isn't that what we hope for?" Seeing that Xue Chongqing and Feng de Biao didn't seem convinced and wanted to argue further, Sheng Guangyu didn't give them a chance. "Xiao He Zhancheng, do you think my plan is okay?" Actually, according to Feng Wanhe's wishes, she didn't want any bride price from the Xue family. But if she refused everything, it might upset Uncle Xue and Aunt Zhou. So she nodded and smiled, saying, "I think it's fine. I'll listen to Uncle Sheng." Xue Zhancheng always follows his wife's wishes. If his wife asks him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. If she asks him to nod, he wouldn't dare shake his head. Xue Zhancheng smiled and said, "I listen to Xiaohe. Whatever Xiaohe says, that's what I do." This made Sheng Guangyu laugh. "You, young man, are fearless in the army, but at home, you're more timid than a mouse in front of your wife." With both hands spread out, Xue Zhancheng shamelessly laughed. "No choice. Fearing my wife is our family's good tradition." "Yes, it's a tradition. Can't forget the roots." Everyone laughed. With Sheng Guangyu's mediation, the marriage was quickly agreed upon. First, we'll have an engagement to confirm the relationship between the two children. After Xiaohe graduates from university, we'll discuss the wedding based on their situation. Sheng Guangyu paused and added, "I'll also add a private condition. If either side changes their mind halfway, the other should not cling. After all, marriage can be divorced. Actually, Sheng Guanyu wanted to say that since the children are still young and life is unpredictable, what if they meet someone better? It's not a feudal society. There's no need to sacrifice a short, precious life for strict rules. Xue Zhanqing's eyes were firm. He said seriously, I will respect Xiao He's wishes, but I can declare in front of many elders now that my love for Xiao He is unbreakable and lifelong. The implication was that if Feng Wanhe fell for someone else, he would step back, but don't worry, he wouldn't love anyone else. Feng Wanhe smiled and pinched his waist. What do you mean? Do you think I'm not trustworthy? Chided by his wife, Xue Zhanqing hurriedly smiled and explained. How can you blame me? It's all Uncle Sheng's fault for bringing up something that could never happen. Yes, it's Uncle Sheng's mistake. This made Sheng Guangyu laugh out loud. Look at what he's done. What do you call this? Like Pigsy looking in the mirror, inside and out, not a person. Sheng Guangyu patted his thigh and said, All right, I take back what I just said. Let me rephrase. Since you are engaged, you must follow moral rules and only have eyes for each other. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe shyly nodded, as a promise. Next to them, Xue Zhanping couldn't hold back his excitement and jumped up shouting, Great! What are you so happy about? Aren't you afraid your parents will give all the inheritance to your brother, and your future wife won't be happy? Sheng Guangyu teased Xue Zhanping with a smile. Xue Zhanping pouted and said, If I have a girlfriend in the future, and she cares too much about how my parents split the money, then maybe I won't get married at all. I believe my parents can be fair, and I trust my brother and sister-in-law are not selfish. Sheng uncle, don't try to trick me, I won't fall for it. Seeing Xue Zhanping acting proud and stubborn, Feng Wanhe couldn't help but laugh. Xue Zhanping, you scheming little fox, you're deliberately giving me a noble reputation, so I'll be embarrassed to compete for the family inheritance with you in the future. Feng Wanhe joked happily. Oh, why would I need to compete? We're family. As long as you like it, just take it. Although Feng Wanhe was technically Xue Zhanping's sister-in-law, deep down, he still treated her like a little sister he loved dearly. Mei Yuetang gently patted her daughter's head. Talking nonsense in front of your future in-laws and little brother-in-law? No manners at all. Seeing her mother-in-law scold her daughter-in-law, Zhou Yuping was unhappy. She pulled Feng Wanhe over and sat her down, saying, We're family. No need to hide anything. Xiao He, just say what you want. We won't be angry. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe linked arms with Zhou Yuping and made a silly face at her own mother. Only Aunt Zhou loves me the most. Seeing her daughter acting so proud, Mei Yuetang couldn't help but laugh and cry. We haven't even married into the Xue family yet, and you're already complaining about us parents. Forget it, get married soon, and just leave quickly, so I won't be annoyed seeing you all the time. Hearing this, Zhou Yuping stood up and tried to pull Feng Wanhe away. Then I won't hold back. Today, I will take my daughter-in-law home. Everyone burst into laughter. Feng Wanhe blushed shyly and looked at Xue Zhanqing. They exchanged glances, and their eyes almost seemed to be pulling tight with emotion. Soldiers are always known for being quick and decisive. Since the marriage was agreed upon and all 3 children had been accepted into university, both families began planning the engagement and graduation banquets. The date was quickly set for late August. The celebration would be held at a small square in the military district compound, where a tent would be erected. Several skilled cooks would be invited, and neighbors and friends would be brought together to celebrate happily. It would also be a way to witness Feng Wanhe and Xue Zhanqing's love. Mei Yuetang thought for a moment and said, Considering the time, it's just over 10 days away. The engagement banquet is a big event. Old Feng, you should send a telegram to your daughter-in-law's aunt. Sighing, Mei Yuetang looked at her husband and said, Taking this opportunity of Xiao He's engagement, as her older brother, you should apologize to your sister and ask her to come home. Feng de Biao has a sister named Feng Jingyun who is not related by blood. Since Feng Wanhe came home, her mother had mentioned this distant aunt living in Europe and knew about her relationship with the Feng family. Feng Jingyun is in her early 40s. Her father was a soldier under Feng's grandfather. During wartime, He sacrificed himself heroically by blocking enemy machine guns with his body to destroy their firepower. Fong Jingyun's mother died giving birth to her. She had been living with her grandmother and younger uncle, relying on her father's pension for support. After her father died, her grandmother and uncle received a large compensation and turned cold, abusing Fong Jingyun severely, almost causing her death. When Feng's grandfather learned of this, he immediately sent someone to bring Fong Jingyun to live with him as his own daughter, and he loved and cared for her more than Feng Debiao. Fong Jingyun was a talented student. After graduating from Chuncheon University, she stayed on as a professor at the university, becoming the youngest and most capable female professor with a bright future. She also had a very good relationship with her brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Until that turbulent, special era arrived, and Feng's grandfather and grandmother were overthrown and died one after another, plunging the Feng family into chaos. Because of her connection to the Feng family, Fong Jingyun was also mistreated and nearly lost her life. At this time, Fong Jingyun's husband found Feng Debiao and said that if the Feng family voluntarily severed their relationship with Fong Jingyun, he could protect her. The death of her parents had left Feng Debiao devastated. He couldn't just stand by and watch his sister face more danger. So, he ignored Fong Jingyun's objections and insisted on publishing a statement in the newspaper, declaring that Fong Jingyun was no longer part of the Feng family. Fong Jingyun has a stubborn temper, similar to her grandmother, and even though she knew her brother was acting to protect her, she couldn't accept his private decision. After her husband went abroad, she never came back and even lost contact with the Feng family. Although Feng Debiao never mentioned this matter, his wife Mei Yueteng knew very well that it had always been a sore spot in her husband's heart. Both siblings are very stubborn and refuse to apologize first, but life is short. Can't they go their whole lives without seeing each other? Hearing his wife's words, Feng Debiao's smile faded a little. If she still cares about me as her brother, she would have come back by now. Don't think I don't know. She's been back to the country several times over the years, but she refuses to visit home. He waved his hand and stubbornly said, "She's lost her conscience. Why should I care about her?" Before his wife could speak again, Feng Debiao got up and went upstairs to his bedroom. Feng Wanhe watched silently from the side and then pulled her mother's sleeve. "Mom, you must have your sister-in-law's contact info, right?" News of Feng Wanhe's engagement to Xue Zhanqing quickly spread throughout the military compound. Every household in the compound received invitations, waiting for August 23rd to go to the small square and celebrate. The Feng and Xue families emphasized in their invitations that they wouldn't accept gifts, only drinks and a meal. Anyone breaking the rule and insisting on giving gifts would be turned away with a firm hand. Since the Xue family was the groom's side, they had to put in more effort for the engagement party. From the menu to Feng Wanhe's outfit on the day, Zhou Yuping took care of everything, so the Feng family didn't have to worry. In the blink of an eye, it was August 21st. In just 2 days, the engagement celebration would take place, and the Feng family was busy preparing. Coincidentally, Feng Wanhe had stayed at the Xue family's house for 53 days, so that afternoon, Mei Yueteng brought her daughter home to get ready. She planned to give her a good makeover. Wang Shengnan specially hired a makeup artist, claiming she wanted to create a stunning look for Feng Wanhe to amaze the world. It was already late at night, and Feng Wanhe was still sitting in front of the mirror, being made up by her older sister and mother. Eyebrows being drawn, lipstick applied.
Can you not be so
crazy? Feng Wanhe was very tired and complained, "We're all family and friends. All familiar. Do we really need to be so formal?" She was dressed in a fancy gown and heavy makeup, feeling exhausted. "You girl, is this something you can just fudge through?" Initially, I was too casual, which led to many regrets. The lessons from the past are clear here. Why haven't you learned from them? Wang Shengnan uses her first marriage as a warning to encourage her younger sister to stay strong. But Feng Wanhe is really very tired. After repeatedly pleading, her mother and older sister finally let her go. "That's enough for tonight. The makeup artist will come tomorrow, so you need to cooperate well. Understand?" Wang Shengnan tidied up the makeup on the table, supported her pregnant belly, and went downstairs. Xiaohe, have you sent a telegram to your sister-in-law? Before leaving, Mei Wetang looked back at her daughter and asked softly. Feng Wanha nodded and replied, I sent it a long time ago, and I also called her internationally. Hearing this, Mei Wetang was surprised. You talked to your sister-in-law? Feng Wanha shook her head and said, after I answered the phone, she didn't speak, but I knew she was listening. She didn't say anything emotional, just introduced herself, talked about the family situation, and finally said, if I could start over, my dad would still make the same choice because you're his sister. Living is the most important thing. Long-distance calls are expensive. After she finished, Feng Wanha hung up. Throughout the call, the other side never spoke, but maybe it was just her imagination. She thought she heard faint crying. She looked at the calendar on the wall and sighed in disappointment. It seems your sister-in-law still hasn't let go, still doesn't want to come back. Watching her mother leave the bedroom, Feng Wanha took a shower, wore a cool slip dress, and lay on the bed. It was the 14th day of the Lunar New Year. The curtains were not drawn, and silver moonlight seeped through the window cracks, casting the ground like it was sprinkled with silver dust. Sometimes she thought about her sister-in-law, sometimes about the engagement banquet. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, until finally her mind was filled with the image of Xue Zhanqing. She had to admit, she had gotten used to the bed in Xue Zhanqing's room, used to falling asleep with him just behind a door. Suddenly, the window made a faint noise, and then a shadow flashed by, startling Feng Wanha awake. She turned over and sat up, seeing a tall figure just climbing through the window, rushing toward her like lightning. Coming in so late at night, Feng Wanha was very startled. She instinctively tried to scream for help, but the other person acted first, pushing her onto the bed. His large, rough hand tightly covered her mouth. They both fell onto the soft, spacious bed. During her struggle, her thin nightdress rode up to her waist, and her straps slipped down her arms. The other person's voice was hoarse and gentle. Don't scream. It's me. The person was Xue Zhanqing. He climbed up from the drain pipe onto the second-floor window and smoothly slipped into Feng Wanha's room. Late at night, his sneaky visit seemed a little flirtatious. Feng Wanha was still held in Zhanqing's arms, very close. Even her lips were covered by his hand. Her lips moved slightly, like a gentle feather brushing his palm, making his body tremble unconsciously. Don't move around. Although he was the one who suddenly entered her room and startled her, he was also feeling nervous. In their tangled state, Feng Wanha noticed Zhanqing's body changing. Her face turned red, and she hurriedly pushed him away, taking the chance to turn over and stand by the window. Zhanqing also blushed and quickly grabbed a sheet to cover his waist. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense, with both of their breathing becoming rapid, and they couldn't speak for a while. Finally, Feng Wanha broke the silence first. Midnight, what are you doing? And why didn't you leave through the door? Why climb in through the window? What could Zhanqing say? He had already gone to bed, but just thinking about Feng Wanha coming home and being far away made his heart feel empty. He couldn't sleep at all. It was like something was calling him. So he quietly sneaked out of the house, and before he knew it, he was at Feng's door. He saw that her room light was still on and could vaguely hear her gentle laughter and teasing. Her laughter was like a bell, stirring his heart. He couldn't wait to see her, not a moment longer. But late at night, what reason could he give to knock on her door? Or to see Feng Wanha? He thought for a long time but couldn't find a good opportunity. Still, the pain of longing made his heart race. So, he made a bold decision. To climb the wall. Yes, climbing to the second floor might be difficult for ordinary people, but who was Zhanqing? He had trained to climb steep cliffs over 10 meters high with his bare hands, so this small building was no problem for him. Sitting on the bed, I looked at the girl who was so close to me. I watched her shy expression, her slightly messy hair, and her bright red lips. My heart was instantly filled with love, overflowing with strong feelings. I gently looked at her and softly called, Xiaohe. I'm here. Feng Wanha responded with a sweet smile. I loved this tender moment so much. Then I, like a childish child, called again and again. Xiaohe. Feng Wanhe. She didn't mind and smiled happily.
Yes.
I'm here. I've always been here. She giggled and tilted her head, asking, You risked being scolded or even hit by my dad and brother just to climb in through the window in the middle of the night. Was it just to call me a few times? Unexpectedly, I nodded seriously. I really don't have anything else to do. I just missed you. I just wanted to hear your voice. Forget about phone calls. I only wanted this face-to-face call and response. I wanted to see Feng Wanhe's calm and gentle smile. That was enough to make me feel like I had the whole world. My eyes were so sincere and full of emotion that Feng Wanhe almost drowned in my deep gaze. So, she followed her heart and stepped forward, gently holding my neck and hugging me tightly. I miss you too. These 4 simple words sounded like heavenly music, making my already restless heart beat even faster, my blood rushing wildly. I held Feng Wanhe tightly in my arms, as if I wanted to embed her into my bones and blood. Her sweet scent stimulated my heart. I swallowed hard, almost wanting to say, Xiaohe, I want to kiss you. Such bold words. But when the words reached my mouth, I held back. Feng Wanhe was so beautiful and precious. I didn't want to tarnish her purity. I wanted to wait until after our engagement, when I could legally claim her first kiss, and of course, it would be my first kiss too. I finally managed to suppress my excitement and longing. But in the next second, Feng Wanhe's words hit like a hurricane, making my heart race wildly again. Brother Zhancheng, I want to kiss you. Feng Wanhe buried her face in my neck, her voice soft and whispering, like a gentle breeze in March or rain in May, so tender that it made my whole body soften. My body trembled suddenly. If Xiaohe wanted it, I would agree and make it happen. Perhaps tonight's beautiful night sky or the romantic atmosphere made Feng Wanhe suddenly not want to hold back or wait any longer. She even felt a little eager, wanting to directly push the man who was holding her into her arms down. So, Feng Wanhe sat on Xue Zhanqing's lap, holding his face with both hands, and looked into his eyes with deep affection. They were so close that Xue Zhanqing could clearly feel Feng Wanhe's lovely curves and her rapid heartbeat. Brother Zhanqing, I've waited for you for too long. Now I don't want to wait anymore. From her past life to this one, across countless reincarnations, the wait had been too long, so long that Feng Wanhe almost cried. She leaned forward, her nose touching Xue Zhanqing's nose, and even when she spoke, her soft lips lightly brushed against his. That gentle touch already stirred a wave of emotion in Xue Zhanqing's heart. He instinctively tightened his slender waist around Feng Wanhe, his hands slightly gripping her, pulling her into his embrace. Then, don't wait anymore. I am always here. I have always been yours. Xue Zhanqing bit her lips softly and whispered, Follow your heart. Do what you want to do. I miss you. I want to be with you. Feng Wanhe seemed enchanted, shedding her innocent exterior and becoming passionate and fiery, impossible to resist. She whispered softly, leaning forward, her lips gently touching Xue Zhanqing's cool lips. In that moment, it was as if fireworks exploded before Xue Zhanqing's eyes. His body stiffened suddenly, but then quickly softened. He took the lead, turning the tables from passive to active, leaning in to kiss her passionately. No longer holding back, Xue Zhanqing wrapped his arms around Feng Wanhe's waist and held her chin, gently tilting her head back to meet his intense kiss. The two inexperienced young lovers embraced tightly, awkward yet eager to explore the sweetest and most straightforward expression of love. Perhaps kissing is humanity's most primitive way of expressing love, something instinctive that doesn't require special training to master. Xue Zhanqing and Feng Wanhe kissed deeply, their bodies entwined, holding each other tightly, like small animals nibbling at each other's lips. Their instincts made Xue Zhanqing's hands restless, exploring and wandering, eager to uncover the shyest secrets of the girl in his arms. Feng Wanhe did not shy away or refuse. Instead, she opened her heart with indulgence and temptation, welcoming Xue Zhanqing's advances with an open mind. Just as the blazing fire was about to ignite, and as Xue Zhangqing's lips moved downward, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Then Mei Wedang spoke. Xiao He, are you asleep? Mom wants to say a few words. If it's convenient, I'll come in. This sudden noise instantly woke Feng Wanhe and Xue Zhangqing from their beautiful dream. Especially Feng Wanhe, who jumped up like an electric shock, kicking out and nearly knocking Xue Zhangqing onto the bed. The noise was loud enough that Mei Yueteng outside the door was worried. Xiao He? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Feng Wanhe glared fiercely at Xue Zhangqing, who had knocked over a cup, and stammered. Oh, it's nothing. I mean, I'm changing clothes. Mom, just a moment, please. Then, Feng Wanhe hurriedly tidied up her messy clothes and pushed Xue Zhangqing toward the window. Hurry up. Go quickly. Just leave as you came. Xue Zhangqing was a bit amused and helpless. They were clearly a couple approved by both sets of parents, even about to get engaged soon. Why did they have to act so secretive and sneaky? Actually, he wasn't afraid. Even if his mother-in-law caught them in the act, or if 3 uncles attacked him, he would have no guilt. They were openly dating, right? But Feng Wanhe kept pushing and urging him. He even dared to think that if he didn't leave now, this little girl might just throw him out the window. That was too harsh. But since he chose her, no matter how tough she was, he had to spoil her. Stop pushing, I'll go myself. He dared to stick a foot out the window, but before he could grab the drain pipe, Feng de Biao, his father-in-law, just happened to come out of the house and was standing in the yard smoking. When he noticed something unusual and looked up, Xue Zhangqing quickly retracted his leg and scrambled back into the room. Your dad is downstairs. He can't run away. Xue Zhangqing sighed bitterly. Seeing Feng Wanhe's nervous expression, he couldn't help but say, we're not doing anything shameful. Maybe. Hey. Before he finished, Feng Wanhe already opened the wardrobe door and shot him a crawl and look. Xue Zhangqing froze completely. Wife, do you have to be so ruthless? With my height of nearly 1.9 meters, you want me to hide in this tiny wardrobe? Aren't you afraid I'll suffocate? He wanted to rebel, but Feng Wanhe clenched her teeth and looked at him fiercely, as if saying, if you keep whining, I will seriously hurt you. Fine, you're the boss, you decide everything. So, Xue Zhangqing reluctantly squatted down, hiding in a small space under the wardrobe, watching helplessly as his wife ruthlessly closed the door. The moment the door shut, Mei Yueteng pushed it open and entered. Seeing her daughter leaning against the door, with a flushed face and wet eyes, Mei Yueteng was surprised. Xiao He, what's wrong? How could Feng Wanhe explain? Oh, she told the truth to her mother. She hadn't opened the door because she was hiding a man in her room.
Puffed.
What man? He's her fiancé. With a forced smile, Feng Wanhe said it's nothing, just a little.
Sad.
I suddenly don't want to get engaged. Don't want to leave you and Mom and Dad. I want to stay with you forever. Hearing this, Mei Yueteng's doubts instantly disappeared. She felt sorry for her daughter and comforted her. Silly girl. Once you've agreed on something, there's no reason to regret. Besides, the Xue family lives nearby. Even after marriage, you can always go back to your parents' house. Feng Wanhe softly responded with an Mei Yueteng then turned to walk toward the bed, planning to sit and chat with her daughter. Just as she was about to lift the quilt, Feng Wanhe, with sharp eyes, suddenly saw Xue Zhangqing's belt. It was the belt she had personally taken off. If it was an ordinary belt, she could make a vague excuse, but this was a military belt with a military insignia. If it appeared on her bed for no reason, she would be at a loss for words. So, Feng Wanhe sprinted over at full speed, and, the moment her mother's hand reached the corner of the quilt, she plopped down on the belt. Mei Yueteng tugged twice, but couldn't pull the quilt. She didn't insist further and looked at her daughter with a worried expression. Xiao He, your little Anne is back. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe was overjoyed and asked, really? My little aunt is back. When did she arrive?
Just now.
We received a call from your former uncle. He said your little Anne arrived in Spring City at noon today. Mei Yueteng sighed deeply and said, your little aunt is still upset with your dad. What do you mean, former uncle? Did my little aunt get divorced? Foam Wanha caught the key information in her mother's words and couldn't help but ask. Over the years, we always thought your younger sister-in-law was doing very well. After all, she married for love. But today, when that man called, we realized. Pausing, Mei Wetang said with concern, your younger sister-in-law left her marriage 2 years after going abroad. She hasn't remarried since then. When your dad learned that your sister-in-law was feeling lonely and struggling abroad, his face changed immediately. He, who hasn't smoked in many years, lit one cigarette after another. Foam Debiao thought his sister was doing well abroad, so he hardened his heart and decided to gamble on this. But who would have expected? I plan to go to the hotel early tomorrow morning with you to pick up your sister-in-law. Seeing your dad's pained and guilty look, and considering how important you are to our family, I thought I should let you try. Ingyu Tang looked at her daughter and said, if possible, let your sister-in-law come home tonight. Our home is here. What's the point of staying in a hotel? Okay, I'll try. Foam Wanha immediately stood up, ready to find clothes in the wardrobe. It's late, and it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let Zhan Cheng accompany you, Mei Wetang said as she watched her daughter walk away. Hearing this, Foam Wanha froze. Does Zhan Cheng really not have time to come with me? After all, he's still locked in the wardrobe, and who knows when he can escape. Seeing her daughter's stiff back and the wardrobe door not fully closed, along with the belt on the bed, Mei Wetang couldn't help but laugh. Enough, stop hiding.
Come out now.
The room was silent, with no movement at all. Foam Wanha even pretended to look confused, turning her head to her mother. Stop pretending. I know you're hiding someone in there. Zhan Cheng is so tall, aren't you afraid you'll suffocate him inside? Mei Wetang stepped forward quickly and pulled open the wardrobe door. Inside, Zhan Cheng was curled up into a ball, looking pitifully at his mother-in-law with a forced smile.
Own Mei. Don't call me that.
I heard what you just said. Stop wasting time and hurry to pick up Xiaohe. Mei Wetang threatened with a smile. If you bring her home, we won't mention this again. If not, I'll definitely complain to your parents. Zhan Cheng used his hands and feet to crawl out of the wardrobe, still holding Foam Wanha's floral skirt on his head. He saluted and made a military pledge. Rest assured, Commander, I will complete the mission. Foam Jingyan lives in a room on the 3rd floor of the Spring City State Guest House. Late at night, she sits on the sofa by the window, staring blankly at the night view outside. Her gaze is distant, as if she is looking toward the military district compound. Suddenly, the phone rings. It's the front desk. There are 2 visitors claiming to be your niece and her husband in the lobby on the 1st floor. They want to see you. Before Foam Jingyun can speak, a sweet, clear voice is heard. Little aunt, I am Foam Wanhao. Followed by a slightly blurry male voice. I am Xue Zhancheng. Foam Jingyun's body trembles. She knows Foam Wanhao is her brother's daughter, lost for 18 years. She is a true member of the Foam family, irreplaceable. Perhaps she can be harsh and refuse others, but she cannot refuse this little niece. After a long silence, she finally softly says, let them come up. Foam Jingyun puts down her wine glass, takes off her pajamas, and puts on her formal clothes. Just as she finishes tidying up, there is a knock at the door. As she opens it, a slender figure rushes in, tightly hugging her whether she wants to or not. Little aunt. This crisp call makes Foam Jingyun's eyes water. But after experiencing so many storms, she can still control her emotions. She quickly adjusts her mood, offers a polite smile, steps back a little, and keeps her distance from Foam Wanhao. Little aunt, I am Foam Wanhao. My dad is crying at home right now. Foam Wanhao pretends not to see the distant look in Foam Jingyun's eyes and speaks casually. He has a lung injury, so he can't smoke. But tonight, he kept smoking one after another. Sure enough, Foam Wanhao notices a flicker of worry in Foam Jingyun's eyes. She seizes the moment and continues. Over the years, he has carried out many dangerous missions, each more risky than the last, injured countless times. To put it bluntly, he could die at any moment. I don't know the grudges of your previous generation, but I've always believed that life shouldn't be wasted, and we shouldn't lose the most precious family bonds just out of anger. Looking at the slightly reddened eyes of Feng Jingyun, Feng Wanhao says, "When my dad was looking for me, he was almost killed." Almost. You might never see your brother again in this life. Feng Jingyun suddenly lifts her head, asking hoarsely, "Who dares to harm him? He's such an important official now. It was the thief couple who stole from me. If I hadn't discovered their scheme early, little aunt, my dad and mom would have already been buried in that cold pond." Feng Wanha spoke painfully, saying, "I'm not exaggerating. You can ask my mother when you get home." "Really?" she loudly asked. "Do you have to wait until you lose something to regret it?" Unknowingly, Jingyun Feng's tears were already falling heavily. She looked at her young niece in front of her, noting her resemblance to her father in her features, and listened to her describe the dangers her brother had faced. Her heart felt a deep pain. Many moments from the past years flashed through her mind. She had always regretted, wishing desperately to return to her homeland and reunite with her loving brother and sister-in-law. But then she remembered the newspaper announcement from back then and the cold words, "Jingyan Feng has no longer any kinship with the Feng family." Even though she knew it was unavoidable, she couldn't forget or let go. She was ready to face life and death with the Feng family, but her brother. "My father fought on the battlefield. He watched many comrades die. The graves in the martyrs' cemetery are all brothers who fought alongside him. Grandparents' passing made him realize the meaning of living. Little sister, you are the most important person to Dad. He would rather you hate him than not live well." Gently wiping Jingyun Feng's tears, Wanha softened her voice. "Don't be angry with Dad, okay?" Jingyun Feng sniffled, nodding after a long while. "No more anger. I won't be angry anymore. Tomorrow morning I'll go home and admit my mistakes. I'll be the first to lower my head." Although they weren't related by blood, the siblings shared a very similar stubborn nature. Did Wanha's pride really matter so much? Could a few words really resolve Jingyun Feng's heart and make the siblings reconcile?
No.
Today, whether it was Wanha or Wang Shengnan coming here, they were just bridges, connections between the siblings. Ultimately, they had already let go of their anger and were waiting for the right moment to shake hands and make peace. Among family members, there's no such thing as eternal hatred. Beside them, Xue Zhanqing, who hadn't spoken, smiled and said, "Little sister-in-law, you have to save me." This made Jingyun Feng confused. "I know you. You're Chongqing's older brother, Zhanqing." Xue Zhanqing nodded repeatedly, looking pitiful and sad. "Yes, that's me." Jingyun Feng wiped her tears, smiled, and asked, "Tell me, how can I save you? What bad thing did you do?" Then, Zhanqing exaggerated, describing how he climbed through the window into Wanha's bedroom and hid, only to be caught by Mei Yuedang. "Aunt, you've been living abroad for many years, right? When it comes to love between men and women, I just wanted Xiaohe, so I did this." Xue Zhanqing looked innocent and said, "Who would have thought that my mother-in-law would catch me and threaten me, saying if I couldn't bring you home, she would have my father-in-law and 3 brothers-in-law beat me to death." At this, Xue Zhanqing looked hopeless. "You know your brother's bad temper very well. He's like a stone in a pit. If he finds out I sneaked into his daughter's room at midnight, he might really hurt me." Hearing this, Feng Jingyun couldn't help but laugh. "My brother's temper is indeed bad, but you brought it on yourself. Foreign customs are more open, but you were born in our country, so you must follow our traditions." Feng Jingyun scolded with a smile. "You sneaked into my niece's room in the middle of the night. That's basically provoking. Shouldn't you expect to get a beating?" Yes, I promise I won't do it again, but this time, you have to save my life." Xue Zhanqing looked at Feng Jingyun pitifully. "You coming home late isn't just to save face for Feng de Biao, but to save your nephew-in-law and a young hero of our country." Xue Zhanqing shamelessly said, "If I get beaten to death, your niece will be a widow, right? So, saving me is like saving the whole world." His words made Feng Jingyun laugh uncontrollably. She nodded repeatedly and said, all right, your words make the most sense. I'll go home now, I have to save the world." Hearing this, Feng Wanha and Xue Zhanqing exchanged glances, both smiling happily. Seeing Feng Jingyan packing her things, Feng Wanha quickly stepped forward, took his aunt's hand, and headed straight downstairs. Leave the stuff here. My mom and I will come tomorrow to help you pack. We should go home now, or my dad will smoke all night, and his lungs might burst. Feng de Biao didn't know his daughter had left home. He sat in the corner of the yard, smoking one cigarette after another. Soon, the ground was covered with cigarette butts. When his cigarette was finished, he reached for the cigarette box to get another, but found it was empty. Yuan He, give me a pack of your cigarettes. Looking up at the lit window on the third floor, Feng de Biao said in a deep voice. After a moment, Jiang Yuanhe peeked out from the third-floor window, looking at his father with concern. Dad, I don't have any. I don't smoke. You stop pretending. I knew you were smoking from day one. Otherwise, why do you think your battalion commander sometimes gives you good cigarettes? Feng de Biao didn't even lift his head and openly exposed his eldest son. Jiang Yuanhe was startled. My own father, do you have to be so patient? For these years, I thought I was hiding things very well and even felt proud of it. Turns out, the fool was me all along. In normal times, Jiang Yuanhe would give his best cigarettes to his father, but tonight. Dad, stop smoking. You've already smoked 3 packs in a row. Jiang Yuanhe worriedly said, Mom didn't say anything, but she's been sitting in the living room waiting for you. Hearing this, Feng de Biao's body trembled. He got up and looked out the window. Sure enough, his wife was sitting on the sofa, looking worried and lost in thought. Just give me one last cigarette. After I finish, I'll go back to rest, Feng de Biao finally spoke. Before Jiang Yuanhe could reply, they saw the Xue family's jeep stop at the door. Soon, Xue Zhanqing jumped out from the driver's seat, looking strangely excited. Brother-in-law, stop watching and come down quickly. He shouted as he walked to the back seat and opened the door. First, Feng Wanhe got out of the car, but she didn't leave immediately. She stood on the ground, then turned back to look inside the car, even reaching in as if helping someone. For some reason, Jiang Yuanhe's heart suddenly trembled. He turned around and ran downstairs quickly. Seeing his mother and older sister sitting in the living room, Jiang Yuanhe's voice trembled a little. Xiao He is home, and it seems she brought a guest. Mu Yuedang, who had been worried, suddenly stood up, her face showing joy. Did you see that? Feng de Biao sat in the yard, behind the wooden fence. Through the sparse plants, he vaguely saw a familiar figure. At the same time, a clear, familiar voice came from outside the fence. No one is allowed to give him cigarettes, not even the cigarette butts. Hearing this voice, Feng de Biao's body suddenly trembled. He stood up and, under the dim light, saw a familiar yet strange person looking at him through the fence. Cao Cao hates men who smoke the most. You still dare to smoke? And do it so openly in front of Cao Cao? Are you bullying my Cao Cao's temper? Feng Jingyan looked at her much older brother, who was smiling while speaking, but tears quietly fell down. After so many years apart, the brother in her heart had always been that handsome, brave, rebellious officer. But now? Her brother was no longer young. His temples had turned white with age, his eyes were full of fine wrinkles, and even his posture was no longer straight, slightly hunched, as if the relentless years had bent him. In this moment, Feng Jingyan found it hard to control her sadness and guilt. She staggered forward a few steps into the yard and knelt down suddenly in front of Feng de Biao. Brother, I was wrong. Hearing her call him brother, Feng de Biao's body trembled uncontrollably, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Brother, I know you did it for my good. I know you were protecting me. When I went abroad that year, I regretted it. I shouldn't have argued with you or said those hurtful words, and I definitely shouldn't have been away for so many years. Feng Jingyan was crying so hard she could hardly speak, leaning on the ground in front of Feng de Biao. Mei Yueding saw this and wanted to help Feng Jingyan up, but Feng de Biao waved her away. He looked down at his beloved sister, noticing the white hair hidden among her black hair, and choked with emotion, almost unable to speak. You. He wanted to scold Feng Jingyan, call her heartless and cruel, even hit her hard. But in the end, all his blame and anger turned into tears. Feng Debiao bent down and gently stroked his sister's hair, just like when she was a child. You little girl. Seeing her husband's softening expression, Mei Wetang quickly signaled Feng Wanhe. The mother and daughter worked together to help Feng Jingyun up. Brother. Feng Jingyun's face was full of tears. She looked up at her older brother, trembling with sobs. How old are you? Still crying? Feng Debiao, with tears in his eyes, took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Look at you, crying so much that you have a runny nose, just like when you were a kid, crying and blowing bubbles. Teased by her brother, Feng Jingyun started crying and then laughed through her tears. Mei Wetang looked happy as she pulled Feng Jingyun toward the house. Come on, let's go inside. We shouldn't stand outside. Let's sit and talk at home. Feng Jingyun turned her head to look at her sister-in-law and smiled, calling out, Sister-in-law, I miss you so much. As the eldest sister-in-law, Mei Wetang was very kind to Feng Jingyun when she first joined the Feng family. Whenever Feng Jingyun made mistakes and was scolded by her parents or brothers, her sister-in-law always protected her. Mei Wetang wiped away her tears gently and said softly, If you miss me so much, why didn't you come back all these years? You're such a child. How can you make people worry? Feng Jingyun, in her 40s, still felt like a child when she was with her brother and sister-in-law. Yes, even if she had white hair and a hunched figure, in their eyes, she would always be that mischievous, cheerful girl who loved to cause trouble. In the living room, Feng Debiao asked the children one by one to come over and greet their little aunt. Wang Shengnen looked at her young aunt for the first time and felt she seemed familiar. After a moment, she suddenly called out, Hey, I saw my young aunt before. It was the year I graduated from high school. When I came back from outside, I saw a lady sitting in the small woods at the gate, crying. Hearing this, she suddenly remembered. At that time, I was worried she was in trouble, so I went over to ask if she needed help. She got up quickly and left. She didn't think much of it then, assuming she was just a stranger, but now she realizes it was her own young aunt. Hearing this, Feng Debiao snorted. Why are you crying? You're already at the door, and you refuse to go home, sitting outside crying. Are you stupid? Mocked by her older brother, Feng Jingyun turned around to complain to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, my brother is scolding me again. Mei Wetang chuckled happily. She reached out and lightly tapped her husband's arm, jokingly scolding, You're just stubborn. Maybe you're just worried about Xiaoyun. Humph. Feng Debiao huffed again and looked over at Xue Zhanqing standing in the corner. Late at night, what are you doing at my house? Trying to hit on my daughter again? Xue Zhanqing hurriedly looked at Feng Jingyun with a pleading expression. Jingyun blinked, signaling she was asking for help. Yes, Zhanqing sneaked into Xiaohu's room through the window late at night. They were getting close, but his sister-in-law caught them. To make up for it, he took Xiaohu to a hotel to pick me up. Xue Zhanqing, hit with 1,000 points of frustration. Wow, young aunt, you're playing dirty. Xue Zhanqing thought he might die at Feng's house tonight. Climbing through the window to sneak into Feng Wanhua's room was a bit too much, and with Feng Debiao's protective nature, he'd probably skin him alive if he found out. He had hoped Feng Jingyun would cover for him, but that girl. Turns out, both siblings are the same, completely lacking morals and honesty. Sure enough, Feng Debiao's eyes looked like he wanted to kill. Before he lost control, Feng Jingyun spoke first. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Zhanqing sneaking into Xiaohu's room late at night. What does that show? Feng Debiao snorted coldly. It shows this kid needs a lesson. It shows you're too strict and too lenient. The kid is grown up and about to get engaged. You're still acting like he's in elementary school, watching Xiaohu closely. That's not right. Feng Jingyun looked at her brother and said, Everyone has their own space. And the person who will stay with Xiaohu forever is Zhanqing, not you. You need to learn to let go. Feng Debiao felt uncomfortable and didn't know what to say for a moment. Next to him, Mei Wetang quietly gave her younger sister-in-law a thumbs up, showing support. She had reminded him many times, but her husband was very protective of his daughter and refused to let go, treating Xue Zhanqing like an enemy, which made things very difficult. Zhanqing, your climbing over the wall and sneaking in today was too much. No more of that in the future. Feng Jingyan smiled and said, "You and Xiao He are openly engaged. If you want to date, do it openly. But one thing, don't force Xiao He to do anything she doesn't like." Zhangqing's face lit up with happiness, and he quickly nodded, promising, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I will respect Xiao He." Feng Debiao looked displeased and snorted for a while, finally saying reluctantly, "You can date Xiao He, but you can't come home later than midnight." "No, 10 o'clock at the latest." He thought Feng Jingyan was being unreasonable, but until his father-in-law finally agreed, Zhangqing realized that his sister-in-law was actually his great benefactor. From now on, he could date Feng Wanha openly and honestly. After all the fuss, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Mei Yuetang sent the children back to their rooms to rest and dimmed the living room lights, leaving the space for Feng Debiao and Feng Jingyan to talk. They had been apart for over 10 years and surely had many things to say. Just as she was about to go upstairs, Feng Jingyan called out, "Sister-in-law, where are you going? I miss you so much and I want to talk to you." "Yuetang, you sit too. We're all family, no need to avoid each other." Feng Debiao smiled and stood up, pulling his wife to sit beside him as he listened to Feng Jingyan tell about her life abroad. 2 years after going abroad, I got divorced." Feng Jingyan smiled bitterly and said, "He brought his secretary into our home, into our bedroom. I caught them in the act." Even though Feng Debiao already knew about her divorce, he didn't realize that her sister's reason was betrayal. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "That scoundrel. I'll get rid of him someday. It's not entirely his fault. My temper changed a lot. I was hysterical and crying all the time." He was frustrated, and since another woman gave him warmth, Feng Jingyan smiled, seeming to not care much about these things. "He left everything to me, including the property. With some guidance from friends, I started a business, and it's been doing well." Mei Yuetang gently reached out and touched Feng Jingyan's cheek. Over the years of running her company, she must have been very tired. Actually, Feng Jingyan is not someone who likes to cry. In the tough world of business, it's hard for a woman to stand firm. Tears are useless. She started from nothing and worked her way to become a wealthy woman today. Many people envy her wealth and fame. Only her sister-in-law never asked how much money she made or how much she could give to the family. She just looked at her with caring eyes, like a mother gently touching her face, asking if she was tired. When she got home, her tears suddenly felt meaningless, and they kept falling one after another. "Don't go abroad again this time," Mei Yuetang said to Feng Jingyan. "How much money do you need to be happy? Money can't buy happiness, and I know you're not very ambitious. So, Jingyan, come home. Home is where you belong. Even if we can't give you fancy food every day, simple meals can keep you alive. Don't wander outside. If your parents-in-law were alive, they would be worried for you." Tears filled Feng Jingyan's eyes. She choked up, smiled quietly, and didn't answer. Then Feng Debiao said firmly, "Handle your business abroad. Bring back what you can and throw away what you can't. Jingyan, I tell you, you must come home." When she was a child, Feng Jingyan disliked her brother's stubborn ways, which felt like a military ruler's style. No freedom at all. But many years later, she felt warm and safe knowing he cared. Finally, Feng Jingyan nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to my brother and sister-in-law. After Xiaohe's engagement party, I'll start handling my business abroad and then come home." She smiled foolishly at her brother and sister-in-law, still looking like a child even after many years. Soon, news of Feng Jingyan returning home spread throughout the military compound. Even though her engagement banquet was the next day, many neighbors came to visit after hearing the news. No one came empty-handed to see Feng Jingyan. Someone brought a bag of apples, another a basket of eggs. A neighbor who was good at cooking remembered her favorite childhood dish, steamed pork with rice flour, and brought it hot to her. Having spent many years abroad, Feng Jingyan had seen the coldness and warmth of the world. At this moment, seeing these familiar faces and their kind, warm smiles, eating the familiar childhood food, her heart felt very peaceful. It was so good, being home felt truly wonderful. After seeing off wave after wave of neighbors, the house finally quieted down late at night. Jingyan Feng, Wan Hao Feng, and the pregnant Wang Shengnan sat on the sofa chatting. How many months? Do you know if it's a boy or girl? Looking at Wang Xingnan's protruding belly, Jingyan Feng asked gently. 6 months. I had an ultrasound a few days ago, and the doctor said it's a girl. She stroked her belly and smiled. Jingyan Feng naturally knew about her niece's unhappy marriage and also knew she was now well protected by Bao Yu. Is Bao Yu ready to accept this child? Hearing this, Wang Xingnan's eyes showed a hint of confusion and pain. Bao Yu proposed to me, but the child's biological father has no morals. I'm worried it might cause unnecessary trouble for Bao Yu in the future. He deserves better. She didn't say she disliked Bao Yu. Her biggest concern was Zhu Tingfei's shameless entanglement. No one could change the fact that the child was connected to the Zhu family bloodline. Jingyan Feng sighed. After a moment, she turned to look at Wan Hao and asked, Xiaohe, is there a temple nearby? I want to donate some incense money to honor your grandparents' tablets. I've been having dreams lately, dreams of our Feng family being broken apart and people suffering. I'm so scared. Wan Hao Feng unexpectedly thought of the weathered statue at Jiangyin Temple and the side hall from her dreams. She turned to look at Jingyan Feng, as if she understood something. Then she smiled and nodded, saying, after the engagement banquet, I'll take you to Jiangyin Temple. The engagement banquet between Wan Hao Feng and Xue Zhancheng, along with Wan Hao Feng, Chu Hao, and Xue Zhanping's school celebration, was a big event at the military district compound. That night, a tent was already set up in the square, with tables and chairs inside, and the kitchen supplies like stoves, pots, and utensils prepared the day before. Chef Zhou Yuping was hired, said to be the head chef at a luxury hotel in Spring City, known for cooking excellent dishes. Of course, the ingredients were the best. Whether it was the Xue family preparing various chicken, duck, fish, and meat, or the wealthy Feng Jingyan spending generously, buying delicacies like abalone, bird's nest, grouper, and lobster the day before the banquet, everything expensive was purchased. Even experienced chefs called it extravagant. Feng de Biao couldn't stand Jingyan Feng's lavish spending and scolded her, but she retorted, I'm not spending your money. Why can't I spend my money on my niece? Money is meant to be spent. Do you think it should be buried with me when I die? On the morning of the engagement, Jingyan Feng argued with Feng de Biao again. What? She couldn't stand her bad habit of wasting money. She also looked down on her own brother being stingy. Just as the siblings were about to argue again, Mei Wetang quickly stepped forward and said to Feng Jingyan, Xiaohe is getting ready. Do you want to go see her? Hearing this, Feng Jingyan also stopped arguing with her brother. She hurried upstairs and saw Feng Wanhe already wearing the small dress sent by the Xue family, sitting at the dressing table while the makeup artist applied makeup to her face. Oh, our Xiaohe looks so beautiful. Feng Jingyan sat on the edge of the bed, smiling warmly at her little niece, her eyes full of happiness. Nearby, Wang Shengnan was busy handing tools to the makeup artist, smiling as she said, otherwise, how could Xue Zhanqing keep pestering our Xiaohe? Men are very realistic. Feng Jingyan agreed with this. That's right. Men, you can't expect too much from them. Loving yourself is more important than loving men. Feng Jingyan smiled at Feng Wanhe and said, Xiaohe, are you listening? Don't be fooled by men's sweet words. Always keep your mind clear. You're making me scared of marriage now. Feng Wanhe giggled and said, then maybe we should cancel the engagement banquet?
Don't.
If we cancel, Uncle Xue and Aunt Zhou won't let me go. Feng Jingyan laughed loudly, then walked to the window and looked outside casually. She just saw a suspicious man wandering around the Feng family yard. Something's off about this person. She didn't frown but signaled Wang Xingnan to come and look. Wang Shengnan looked down and immediately her face changed. Do you know him? Feng Jingyan noticed Wang Xingnan's expression and raised an eyebrow.
Yu Tengfei.
My ex-husband. Wang Shengnan clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hatred. Her emotional change made her stomach tighten and ache. Hearing this, Feng Jingyan made an "oh" sound. Does he know about our celebration today? How did he get into the military compound? As she spoke, the makeup artist's hand holding the lipstick trembled. Foam Wanha grabbed the makeup artist's hand coldly and asked, "If I remember correctly, you said your access card is lost?" The makeup artist lowered his head and refused to speak. Foam Wanha's eyes were full of coldness. "You know where this place is. Just tell the truth now. We might just ask you to leave, but if you hide things, we have plenty of ways to deal with you." Hearing this, the makeup artist couldn't stop trembling. For a moment, she suddenly knelt on the ground, trembling as she said, "I took a job at the military district compound and boasted about it to some friends. I don't know who mentioned Ju Tingfei, and it spread from there. Last night, Ju Tingfei came to me and said he was willing to pay a high price to buy a pass for the compound. I was momentarily confused and agreed. Because the Feng family and the Shui family had many guests, Shui Chongqing, after getting approval from the organization, issued a batch of temporary passes for friends and family to come and go on the same day. Who would have thought that this stylist would be so bold as to secretly buy and sell passes for the military district compound? And to sell it to Wang Xingnan's ex-husband? This is my own matter. I will handle it. Don't affect Xiao, his engagement." Wang Xingnan shouted in distress and turned to leave. Feng Jingyun quickly grabbed her. "You're pregnant. How can you handle this? Sit quietly, I'll take care of it." After saying that, Feng Jingyun went downstairs. Soon, Zhang Yuanhe and Xiang Yan, dressed casually, left the house. They first stuffed a paper ball into Ju Tingfei's mouth, found the pass on him, and then carried him away. What happened after they took him away? Anyway, Zhang Yuanhe and Xiang Yan were best at fighting, and they always won. On this happy day, the Feng family didn't punish the stylist too harshly, just a stern warning before sending her away. The joyful atmosphere in the living room was somewhat dampened by these unexpected events. Wang Xingnan looked full of pain, constantly apologizing. "This stylist is my college classmate's sister. I told her repeatedly to keep a low profile and stay discreet. I never thought she would be so vain and show off." Feng Wanhe patted Wang Xingnan's hand. "It's okay, sister. Even without today's incident, Ju Tingfei would have come to bother you someday. It's good for big brother and second brother to teach him a lesson and give him a bit of a scare." Wang Xingnan felt incredibly guilty. She just wanted her younger sister to have a beautiful wedding, but she ended up messing things up. If she had known, she should have listened to her mother and found a makeup-skilled soldier from the art troupe to help, someone who knew the situation and wouldn't cause trouble. Mei Wetang also comforted Wang Xingnan, saying it was okay. Only Feng Jingyun frowned as she looked at her distant niece. "Xingnan, this little incident won't affect Xiao, his engagement banquet. But if you really want to cut all ties with Ju Tingfei, you'll have to sever your past connections and start over from scratch." Hearing this, Wang Xingnan's eyes were full of reluctance at the thought of completely cutting ties with her friends and classmates. "My sister-in-law, I am ready to leave Spring City. Family and friends are my most precious treasures. I believe today's incident was just an accident. My friends are really good. They wouldn't betray me." However, Feng Jingyun didn't say anything. Human nature is hard to test. There are never truly permanent friends. But she usually keeps things brief. Wang Xingnan is an adult and has the right to make her own choices, and she must take responsibility for those choices. So Feng Jingyun just smiled and said no more. Just then, the sound of firecrackers came from outside. Everyone looked up as Feng's prospective son-in-law, Shui Zonqing, officially arrived at the door. Shui Zonqing almost stepped over Feng's doorstep. Especially after Feng Wanhe returned, he knew Feng's house so well he could even tell the cracks on the tiles. But he had never been so excited and nervous before. The moment he stepped into Feng's house, he felt tense. He instinctively adjusted his appearance, worried about making a bad impression on his future parents-in-law. Feng Wanhe saw this handsome, well-dressed man and was momentarily stunned. Then she couldn't help but chuckle. Her laugh made Shui Zonqing nervous. "Wait, wife. What are you laughing at? Your laugh makes me scared. Is it because I didn't tie my tie properly? Or is my hairstyle not handsome enough?" Feng Debiao looked at Shui Zonqing from head to toe and frowned. After a moment, he said, really causing trouble like a dog with horns.
Huh?
A dog with horns? Following the principle of asking when unsure, Xue Zhanqing humbly asked, what does that mean? Feng Wanhe, already laughing so hard she couldn't stand straight, and even Zhou Yuping and Xue Chongqing behind her, all burst into laughter. Aren't you stupid? My dad is scolding you. You're a soldier, but you're not in uniform, wearing a suit? What were you thinking? Feng Wanhe finally stopped laughing and scolded him affectionately, her eyes full of love.
Oh.
Xue Zhanqing understood and couldn't help but smile. It's my mom's fault. She insisted I wear a suit, saying military uniform looks too fierce and doesn't match today's festive mood. That's why I bought a suit, tie, and shoes at a high price a few days ago, wearing the whole set to look decent and refined. What do you mean by too fierce? Feng Debiao strongly disagreed with Zhou Yuping's words. He didn't dare speak his mind directly, so he just stared at Xue Chongqing. Old Xue, your wife's ideas are dangerous. You have a clear responsibility. You haven't educated her well. Xue Chongqing spread his hands, looking helpless. You know my family status, so I dare not voice any different opinions. At worst, I get scolded until I'm covered in blood, or I have to kneel all night and can't get out of bed. He sighed and said being a man is hard, and being a man in the Xue family is even harder.
Sigh.
Zhou Yuping laughed uncontrollably, then patted her husband's back twice. You're not even embarrassed to say all this out loud. Xue Chongqing shrugged and said, what's there to be embarrassed about? We're one family with old Feng. We used to be good neighbors who knew each other well, and in the future, we'll be a loving family. Xue Zhanqing walked over to Feng Wanhua, gently pinched her cute little nose. Do I look bad in a suit? He paused, then gazed affectionately at the beautiful girl in front of him. But today, you really look beautiful. Feng Wanhua's eyes were full of shyness and happiness. She slightly raised her chin and shamelessly said, yes, I know I'm beautiful. No need for you to keep saying it. Xue Zhanqing chuckled softly. He couldn't help but reach out, ruffle her hair, and say, because you're beautiful, and I can't help but like you, so I have to praise you sincerely. His cheesy words really hit the spot. Feng Wanhua's whole body got goosebumps, but she also felt her heart melt, as if soaked in honey. Did your mouth just taste honey? She covered her mouth and laughed, her cheeks turning even redder. Xue Zhanqing leaned close to her ear and whispered, try it and you'll see how sweet my mouth is.
Rogue.
Feng Wanhua's face flushed bright red. This man was really shameless, standing in front of so many people, spouting cheesy lines one after another, his advances so strong she almost couldn't resist. Fortunately, relatives and friends kept coming over, surrounding Feng Wanhua and Xue Zhanqing, offering congratulations. Oh, what a perfect match. No wonder Yu Tang is so proud to show her off. Honestly, with this couple's looks, their future children will definitely be handsome, big, and chubby. Times have changed. Big chubby boys? Whether they have boys or girls, it doesn't matter. Maybe the couple prefers pretty little girls. Relatives and friends chatted excitedly, and before long, they started giving Feng Wanhua advice on raising children. Feng Wanhua listened with wide eyes, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Xue Zhanqing remained calm, even with a serious attitude, listening attentively to the elders' tips as if studying. Hey, Xue Zhanqing, why are you listening so seriously? You really want to get married and have children, don't you? Oh my goodness. I'm still a child. In the end, Zhou Yuping managed to rescue her shy and confused daughter-in-law from the crowd of relatives.
Come on, everyone sit down.
Over there are tea, snacks, and candies. The enthusiastic relatives finally dispersed, and Feng Wanhe let out a sigh of relief. Turning around, she saw Xue Zhanqing smiling warmly at her, his eyes shining brightly. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't really want to have children, do you? Feng Wanhe crossed her arms and took a few steps back, pretending to be scared. Don't come any closer. Amused by this clever little girl, Xue Zhanqing said affectionately, we'll definitely have children, but at least we should wait a few more years to enjoy just the two of us. He stroked his chin seriously and said, I listened carefully just now. Raising children is good, but it's also very tiring for parents. And once the baby is born, I'll definitely lose my place in the family. Thinking about what a relative had said earlier, that her family's child wouldn't be allowed to sleep in the bedroom until age 3, Xue Zhanqing felt scared. 3 years? With how much he adored Feng Wanhe, not being able to sleep with his wife for 3 days would be a huge torture for him. If they had a son, and another man started competing for his wife's love, he'd be jealous every day until he couldn't take it anymore. After weighing the pros and cons, he was quite grateful for these caring relatives. They successfully made him give up the idea of having children immediately after marriage. Well, leaving the continuation of the family line to Xue Zhanping was fine. He just wanted to spend time with his beloved wife, just the two of them. Feng Wanhe looked at the scheming in Xue Zhanqing's eyes, seeming to guess something. You're shameless, even competing with your own son for attention. Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing chuckled. While the relatives weren't paying attention, he leaned down and bit Feng Wanhe's ear. Are you eager to have children? If you want, I'm not against it. Why wait for another day? Maybe tonight. Shut up. The man's speed was so fast it startled Feng Wanhe, and she screamed as she hurriedly covered Xue Zhanqing's mouth. Their commotion drew the attention of the relatives. Blushing with embarrassment, Feng Wanhe buried her head deep in Xue Zhanqing's embrace amid the teasing laughter of the relatives and friends. This banquet was more like a gathering of military leaders than a wedding or school celebration, based on the scene. As someone who has never seen a big scene, Bao Yu was so shocked that he cursed out loud.
Wow.
That leader. I've seen him several times on Central News.
Wow.
That officer. There are many special reports about him in military magazines.
Wow.
That leader. Listening to Bao Yu repeatedly call national treasures, Xue Zhanqing couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and put his hand on Bao Yu's shoulder, smiling as he said, Buddy, can you act more proper? My aunt is a cultured person, and you might lose points if you act like this. Bao Yu didn't mind and said, My aunt is just too reserved and can't loosen up. Living is too tiring. Sometimes I deliberately tease her with bad words. For Bao Yu, cursing isn't considered too rude. Especially when he's feeling worried or upset and can't find a way to vent, swearing is a good outlet. Just argue your point. Don't regret it later when you can't catch the person you like, crying and asking me for help. Xue Zhanqing teased with a smile. Just then, Feng Wanhe came over, looking happy, and he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Bao Yu, feeling ignored, thought, Is there really such a reliable friendship in the world? Look at Xue Zhanqing's fawning attitude. What a perfect example of forgetting loyalty for beauty. While he was cursing, Wang Shengnan also came over, pregnant, and Bao Yu's face lit up with joy. He hurried over, smiling flatteringly and holding Wang Xingnan's arm. Hey, slow down, don't strain your back. The venue was small, so the banquet was held in waves. One group finished, then another started. The military families in the big courtyard were very polite, not fighting for seats, but tacitly giving the first round of seats to relatives of Xue and Feng and some important generals. Feng Wanhe and Xue Zhanqing carried wine glasses, walking among the guests, toasting friends and family. Come, Xiao He, take this red envelope. A senior officer, with rank higher than Feng Debiao, took out a thick red envelope from his bag and, without saying a word, shoved it into Feng Wanhe's arms. Before Feng Wanhe could refuse, the officer spoke first. This isn't for your father, nor for your future father-in-law. It's on behalf of Aunt Qiu, a little token of my appreciation. The officer's wife, surnamed Qiu, was also a high-ranking official. Because she was abroad on an inspection, she couldn't attend the engagement banquet. So she specially asked her husband to give the red envelope to Feng Wanhe. Feng Wanhe looked at his own father with a worried face and didn't dare accept the money, afraid it might cause unnecessary trouble for his father and future father-in-law. Shall he just take it? Finally, Xue Zhanqing smiled and signaled Feng Wanhe to accept the red envelope. We do not accept other people's red envelopes, but I must accept Lao Tang's red envelope. Hey Lao Feng, do you remember? During the Black Mountain battle, how did Lao Tang trick us? When we talk about the war years, all the leaders at the table become excited. Feng de Biao slams the table and says, "Of course I won't forget." At that time, Shui and I were the leaders of the 3rd and 7th companies, and Lao Tang was the battalion commander. He told us he was going to, but guess what? Shui Chongqing chimes in. That guy ran off carrying a pack of explosives himself. By the time we reacted, he had already pointed the enemy's machine gun at himself. Lao Tang, the one being teased, laughs loudly and raises his glass to drink 3 times in a row. It was my fault, all my fault. I will drink 3 cups as punishment and apologize to both of you. Feng Manhwa looks at these brave heroes who fought on the battlefield, scarred more than medals, listening to their stories of those glorious days. She feels deep admiration and pride. As people born in peaceful times, what reason do they have not to cherish the happy life they have now? Everything they enjoy now is earned with the blood and lives of these heroes and the martyrs resting underground. Feng Manhwa, who doesn't plan to drink, feels overwhelmed with respect. She raises her glass and says to the heroes present, "Uncles and elders, I toast to you." Then she quickly drinks the entire glass of white liquor. Good. As expected of Lao Feng's daughter, a brave girl from a martial family, just like Lao Feng in his youth. Since she toasts, we must drink together. Lao Tang looks at her with admiration. He gives the order, and all the soldiers stand up, raising their glasses in unison and finishing their drinks. At this moment, Feng Manhwa remains calm on the surface, but inside she feels like she is about to explode. When the bitter and spicy white liquor slides down her throat into her stomach and the fiery pain hits her nerves, she feels like breaking down and losing control. Why didn't anyone tell her that white liquor is so hard to drink? It's spicy and bitter, and the taste hits her forehead, almost making her lose her footing. Fortunately, Shui Zhanqing quickly supports her and hurriedly gives her half a glass of juice. Foolish girl, leave the drinking to me. Why are you trying to show off? Didn't I tell you you don't have to drink? Feng Manhwa feels a little dizzy. She leans on Shui Zhanqing's shoulder, her voice vague. The atmosphere got to me. I got carried away when I was tipsy. She opens her eyes and looks at Shui Zhanqing with a sad, pleading gaze. Why do you men like to drink so much? This thing tastes really bad, Shui Zhanqing chuckled softly. Just as he was about to speak, someone came over to give Feng Manhwa a red envelope. Like old Tang just said, this is Uncle's kind gesture, a sign of personal friendship. If you don't accept it, you're disrespecting Uncle. At this point, Feng Manhwa had no choice but to accept. Soon, her bag was filled with red envelopes from the elders. During the toast and chatter, the banquet was nearing its end. After drinking that glass of wine, she didn't touch her glass again, but she still felt her legs a bit weak and her head dizzy. Reluctantly, she had to lean on Shui Zhanqing. This made relatives and friends misunderstand. Oh, such a loving young couple. Very good. With this pace, maybe they can have 2 children in 3 years? Old Shui will be a grandpa, and old Feng will be a grandma, and they'll have plenty to do. Everyone was laughing and having fun. Even Bao Yu was standing on tiptoe, smiling foolishly at the scene, so no one noticed that Wang Shengnan and her close college friend left the military compound. Zhuzi, what's going on? Why do we have to come so far to talk? Wang Shengnan, pregnant and walking a bit awkwardly, looked at her college roommate. Can't we talk about this inside the compound? Why come all this way? My family is busy too. Her roommate, Xia Wanzhu, looked at Wang Shengnan with a slightly sour tone. What's wrong? Am I no longer worthy of talking to you? TSK. Such a rich girl's adopted daughter. Her sarcastic words made Wang Shengnan a little annoyed. You've always been my best friend. Even though I was busy today, I still warmly welcomed you when you came to see me. I don't understand why you're being so mean. She stopped walking and turned to head back. But just a few steps away, Zhu Tingfei, with a swollen face and nose, jumped out of the small woods. Before Wang Shengnan could call for help, Xiaowanju covered her mouth and, without hesitation, helped Zhu Tingfei drag her into the woods. At the military compound. Zhuzi, did you see that man with a limp? Do you know who he is? Xue Zhanping leaned over, pulling Feng Wanhe into gossip. The man wasn't in military uniform, only wearing a black Zhongshan suit. He was not tall, and his gaze looked quite sharp. Feng Wanhe looked for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. She couldn't help asking, who is he? Where are your older sister and brother Baoyu planning to go next? Xue Zhanping usually doesn't speak nicely. He likes to keep secrets and is quite annoying. Feng Wanhe, a bit drunk, thought for a while and then said, Lan City Business School? Yes. That ordinary-looking uncle is actually the dean of Lan City Business School. Xue Zhanping patted his thigh excitedly. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe's drunkenness eased a bit. Hurry, go find my older sister. I want to take this chance today to let her meet the dean early. Maybe he can look out for her in the future. Lan City is over 1,000 kilometers from Spring City. Just thinking about his older sister going so far away for several years made Feng Wanhe feel sad. So, when she learned that the dean of the business school was also there, she instinctively wanted to connect them. After looking around, she only saw Baoyu shouting excitedly, looking around for fun, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Where is my older sister? Feng Wanhe stepped forward a few steps and asked Baoyu. Hearing this, Baoyu was stunned. He pointed to a temporary rest area nearby and said, Sheng Nan is resting over there. Hey, where is she? Turning his head, he saw a few guests sitting inside, but there was no sign of Wang Sheng Nan. That shouldn't be. Sheng Nan just said you couldn't drink alcohol, and after you finished your toast, she planned to give you strong tea to sober up. Look, the tea is already brewed. Baoyu went forward and picked up Wang Sheng Nan's water cup, which already had cold tea inside. She's pregnant. Where could she have gone? Could she be feeling unwell and gone home early? Feng Wanhe looked around and even asked Xue Zhanping to go home and check, but still couldn't find Wang Sheng Nan. Sheng Nan isn't the type to be careless. Even if she had to leave, she would have told someone in advance. Baoyu's heart was a bit anxious. He searched every corner but found nothing. Could something have happened to her? Xue Zhanping's words made Feng Wanhe's heart suddenly jump. She overlooked an important detail. In her previous life, Wang Sheng Nan's death seemed to happen in August. Could it be that, despite everything, fate is still following its predetermined path, and Wang Sheng Nan has not escaped the grasp of death? Realizing this, Feng Wanhe grabbed Xue Zhanping's hand. My older sister might be in trouble. Xue Zhanping's expression turned serious. He looked around at the gathering of friends and family, chatting happily and calmly said, Many of the guests today are very important. Without clear news, it's best not to make a big fuss or cause trouble. Meanwhile, let my parents host the guests, and we and my in-laws will go find your eldest sister. At this moment, Xue Zhanping was the main support for Feng Wanhe. She hurriedly nodded, looked for a chance to take her parents to a quiet place, and explained that her eldest sister was missing. Is that possible? This is a military district compound. Who would dare hurt someone here? Feng Debiao frowned and said, Sheng Nan is a sensible girl. She might be feeling unwell and didn't want to bother us, so she went to the hospital herself. Even if she didn't want to bother us, she should have told Baoyu. Feng Wanhe pointed at the teacup in Baoyu's hand and said, My sister made this tea for me. The cup is still here, but she's gone. Unable to reveal the details of the past, Feng Wanhe could only urge, Dad, something is definitely wrong. We should find her quickly. Even if it's a false alarm, it's better than her really. Mei Yuetang hurriedly said, Old Feng, listen to Xiao He. Just then, Feng Wanhe had changed into a red cheongsam and unusually wore high heels. She didn't bother changing again and immediately gathered her 3 brothers, the 2 brothers of Xue Zhanping, and her parents to go out. At the door, Feng Wanhe asked the guard about the situation. Sure enough, the guards saw Wang Sheng Nan leave the military district with a stranger woman. They were talking and laughing, so they should know each other well, the guard said. The woman lingered at the gate for a long time 2 hours ago, then your sister came out and personally took her inside. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe looked at Xue Zhanqing. My sister is pregnant, and there are family matters. She definitely wouldn't go far. Looking around, Xue Zhanqing suggested, let's split up and search thoroughly, starting from the gate of the compound. 2 people per team and begin now. Just then, a patrol soldier passing by joined the search after seeing the scene. Feng Wanhe felt an indescribable fear and tension. She had a strong premonition that something big was about to happen. Soon, a message came from the woods nearby. A soldier participating in the search quickly ran over and said urgently, Captain Xue, there's a pregnant woman who has fainted. She might be the person you're looking for. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe's legs went weak. She barely kept herself from collapsing and staggered forward, supported by Xue Zhanqing. Deep in the woods, Wang Shengnan was found collapsed in a pool of blood, completely unconscious. At the entrance of the military hospital's operating room, Mei Yuetong's tears had never dried. She choked out. She was fine, so why did she go into the small woods? She lost so much blood. I'm afraid the baby.
Let's not worry about that now.
We should wait for the doctor's update, Feng Debiao sighed. As long as Shengnan is safe and sound, everything else can be discussed later. The adult's life is more important than the child's. That was true. Not to mention that the fetus in Wang Xingnan's had no blood relation to the Feng family, even if it were a biological child of the Fengs. In this situation, Feng Debiao would undoubtedly prioritize saving the adult without hesitation. There was never a choice between saving the adult or the child. The answer was always the same, saving the adult first. In the corner, Xue Zhanqing held the trembling Feng Wanhe. Tears blurred her delicate makeup. Her hair, originally styled with flowers, was now messy, and her dress was torn by branches. Listen to me, sit on the chair. Let me see your foot. Xue Zhanqing forced Feng Wanhe to sit down and took off her high heels. Her toes and heels were bleeding and torn, looking very grim. Foolish girl, you're hurt like this. Why aren't you making a sound? Xue Zhanqing was heartbroken. He asked the nurse for iodine and cotton swabs, then knelt on the ground, placing her foot on his knee, carefully cleaning the wound. At that moment, the doctor handed Feng Debiao a critical condition notice. The patient experienced severe bleeding during surgery. The situation is not optimistic, and a large amount of blood transfusion is urgently needed. According to the doctor, Wang Xingnan had received about 5,000 milliliters of blood, almost the total blood volume of an adult. What does this mean? It means Wang Xingnan had lost her own blood. If she hadn't been rushed to the hospital in time, and if it hadn't been at the most advanced military hospital, she might have already died. The patient has type A blood. Given the amount of bleeding, the hospital's blood bank might not last long. If possible, the family should donate blood for future use, the doctor said. Hearing this, Feng Debiao didn't hesitate. He rolled up his sleeve and said, I am type A blood. Use mine. But how could one person's blood be enough? Feng Wanhe, drunk and hearing that her sister was in a life-and-death situation, burst into tears and lost her ability to think. At this critical moment, Xue Zhanqing took on the heavy responsibility. I applied to my superior to let our soldiers with blood type A come and donate blood. No matter what, saving lives is the priority. Nearby, Bao Yu, looking pained, immediately reacted when he heard Xue Zhanqing's words. Yes, yes, donate blood. I'll find someone to donate too. He staggered down the stairs, so worried and scared that his legs felt weak. At the staircase corner, he fell heavily and rolled all the way down. His forehead was cut and blood stained half of his face, but Bao Yu didn't care at all. He casually wiped the blood from his face, and in the shocked eyes of the crowd, he quickly left the hospital. That day, the blood donation station at the military hospital showed a special scene. There were 2 groups, one in military uniform, the other in strange clothes, like troublemakers. These 2 groups, who normally wouldn't interact, stood together now for the same goal. There was no conflict, only silence. A soldier rolled up his sleeve and said to the nurse drawing blood, I'm healthy. I'll donate 400 milliliters of blood. Hearing this, a small troublemaker with blonde hair and wearing a bat-shaped shirt was not happy. I'm even healthier. I'll donate 600 milliliters.
No, 800 milliliters.
The nurse couldn't help but laugh and said, You can't donate more than 400 milliliters at a time. The troublemaker hesitated, then said, I'll come back next month and donate 400 again. One day and night, Wang Shengnan was in the emergency room. She woke up briefly once. Even though her life was uncertain, she still held the nurse's hand and asked with difficulty, Is the baby alive? Boy or girl? The nurse looked at her with sympathy, but ultimately chose to keep silent. It's a boy. She only told Wang Shengnan it was a boy, but didn't tell her that the baby had passed away right after birth. An innocent little life came into this world, didn't even cry out loud, didn't open its eyes to see the world, and left quickly without breathing this sweet air. Tears filled Wang Shengnan's eyes. Don't give up on him yet. The nurse relayed Wang Shengnan's words exactly to Feng de Biao. Feng de Biao felt both pain and anger. He said loudly, Why is that girl? She's almost dying herself, and she's still worried about the baby? If she had listened to him and gone to the hospital earlier for a miscarriage, she wouldn't have to endure this pain now. Mei Yu Tang gently stroked her husband's back and choked out, Respect her choice. First, keep the baby safe. Once Shengnan recovers, we can discuss what to do next. Even if the child's father is a beast, blood still flows in the child's body from Wang Shengnan. No matter how great the hatred or resentment, you cannot mistreat innocent little lives. In the end, the hospital sent the baby to the morgue for preservation. Feng Wanhe did not drown in her pain. After a brief moment of sorrow, she quickly gathered her strength and, with her 3 brothers, stormed into the Zhu family. Zhu Tingfei was not home. Only Zhu Jianye and Wu Guixiang were there. Late at night, seeing this group of fierce-looking people breaking in, Wu Guixiang was so frightened she jumped out of bed, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. "WH, what are you doing?" Zhu Jianye turned on the light, recognized the visitors, and then sternly questioned them. As soldiers, breaking into a civilian home is illegal. I will call the police and report you. Jiang Yuan has stepped forward, grabbing Zhu Jianye's collar. Go ahead, call the police. Maybe they'll check on your son, who caused my sister's life to hang in the balance. He's the one who's killing people. Hearing this, Zhu Jianye's face changed instantly. After a moment, Wu Guixiang shouted loudly, No, that's impossible. Tingfei is just a child. He's shy and obedient. How could he kill anyone? It must be that wicked Wang Shengnan provoking my son. Zhu Jianye echoed, Exactly. Flies don't land on a spotless egg. Even if my son did something to Wang Shengnan, it's because she did wrong first. That wicked girl has always been unruly. See, this is the victim-blaming mentality. Oh, in this big world, so many people. Why is it always you who gets killed? It must be your fault. Feng Wanhe couldn't hold back her anger. She stepped forward, grabbed a bedside lamp, and slammed at Zhu Jianye's forehead. If you dare to slander my sister again, I'll kill you. When Xue Zhanqing entered, he saw his sweet, adorable wife with a fierce look like a ghost from. Her eyes were red, her voice hoarse, and she even looked blood-stained. Zhu Jianye was stunned by and stayed quiet. He covered his bleeding head and stammered, Why you? You're crazy. I tell you, if anything happens to my sister, I'll make your son pay with his life. If you want your son to live, you'd better tell us everything you know honestly. Feng Wanhe gritted her teeth and warned her words carefully. After a brief silence, Wu Guixiang loudly said, This isn't my son's fault. It was Gong Yuan, that little troublemaker, who instigated everything. She's afraid that the child in Wang Xingnan's belly will compete with her for the family inheritance. That Gong is just a liar. She promised to respect the elders, serve her husband after marrying my son, but as soon as she entered the house, she turned cold and threw my daughter out. She even stole all our savings. Wu Guixiang's hatred for Gong Yuan was clear as she clenched her teeth. If I had known she was such a troublemaker, I wouldn't have let my son marry Wang Shengnan. At least Wang Shengnan was obedient and easy to handle. Before she finished speaking, she was slapped her left cheek. She covered her face and cried out in pain. Then Foam Wanha raised her hand again and slapped her right cheek. Are honest people to blame? Should honest people be bullied? My older sister is kind and obedient, yet she's become your tool to bully. Do you even deserve to be called human? Foam Wanha said fiercely, if you want to enjoy your old age peacefully, you'd better tell me where Ju Tingfei is hiding. Otherwise, none of you will have a good time. After Ju Tingfei married Gong Yuan, the Ju family's peaceful days were over. Gong Yuan was not easy to deal with. She forced Ju Jianye and his wife to use most of their retirement savings to buy a house in the city center. The funny part was, the money for the house came from all their savings, but the house was registered in Gong Yuan's mother's name. Did the Ju family accept this? Of course not. They were always the ones taking advantage of others, and they couldn't tolerate others taking advantage of them. Only magic could defeat magic. Gong Yuan was even more shameless, ruthless, and mean than the Ju family. In this competition, she completely outperformed them. She even threatened that if Ju Tingfei dared to divorce her, she would cut off his manhood, making him for life, and ensure the Ju family would have no descendants. When Foam Wanha heard these things from Wu Guixiang, she didn't feel any sympathy. Instead, she felt very pleased. This was retribution for the Ju family. They had committed such heinous acts in their past life, and in this life, they deserved to be punished. They should suffer a fate worse than death. When they arrived at the house in the city center where Ju Tingfei and Gong Yuan lived, it was already 4 a.m. Perhaps feeling guilty, the house was equipped with 2 high-security anti-theft doors, designed to be so secure that even a locksmith couldn't open them. But could these doors stop Shui Zhanqing and Xiang Yan? The two of them even competed on the spot to see who could unlock a door faster. Judge Jiang Yuanhe watched as Shui Zhanqing won the race, finishing 2 seconds ahead. Yan was very upset about losing. Their lock-picking skills were so smooth that both doors opened quietly, without waking anyone inside. Until a group of people rushed into the bedroom, grabbing Ju Tingfei, who was sleeping while holding a woman. Surprisingly, Ju Tingfei stayed calm, as if he had expected this moment. He turned on the bedside lamp and saw the Feng family members standing in front of him, a cold smile on his face. Hey, isn't that my ex-wife's brother and my ex-sister-in-law? Coming to our house late at night just to visit my new home? Feng Wanhe didn't reply. Instead, he picked up a vase he had grabbed when entering and smashed at Ju Tingfei's head. It was just like how his father did it. Ju Tingfei was in pain, twisting his body, but he refused to beg for mercy. I know why you're here. Yes, I did see Wang Shengnan yesterday. I think the property division back then was unfair. I want to negotiate with her again. While saying this, Ju Tingfei pulled the woman beside him up. Xiao Zhu, you were there too. Tell them I didn't lie. The mention of Xiao Zhu made Xu Hao suddenly remember some past events. You're Xia Wanzhu, my eldest sister's best friend. You even came to my house when you were a sophomore. The identity revealed by Xu Hao made Xia Wanzhu look flustered and nervous. Why be afraid? We have evidence. Ju Tingfei looked very proud. He broke free from Jiang Yuanhe's grip, got off the bed, and took out a video recorder from the drawer. He turned on the TV, inserted the tape, and looked back at Feng Wanhe and others with a smug smile. If you're not convinced, you can call the police anytime. I have witnesses and evidence. I can prove I never touched Wang Shengnan. Whatever happened to her has nothing to do with me. As the tape played, Wang Shengnan's figure appeared on the screen. There was no sound, only Ju Tingfei's calm expression and Wang Shengnan's angry, frantic look. Oh, the reason there's no sound is because it involves property issues, and I can't disclose everything, Ju Tingfei said proudly. He smiled and said, honestly, your Feng family doesn't need to keep Wang Shengnan around. She's not related by blood, and she's crazy. TSK, what's the point? Shut the up. Feng Wanhe suddenly grabbed an ashtray from the coffee table and threw it hard at Ju Tingfei. Ju Tingfei easily dodged and deliberately grabbed Xia Wanzhu's hand. Honestly, Wang Shengnan is blind. She thinks her close friends and classmates are loyal, but they all secretly want her man. Sometimes I can't believe how charming I am. He then asked Xia Wanju on purpose, "Little Zhu, what do you like about me?" Xia Wanju turned her face away and said vaguely, "This has nothing to do with me. I should go back now. If things get worse and your wife finds out, it would be trouble." "Why would she do anything? I'm already planning to divorce her. She's been sent to her parents' house." Zhu Tingfei held Xia Wanju's hand and kissed her on the lips. "Don't worry, once I divorce that tigress, I'll marry you right away. When I married Wang Xingnan, you and Gong Yuan were both bridesmaids. Honestly, I liked you more." See, once a person becomes shameless, they dare to do anything and say anything. Feng Wanhe at this moment couldn't bother to argue with Zhu Tingfei. On the TV screen, she saw Wang Shengnan suddenly clutch her stomach, looking extremely pained. She supported herself against a tree, but still couldn't hold her body and finally fell heavily to the ground, blood staining her dress. Throughout, Zhu Tingfei watched coldly, not only failing to help but turning and walking away. The scene ended as Zhu Tingfei left. Based on the current footage, indeed, Zhu Tingfei did not physically harm her. Yes, I admit I shouldn't have gone after Wang Shengnan at this critical moment. I did speak harshly, but as you all saw, I didn't touch her. It was her own temper that made her faint. I've consulted a lawyer, and this behavior doesn't constitute a crime. Zhu Tingfei clearly came prepared. His eyes carried a challenge, much smarter than when he divorced Wang Shengnan last time. Feng Wanhe sneered coldly. "Really? You think the law can't punish you, so you can relax?" She scoffed and turned to look at Xue Zhanqing. "Zhanping should be back soon, right?" Xue Zhanqing looked at his watch and said, "Oh yes, not far now. Zhanping drives fast, so it should be here soon." Just as he finished speaking, Xue Zhanping kicked open the door and walked in. Behind him was Gong Yuan, looking frightened. Gong Yuan had been staying at her parents' house these past 2 days. Coincidentally, her parents had gone visiting relatives, so she was alone at home. Late at night, someone climbed over the wall and caused a commotion, pulling her out of her bed. This person seems like a crazy person. First, she took her to the kitchen and forced her to pick up the sharpest kitchen knife. "Come on, I'll take you to see the fun." She was worried about being taken somewhere to be beaten, as she had done many wrong things. But the car drove all the way to their building's entrance. Seeing the open door and hearing the noisy sounds inside, Gong Yuan entered with a confused look. Then, what she saw was her husband standing with Xia Wanju, holding hands. In the bedroom, the bed was messy, with torn nightwear on the floor and a bottle of male enhancement medicine on the bedside table, clearly telling her a harsh truth. The husband she fought hard to keep has cheated on her. "Zhu Tingfei, you! How dare you cheat on me?" Gong Yuan screamed sharply, then grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed forward, swinging the knife toward Zhu Tingfei's head. Zhu Tingfei was scared and instinctively pushed Xia Wanju in front of him, trying to block the knife. Fortunately, Xia Wanju was not easy to scare. She kicked Gong Yuan and took the chance to escape. "Zhu Tingfei, you beast!" Xia Wanju's eyes were full of shock, anger, and disappointment in love. She had been blinded by infatuation, even knowing he was Wang Xingnan's ex-husband and had hurt her good friend badly. She was still moved by his sweet words. When Zhu Tingfei came to her, she had just broken up with her first love, who was about to marry her. The reason for the breakup was simple. Her ex's parents looked down on her and even threatened to cut ties with their son, forcing them apart. Coincidentally, her ex and Zhu Tingfei worked in the same system, and their families had some connections. She was unwilling and wanted revenge. When Zhu Tingfei, a disgusting fly, came close, she decided to go along and got involved with him. Zhu Tingfei was good at charming girls. Today, he sent flowers, tomorrow, chocolates. He didn't spend much money, but the gestures felt sincere. In just a few months, Xia Wanju believed she was in true love, thinking Zhu Tingfei was her destined partner. Zhu Tingfei promised he would divorce Gong Yuan soon and marry her after the divorce, planning a big wedding and inviting her ex's family to make him regret his choice. But first, he needed to meet with Wang Shengnan to discuss the division of assets. The more money they could get, the better their future life would be. Xia Wanju was persuaded, and under Zhu Tingfei's arrangement, she naturally lured the unsuspecting Wang Shengnan out. She thought that doing these harmful things was for their future plans, believing that people should look out for themselves.
But now,
when Zhu Tingfei pushed her into danger, Xia Wanju suddenly woke up.
dog, how can he turn good again?
Just then, Gong Yuan rushed over with a knife. Zhu Tingfei repeated his old tricks, planning to use Xia Wanju as a human shield. A fierce look flashed in Xia Wanju's eyes. She suddenly grabbed a chair and smashed at Zhu Tingfei's head. While Zhu Tingfei was dazed, Xia Wanju tightly controlled this unfaithful man.
Kill him.
Her eyes turned red as she shouted angrily at Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan didn't hesitate. Like a fierce woman, she charged forward with her knife, aiming precisely at Zhu Tingfei's most vulnerable part. They heard Zhu Tingfei scream painfully, and soon, blood stained his pants. Seeing it was enough, Shui Zhancheng and others pretended to step forward, some dragging the body, others calling the police and emergency services. Everything was done legally and properly. As the saying goes, only magic can defeat magic. From the beginning, Feng Wanhe and others suspected that Zhu Tingfei's arrogance and bullying of Wang Shengnan were well prepared. Even if they pursued it, it wouldn't be serious. Honestly, even if the Feng family used their power to pressure local authorities, Zhu Tingfei would probably only serve 2 years in jail. Wang Shengnan endured so much pain. How could she let Zhu Tingfei get away with it? So Feng Wanhe and others worked together, eventually avenging Wang Shengnan. They say you're never too old to learn. When Zhu Tingfei took out a tape to deny his responsibility, Zhu Hao copied him and recorded the scene with Zhu Tingfei's recorder. In the police station, Feng Wanhe cried and told everything about how Zhu Tingfei abused and hurt Wang Shengnan. She didn't need to exaggerate. Just stating the facts made the female police officer angry. She couldn't help but curse. Feng Wanhe, with red eyes and choking voice, asked, "Police officer, are you scolding me?" "I'm scolding the man who hurt your sister." "Don't worry, little girl. We won't let any bad person go free." The police officer comforted Feng Wanhe. After finishing the statement, she quickly let her go. The whole story was clear. Zhu Tingfei verbally attacked his pregnant ex-wife, which greatly upset Wang Shengnan and caused her to faint and have a miscarriage. As family members, Feng Wanhe and others couldn't accept this and went to confront Zhu Tingfei. Unexpectedly, he was secretly meeting with his mistress. Gong Yuan, the legal wife, naturally disagreed and, during an argument, threatened him with a weapon, ultimately injuring him by cutting his private parts. He was rushed to the hospital in time thanks to Feng's family. When Feng Jianye and his wife angrily demanded revenge, even the police couldn't ignore the situation. "Do you not know what your son did? We've already explained everything to you. If you keep causing trouble, we'll have to detain you for illegal disturbances." Feng Debiao and Mei Yuetang also arrived after receiving the call. Hearing the details, Feng Debiao frowned slightly. He didn't use his status to bully others. He remained polite and kept apologizing to the police. "It's my fault for not disciplining the children properly. They've caused you trouble." Mei Yuetang, crying, said, "How did the children cause trouble? Can't they just stand up for their sister? Why is it only Zhu Tingfei who can bully us without consequences?" The police also smiled and said, "Based on the current investigation, Zhu Tingfei's injuries are indeed unrelated to your children. You can handle the paperwork and take them home." Feng Debiao repeatedly thanked them, signed the documents, and led Feng Wanhe and others out of the police station. "Dad, did we cause you trouble?" Feng Wanhe looked at his father's back and softly asked. Feng Debiao paused, then turned to look at his daughter, gently patting her head. "The plan was well thought out, avenging your sister and venting your anger without putting yourself in danger." He paused and added, "You did very well, but next time, don't do it like that." In such a chaotic scene, even a small mistake could have hurt the girl. Feng Wanhe was about to speak when she saw Feng Debiao's gaze fall on Shui Zhancheng. "I know my daughter well. She's clever, but such a detailed plan. She couldn't have done it alone," he said. Hearing this, Shui Zhancheng didn't argue and immediately took responsibility. Yes, it was my idea. Xiao He cares about her sister, and she wanted revenge. Of course, I had to help her. When he said these words, Xue Zhanqing kept looking at Feng Wanhou, his eyes full of tenderness. As long as Xiao He wants it, no matter what it is, I will agree and do my best to help her achieve it, even if it costs me my life. Xue Zhanqing's firm words clearly made Feng Debiao very happy. He was a rough man, and because of years of fighting, he didn't care much for romance or love stories. He only cared about the outcome. And that outcome was whether the man who married his daughter was willing to risk everything, even his life, for her. Obviously, Xue Zhanqing was capable of doing that. Patting Xue Zhanqing on the shoulder, Feng Debiao sighed and said, Xiao He is luckier than Xingnan. Meeting you is her blessing. Wang Xingnan experienced a fierce battle with death. Or rather, it was a tug-of-war between the Feng family and death itself. Given Wang Xingnan's condition, her chances of survival were very slim. She had received more than 10 critical condition notices, and Feng Debiao's hands trembled as he signed the papers. But no one gave up on Wang Xingnan. Feng Debiao declared that they would do everything possible to save his eldest daughter, even risking everything. In the end, Wang Xingnan survived, and the Feng family beat death. When the doctor announced that Wang Xingnan was out of danger, Mei Weting finally burst into tears. She seemed like a mother who had almost lost her child. After holding on for 3 days and nights, hearing this good news, she finally relaxed. Her body was so weak she couldn't stand. Feng's 3 brothers and Feng Wanhou supported their mother. The family stood like an unbreakable wall of bronze and iron at the ICU entrance, blocking death outside. When Xue Zhanqing turned around, he saw Bao Yu kneeling in the corner, facing the wall, covering his mouth with his hands, trembling constantly. Clearly, he was overwhelmed with joy at Wang Xingnan's survival. Everyone thought Bao Yu's gentle care for Wang Xingnan had nothing to do with love, since their relationship had been full of interest from the start. A man who had never married and a divorced woman pregnant with someone else's child, their motives seemed to be money or power, both of which the Feng family had plenty of. But Xue Zhanqing knew that Bao Yu was not such a shallow, materialistic person. Deep inside, Bao Yu was romantic and pure, especially about love, stubborn and loyal. If he didn't like someone, even if you offered him mountains of gold and silver, he wouldn't be swayed. A few steps forward, Xue Zhanqing patted Bao Yu on the shoulder and said, Enough now, a strong man should stand tall. Sitting here crying like a puppy is not right. You don't know anything. Bao Yu cried with tears and snot, then pushed Xue Zhanqing's hand away and said, I finally managed to get close to Wang Xingnan. If something happens to her, won't I have no future? You're just stubborn. Xue Zhanqing chuckled and said, If you like her, just say so. There's no need to act like you're part of some powerful group. No one will laugh at you. Love should be spoken out loud. Bao Yu wiped his tears and blew his nose, his eyes still red. Just mind your own business. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Just then, the ICU door opened, and Wang Xingnan, covered with tubes, was pushed out by doctors and nurses. Although she's out of danger, she still needs treatment. Don't sedate the patient, or there might be a risk of bleeding again, said the doctor. Hearing this, Feng Debiao and others nodded repeatedly. They helped Wang Xingnan into a private room upstairs, listened carefully to the doctor's instructions, and then saw the doctor out.
Dad. Mom.
Before Feng Debiao and Mei Yuetang could react, Wang Xingnan's voice came from behind. She was still very weak, her voice hoarse, like she had been burned by fire. I'm sorry, I let you down again. Hearing this, Mei Yuetang hurried forward, holding Wang Xingnan's hand and saying, Silly girl, what are you talking about? You're our child. You don't always have to say sorry. Mei Yuetang gently stroked Wang Xingnan's thin, yellowish face and said, Life is full of ups and downs. We learn from setbacks and must protect ourselves in the future. Wang Xingnan softly responded with a hum and said, Mom, let Bao Yu stay with me. You all go home and rest first. Indeed, since Wang Xingnan's accident, the whole family hadn't rested properly. Wang Xingnan's life was uncertain. Who could sleep well? Honestly, I'm so exhausted I can barely stay awake. Big sister, look, I've lost weight because I've been worried about you these days. Foam Wonho came over, pouting and acting cute. When you get out of the hospital, you have to cook me lots of good food and make it up to me. Okay, big sister will cook for you. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you. Wang Shengnan reached out and gently touched her little sister's face, full of love and guilt. It's all my fault, big sister. I've made you suffer. Foam Wonho giggled and said, yeah, it's all your fault. So you need to rest well and make up for everything I've done. This made Foam de Biao and Mei Yuetang both laugh out loud. You kid, what nonsense are you talking about? After scolding her young daughter, Mei Yuetang reminded Bao Yu of many things before leaving the military hospital to go home and rest. Foam Wenhao took a hot shower happily. She was very tired, and after washing up, she lay on the bed and almost immediately fell asleep. She slept soundly until she heard a knocking sound downstairs. The visitor was Bao Yu. As Foam Wenhao reached the staircase, she heard Bao Yu's worried voice. She insists I get a blood sample from Zhu Tingfei, saying she wants to do a paternity test with that child. Hearing this, Foam de Biao sighed deeply, full of helplessness. Shengnan, why can't she let go? What's the point of a paternity test? To prove she didn't do anything wrong to Zhu Tingfei? Does it matter? I tried to persuade her too, but she's determined to do it. I didn't dare go against her, so I hurried back while she was sleeping to discuss this with you. What the outcome was no longer important. Everyone thought the matter was over, except Wang Shengnan, who still hadn't come out and was doing something that puzzled everyone, as if she had lost her mind. Foam Wenhao's heart suddenly jumped. In that moment, she vaguely guessed Wang Shengnan's intention. Her older sister wasn't trying to prove her innocence, because if she cared about her innocence, she wouldn't be involved with Bao Yu. She quickly went downstairs and looked at Bao Yu, asking, did you tell your sister about Gong Yuan cutting off Zhu Tingfei's manhood? I accidentally let it slip during a chat, but she didn't react at all. Bao Yu paused and said, she's a college student, she's smarter than me. Sometimes, I really can't figure out what she's thinking. Foam Wenhao looked at her parents sitting on the sofa and softly said, I think I might have guessed her true reason for insisting on the paternity test. She took a deep breath and frowned, saying, my sister's insistence on keeping that fetus isn't because of maternal love. Her wanting a paternity test isn't to prove her innocence. Her heart is full of hatred. She's seeking revenge. Foam Wenhao roughly guessed Wang Shengnan's thoughts. The Zhu couple valued passing on their family line, and now their only treasure, Zhu Tingfei, has been tragically cut off by his wife and mistress. Foam Wenhao sneered coldly and said, this is a disaster for the Zhu family. At this moment, my older sister will provide a DNA test report to show the Zhu family that the unborn baby is Zhu Tingfei's. Hearing this, Bao Yu exclaimed, wow. Thinking about how the only grandson was killed by their own son, the Zhu couple must be heartbroken, Bao Yu said repeatedly. This move is truly a heart-wrenching. Shengnan finally woke up and is no longer blindly led by others. No one is perfect. To outsiders, Wang Shengnan seems indecisive, weak, and kind-hearted, a typical saintly figure, which makes people speechless. But no matter what, Wang Shengnan will always be part of the Foam family. For her, who is usually soft-hearted, to do something so cruelly decisive, it's clear the Zhu family went too far this time. Dad, just tell my older sister do a DNA test, Foam Wenhao said. She looks calm on the surface, but inside, she might be hurting so badly she's bleeding internally. If we don't help prevent this anger, she might do something dangerous. Wang Shengnan appears gentle and easy to talk to, but inside, she is stubborn and strong-willed. Once she gets stuck in a corner, she might push herself to the limit. Being kind to enemies is cruel to oneself, which is what Foam de Biao often said. Without hesitation, Foam de Biao immediately made a call. The chief surgeon at the geology hospital is my comrade's wife. She will help you get Zhu Tingfei's blood sample for the DNA test. The person responsible for the test will arrive at the hospital tonight. Foam de Biao told Bao Yu. Tell Xingnan to go ahead and do what she wants. Mom, Dad, and her brothers and sisters will always support her." With Foam de Biao's words, Bao Yu felt relieved. Wang Xingnan had faced a devastating earthquake as a child and narrowly escaped death. Later, she married a scoundrel and was hurt. Her life had been full of misfortune. But she found the Feng family, grew up with their care and love, and was lucky. Life. Where is their perfection? Feng Wanhe felt a bit upset. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, wanting to find someone to talk to. But her parents had been exhausted for several nights and had just fallen asleep. She didn't want to disturb them. She sat on her bed for a long time, then finally hugged a pillow and went downstairs, heading straight to the Xue family. It was already late at night. When Feng Wanhe knocked on the Xue family's door and saw Zhou Yuping in her clothes, her eyes turned a little red. "Aunt Zhou, I feel a bit unwell." Zhou Yuping naturally understood the impact Wang Xingnan's situation had on Feng Wanhe. She sighed and gently hugged the young girl, patting her back softly. "Good girl, don't be sad. Everything is over now. Your older sister will get better too." Just then, the living room light turned on, and the elderly couple from the Xue family came out of the bedroom after hearing the noise. "Oh, dear, my girl has been wronged." Lei Shuxian stepped forward, taking Feng Wanhe into her arms with great concern. Everyone knew about the Feng family's issues, but there was nothing they could do to help, right? Now that they heard Wang Xingnan was out of danger, they were happy. They also understood that Feng Wanhe's current fragility was due to exhaustion after relaxing. "Are you hungry? Auntie will make you a bowl of scallion and egg noodles." Zhou Yuping gently touched Feng Wanhe's face and said softly. Feng Wanhe wasn't hungry at first, but after hearing Zhou Yuping, she felt she could eat a little. "Old man, call the battle team headquarters and ask Xue Zhanqing to come home," Lei Shuxian said to her husband. "No need, really no need. Zhanqing has been with me these days. He just returned to the team this morning. Let him rest well." Feng Wanhe quickly said, but she saw that Xue Weisong had already made the call. "No need to worry about that brat." "Oh, you're feeling sad and can't sleep. Why should he sleep? Is that fair?" Lei Shuxian said with a smile. "You and Zhanqing are together. You can talk to him about your feelings. It's not so convenient for us to do so across generations. Grandma understands. Xiao He, has your older sister's matter been sorted out? If there's any trouble you can't handle, just tell us. Grandpa still has some connections. Maybe he can help." Xue Weisong sat on the sofa opposite, smiling kindly. He was known to be very strict and disliked others trying to interfere with his authority.
But now?
He brought up this offer voluntarily, which moved Feng Wanhe deeply. "Grandpa, everything is settled. My older sister is recovering well now," Feng Wanhe said. "I just feel sorry for what my sister went through." She was speaking when Zhou Yuping carried a steaming bowl of noodles from the kitchen, fragrant and topped with fresh green scallions and 2 poached eggs. Feng Wanhe ate her noodles while Zhou Yuping and Lei Shuxian sat across from her, watching her with gentle smiles. No one spoke, only a dim yellow lamp, but it made Feng Wanhe feel very warm. She was halfway through her meal when Xue Zhanqing hurried back. He was even wearing shorts and a tank top, rushing home as if flying. He entered carrying the coldness of the night, and when he saw Feng Wanhe, his eyebrows filled with love, making him feel warm all over. "Little he." Xue Zhanqing stepped forward a few steps, his eyes full of affection for this small, slightly fragile girl. The moment Feng Wanhe saw Xue Zhanqing, her confusion and doubt seemed to disappear. Her heart felt very peaceful, like a drifting boat returning to a warm harbor. "I can't finish it." She looked up at Xue Zhanqing, pushing the half-eaten noodles in front of him, her eyes full of innocence and playfulness. Xue Zhanqing chuckled softly. He took the chopsticks from her hand, moved the bowl to his side, and finished the remaining noodles in a few bites. At some point, the Xue family had already left. They always knew when to leave quietly, creating the right moments for Feng Wanhe and Xue Zhanqing to be together peacefully. "Are you full? If you are, shall we go back to rest?" Xue Zhanqing raised his hand, using his fingertips to wipe the oil from foam on his lips, his gaze as gentle as honey. After washing the dishes, Xue Zhanqing held foam on his hand and led her upstairs to his bedroom. As he pushed open the door and saw a foldable bed suddenly in the room, he couldn't help but laugh. How could his own mother be so excessive? In such a good moment, not only does she not give her son a chance, but she also sets up a foldable bed. Was she reminding him not to cross the line? Okay, I understand. I promise not to take advantage of little he. Just as Xue Zhanqing was about to honestly lie on that foldable bed, Feng Wanhe suddenly grabbed his wrist. Zhanqing, can you hold me and sleep? All night, Xue Zhanqing seemed to dance on the edge of a knife. With soft jade in his arms and the girl he loved, a passionate man, who could resist? In the faint morning light, Xue Zhanqing looked down at the little girl in his arms. She slept peacefully, with a faint smile on her lips, and her worried brows had disappeared. Xue Zhanqing sighed, gently kissed her forehead. The girl was truly big-hearted. Was she not afraid that he would turn into a hungry wolf and swallow her whole while she was asleep? Feng Wanhe, in her dreams, felt a bit hot. She seemed to be sleeping on a hot stove, the blazing fire scorching her, making her sweat all over, so much so that her clothes became a burden. Half asleep, she casually unbuttoned her shirt, pulling the collar wide until she felt cool enough, then found a comfortable position to sleep again. She truly felt comfortable, but Xue Zhanqing felt even worse. That young girl really doesn't treat him as an outsider. Wow, she unbuttoned her shirt right in front of him. Even with a vest underneath, a large amount of skin was exposed, almost blinding his eyes. Sigh, what should he do? He really wanted to kiss her. He really wanted to touch her. He wanted to hold the little mischievous girl in his arms and give her a good scolding. Ah. He was about to explode. Finally, Xue Zhanqing couldn't hold back. He turned over, placed the sleeping Feng Wanhe on the bed, and then, his lips gently pressed against her lips, carefully kissing and caressing. Gradually, he was no longer satisfied with just lingering on her red lips. Unknowingly, his lips moved downward. Chin, neck, collarbone. When Xue Zhanqing's lips touched the mole on Feng Wanhe's chest, at that moment, when the soft jade-like warmth was in his hand, almost making him lose control, suddenly, he turned over and sat up. He gasped heavily, hurriedly tidied her clothes, and pulled a blanket over her exposed skin. Then, Xue Zhanqing got out of bed and hurried into the bathroom as if fleeing. When the sound of water came from the bathroom, Feng Wanhe, who had been asleep, quietly opened her eyes. Her eyebrows and eyes were full of gentle spring feelings, her whole body slightly trembling, making her breathing become rapid. Since Xue Zhanqing kissed her lips, she had woken up. She was supposed to push him away. After all, they weren't married, and it wasn't appropriate to do this now. But after a brief inner struggle, her whole body relaxed, her eyes closed, and she didn't push away the man who was unable to control himself. In her past life, they had been together for so long. If she hadn't been harmed and killed, they would have been married long ago. Now, they were just continuing what they hadn't finished in the previous life. She felt Xue Zhanqing's cool lips brush her chin and neck, lingering on her collarbone for a long time, finally tearing open her clothes and kissing the mole on her chest. It was an indescribably wonderful feeling. The feelings buried inside her body were awakened. She was greedy, wanting more. But soon, Xue Zhanqing woke up, hurriedly escaped to the bathroom, and poured cold water over himself to extinguish the fire in his heart. Feng Wanhe let out a breath of relief, but she couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Actually, she didn't mind doing the chores of a wife early. Life is so short that we should try to do the things they like in the limited time we have, instead of waiting until it's too late and feeling regret. When the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, Feng Wanhe quickly pretended to be asleep. Perhaps Xue Zhanqing felt guilty for doing something wrong because he usually was very alert, but he didn't notice Feng Wanhe was pretending to sleep. He thought she was still sleeping deeply, so he came out wrapped only in a towel and stood in front of the wardrobe to find clothes. He turned his back to Feng Wanha and unwrapped the towel. When his body, which had no excess fat, was revealed to Feng Wanha, even just from the back, it was enough to make her blood race faster? She accidentally choked on her saliva and couldn't help but cough loudly. The sudden noise startled Xue Zhanqing, who was putting on his underwear. He looked surprised, quickly pulled up his underwear, and grabbed a towel to cover himself. You. When did you wake up? Xue Zhanqing looked panicked and stammered a little. Thinking about how Feng Wanha had seen everything, he immediately blushed. His first thought wasn't that he had been caught, but whether he had been exercising well recently, whether his muscles were firm, and if he had a good V-shaped figure. Although Feng Wanha was also nervous, she kept her cool on the surface. I just woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw you dressing. I was startled and couldn't help coughing. Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing let out a breath of relief. That's good. The girl probably didn't know she had just stolen a kiss from him, right? Thinking of this, Xue Zhanqing pretended to be angry, walked over, pinched Feng Wanha's nose, and said, Are you deliberately spying on me? Such a young girl. Not learning properly? Feng Wanha giggled and struggled. As she turned over, she rolled right off the bed. Even though Xue Zhanqing was quick, he was still a step too late. The bed wasn't high, so Feng Wanha didn't get hurt from the fall. But she still pouted and pretended to be pitiful, crying softly. Xue Zhanqing was immediately worried. He knelt on the ground and kept apologizing to Feng Wanha. Feng Wanha was secretly smiling, planning to suddenly look up and make a funny face to scare Xue Zhanqing, but suddenly the door was pushed open. It was Zhou Yuping, who heard the noise and rushed in. What's wrong with Xiaohe? Why did she fall on the ground? Oh, is she crying? Zhou Yuping had just gotten out of bed and was about to go downstairs to cook when she heard a loud sound from the bedroom, followed by Feng Wanha's crying. Her face changed dramatically. She didn't even bother knocking and just barged in. Xue Zhanqing, what's wrong with you? Why did you bully Xiaohe? Zhou Yuping didn't ask why and immediately started hitting her own son on the back. Being hit and crying out loudly, Xue Zhanqing couldn't help but defend himself. It's not my fault. I just finished showering and changing clothes, and Xiaohe suddenly peeked. Before he could finish, his mother's fists hit even harder. Just look. What's wrong with a grown man seeing? Xiaohe said she just wanted to look, but even if she wanted to touch you, you should have calmly let her do it and taken off all your clothes. Zhou Yuping thought that Feng Wanha fell because she was peeking at Xue Zhanqing changing clothes and was pushed down by him. She was furious. Why get engaged? Do you think it's to protect your rights?
Stop being so self-centered.
The engagement is just to think about Xiaohe. Zhou Yuping snorted coldly. If Xiaohe doesn't want you to touch her, you just sleep on the folding bed. But if Xiaohe wants to play with you...
What?
Play with me? Xue Zhanqing was stunned by his mother's fierce words. Mom, do you even listen to yourself? How can you say such cold jokes with a 36.5-degree smile? Feeling helpless, Xue Zhanqing chuckled and looked at Feng Wanha, who was giggling, and said, Did you hear that? Next time she wants to play with me, just say it openly. Wang Shangnan was young, and she was lucky because the powerful Feng family was willing to do anything to save her. That's why she managed to survive. Even if no one mentioned it, Wang Shengnan knew very well. If she had been rescued at a regular hospital, she probably wouldn't have made it. Not to mention the cost of treatment. Almost 10,000 milliliters of plasma were used, which no hospital in Spring City could afford. And the expenses? Even though the military hospital cared for military family members, Wang Xingnan's trip to the brink of death still cost nearly 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. That's a year and a half of Feng de Biao's salary. In the ward, Wang Qiangwei placed a bowl of pork rib soup on the table and handed Wang Shengnan some red bean buns. Shengnan, I made these myself. Try one? Wang Shengnan took a red bean bun, took a bite and smiled. Qiangwei's cooking is getting better and better. No wonder you love supporting the army so much. Her teasing made Wang Qiangwei blush, and she couldn't help but stomp her foot. Shengnan, you're too much. Everyone laughed. Feng Wanha said, Big sister, You must take good care of your health. Next month on the 9th, Rose will go to register her marriage with the volunteer. When that time comes, let's go celebrate. Hearing this, Wang Xingnan's eyes filled with happiness.
Oh, really?
Quickly, Bao Yu, give Rose a red envelope as a little token of our good wishes. Rose kept refusing but couldn't resist Bao Yu, so she finally accepted the red envelope. Since the volunteer said there won't be a big wedding with many friends and family, just a few tables at home, he'll invite some comrades and my classmates to make it lively as a way to witness our love. Hearing this, Mei Weting nodded. That's good. Your mother-in-law isn't feeling well and shouldn't be bothered. Weddings are complicated and tiring anyway. She smiled and said, ever since you and the volunteer got together, his mother seems to be feeling much better. Yesterday, I saw her, and she even recognized me and invited me to sit at her house. Dong Yuanchao's life was brightest because of Wang Rose. Since his father sacrificed himself, his life had become dull and dark. He felt like a traveler groping in the darkness. Now, whenever he returned home, it was no longer chaotic. His mother and sister were well cared for, and warm meals were always waiting for him. Dong Yuanchao didn't have big dreams. Besides serving in the army to protect the country, his only goal was to grow old with Wang Rose and have children. Hey, have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? Feng Wanhe asked worriedly as she held her friend's hand when they went downstairs. Are you pregnant? Just now, she saw Wang Rose smell the meat soup and cover her mouth as if she was about to. Because her older sister had recently lost her unborn child, Feng Wanhe pretended not to notice and waited until now to ask. Wang Rose blushed shyly and nodded. Yes, I'm pregnant. It's still early, and the ultrasound can't see anything yet. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe made a few teasing sounds and said, in just one summer vacation, we've already started very different lives. That's right. You're still a young, innocent girl, while I'm a married woman with children. Wang Rose added with a smile, and the two girls laughed together. Don't tell Dong Yuanchao yet. I plan to wait until the day we get the certificate to surprise him. Holding Feng Wanhe's hand, Wang Rose's eyes shone with happiness. Dong Yuanchao always said Wang Rose was his salvation, but he wasn't aware that he was also her salvation. They are each other's brightest light in life. No one can separate them except death. Soon, Bao Yu delivered the paternity test results for Wang Xingnan's unborn child and Zhu Pengfei. There was no doubt, the child was Zhu Pengfei's. Looking at the final page of the report, Wang Xingnan's hands trembled, but her expression remained calm and steady. In fact, her eyes carried a dullness that worried Bao Yu, as if a still pond with no ripples. Dad, Mom, is the child still here? The day before Wang Xingnan was discharged from the hospital, she suddenly mentioned the child. Since she came out of intensive care, everyone instinctively avoided topics related to the child, afraid of upsetting her. So, when she brought it up herself, Feng Dubier felt a bit anxious. After a pause, he regained his composure and said, he's in a mortuary, but Dad thinks there's no need to. Dad, I want to see him. Wang Xingnan looked up at Feng Dubiao with a calm and peaceful expression. Even though we've only shared a few months of mother-son love, I still want to see him off properly. Hearing his daughter's words, Feng Dubiao looked into her eyes, trying to find something on her face. But no matter how he observed, Wang Xingnan's expression was peaceful and composed, with no sign of doing anything foolish. Mother and son are connected. Let Xingnan say goodbye to the child. Mei Weting gently tugged her husband's sleeve and whispered, find a good place with good feng shui, and give the child a proper burial. Let him be reborn into a good family. With his wife supporting her, Feng Dubiao no longer refused. However, he still felt uneasy, so he asked Feng Wanhao and Xue Zhanqing to accompany Wang Xingnan to the mortuary. Zhanqing, I trust you the most. I believe that no matter what happens, you can handle it calmly. Do you understand what I mean? Before leaving, Feng Dubiao pulled Xue Zhanqing aside and whispered. Both Wang Xingnan and Feng Wanhao were his daughters, and they were always on his mind. Even with Bao Yu present, he felt uneasy. Only this future son-in-law was someone Feng Debiao trusted the most. Xue Zhanqing nodded and replied, I understand. How I take them out, I will bring them back just the same, whole and safe. This was Feng Wanhao's first time in the mortuary. Strangely, she didn't feel scared. Even as she passed by the rows of coffins with bodies inside, her face remained unchanged. This made Xue Zhanqing can't help but praise her. Once, I thought ghosts were frightening, but now I realize that every abandoned graveyard with swaying weeds is the resting place of loved ones who are missed day and night and can no longer be seen. Feng Wanha calmly said, moreover, the scariest thing in this world isn't ghosts but people. Being able to understand such a truth at a young age, even Bao Yu looked at Feng Wanha with more respect. What kind of suffering must one endure to have such a sudden realization? They passed through rows of morgue cabinets and finally reached one at the end. When they saw the label on the cabinet that read Son of Wang Shengnan suddenly trembled. But she quickly composed herself, and her expression remained cold and indifferent as she spoke.
Take him out. I want to take him with me. Take him out?
Take him away? When she said this, not only the staff were shocked, but Feng Wanha and others were also startled by Wang Xingnan. Big sister, please don't be too upset. Not knowing how to comfort her, Feng Wanha spoke carefully. Everyone thought Wang Shengnan was overwhelmed with grief and was talking nonsense, but her eyes were unusually clear. I'm truly sad, but I am also fully aware now. I know what I am doing. You didn't hear wrong. I want to take him away. Wang Shengnan seemed to have a different soul. She was no longer gentle and soft but radiated hostility, like a vengeful queen turned dark. Bao Yu was shocked. He couldn't help but look down at the foam box in his hands, which was filled with ice, something Wang Shengnan had instructed him to prepare. All along, he had doubted the purpose of the foam box, but now, hearing her words, he finally understood. Shengnan, burying the child is the right thing to do. But shouldn't we choose the grave site first before taking the child? Bao Yu asked cautiously. Wang Shengnan didn't answer. She only motioned for the staff to pull out the morgue cabinet, revealing a large but empty shroud. She stared at the shroud for a long time, and just as the staff was about to open it, Wang Shengnan suddenly turned around. Bao Yu, put him in the foam box. Bao Yu didn't dare move. He looked at Feng Wanha and Xue Zhanqing, seeking their opinion with his eyes. After a brief shock, Feng Wanha understood Wang Xingnan's plan. She hadn't guessed wrong. Wang Shengnan really wanted revenge on the Zhu family. But this revenge wasn't just about shoving a paternity test report into their faces. Could those few pages of light paper really cause the Zhu family any pain? They didn't admit it openly, but deep inside they knew that the baby in Wang Xingnan's belly was Zhu Tingfei's. So, Wang Shengnan wanted to send this little, living baby to the Zhu family so they could see with their own eyes what their grandson, whom they caused to die, looked like. Xue Zhanqing's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He held Feng Wanha's hand gently and shook his head, meaning that Wang Xingnan's actions were not right. It's not about pity for the Zhu family, but about fighting enemies and hurting oneself. She used her own flesh and blood as a tool to punish the Zhu family. Wouldn't she be hurting herself even more? The dead are the most important. Even a small baby shouldn't be used as a tool for a mother's revenge. Seeming to see through Xue Zhanqing's thoughts, Wang Shengnan turned around and suddenly knelt in front of Feng Wanha. Xiao He, please don't stop me. Wang Shengnan said in a hoarse voice, right now, what keeps me going is revenge. I don't know if I can survive after I succeed in revenge, but if I can't get revenge, I don't think I can hold on for even 15 minutes. She had no tears. Her eyes were hollow and red. It's not just for the baby, but also for my ruined life. I feel sorry for my youthful years, and even more sorry for my parents' love and care. Xiao He, please fulfill my wish. Feng Wanha couldn't shake his head and refuse, nor could he be cruel enough to drag Wang Shengnan back. After a brief silence, she looked up at Xue Zhanqing. Although it's a bit extreme. Bad people shouldn't sleep peacefully till dawn, and good people shouldn't cry all night and stay awake until morning. Not everything in this world can be solved by law. Life and worldly affairs are not just black and white. There are many gray areas outside the law. Xue Zhanqing couldn't refuse Feng Wanha's words. Finally, he nodded and asked Baoyu to place the nearly unborn baby into a foam box. Xue Zhanqing said in a deep voice, Zhu Tingfei was injured and hospitalized. His parents are with him at the hospital. Going to the Zhu family is pointless. Just go to the geological hospital. At the geological hospital, Wu Guixiang looked at her son lying on the bed, pale as death, and burst into tears again. Cry, cry, cry for your mother. The pain in his body and the mental torment made Zhu Tingfei extremely irritable. He cursed Wu Guixiang, not caring that she was his mother. What about Gong Yuan and Xiao Wanzhu? They harmed me. Go and kill them to avenge me. Zhu Jianya stood at the window, watching the frantic Zhu Tingfei. He couldn't help but sigh. When Tingfei first mixed with Gong Yuan, I didn't agree. That woman's scheming can't hide from me. Honestly, Wang Xingnan is a good wife. Not to mention her high-status family background, her appearance and work are far better than Gong Yuan's. You and your mother must be blindly supporting Gong Yuan to bully Wang Xingnan. Zhu Tingfei's eyes are full of anger. What's the point of saying all this now? Why didn't you stop me back then? Now I've been ruined by those two mean people. You won't have grandchildren in your lives. When he mentions grandchildren, Wu Guixiang, who is wiping tears, suddenly lifts her head, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. I don't believe that a few harsh words could really upset Wang Xingnan. I suspect Feng's family is deliberately causing trouble. Wu Guixiang feels more confident the more she thinks about it. Yes, our family's lineage isn't broken yet. Tingfei, once you're discharged, go apologize to Wang Xingnan. Kneel, kowtow, whatever it takes. As long as she forgives, you'll agree. With that, Wu Guixiang comforts her son. Your chance to become a father depends entirely on Wang Xingnan. This makes Zhu Tingfei's eyes light up with hope. Yes. When he left that day, Wang Xingnan was unconscious and bleeding, but maybe she could still turn the situation around. After all, she's the daughter of a senior officer in the military district. The military hospital's medical standards are high, and her family is wealthy. Surely they can save his son? Thinking this way, Zhu Tingfei becomes excited. He even struggles to sit up and says, Quick, help me up. I'll apologize to Xingnan right now and bring her home. Just then, the door of the ward is kicked open. Baoyu, holding a foam box, leads the way, followed by Feng Wanhua and Xue Zhanqing. Finally, Wang Xingnan, dressed in black and looking pale, enters. She is wearing loose clothes and, because she just left the hospital, her body is still swollen. For a moment, Zhu's family even thought Wang Xingnan was pregnant. Wu Guixiang, who used to be stern, now smiles kindly and warmly. Xingnan, Mom, you're a good girl. You and Tingfei loved each other deeply. How could you part ways? Listen to Mom, let's go home today. I'll take care of your food, clothing, and living needs until you give birth. Until you recover after giving birth and help take care of the grandson. Afraid Wang Xingnan might refuse, Wu Guixiang keeps showing her loyalty. Wang Xingnan coldly looks at this disgusting family and suddenly smiles coldly. What's next? Your son has lost his manhood. Now, you think of me? Are you caring about me or about the child in my belly? Wu Guixiang forced a smile and said, Look at what you're saying. Of course we care. You and your son are one. But what if we are already separated? Wang Xingnan's gaze swept over Wu Guixiang and Zhu Jianya, finally resting on Zhu Tingfei's hopeful face. There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The Zhu family suddenly realized that the former daughter-in-law they once looked down on and mistreated had changed. She was no longer gentle, obedient, and patient. The cold, fierce look in her eyes made Wu Guixiang feel a bit afraid. But thinking that this woman still carried their only descendant, she had to steel herself, smile flatteringly, and keep trying to please Wang Xingnan. Of course, I want to hear the good news. Wang Xingnan smiled sinisterly. The good news is I am carrying a boy. And look, I specifically did a paternity test. The child is your son, Zhu Tingfei. She threw the papers onto Wu Guixiang and Zhu Jianye, lifting her chin with a look of disdain and sneer. When they heard it was a boy, Wu Guixiang and Zhu Jianye couldn't hide their excitement and happiness. Oh, heaven is watching over us. Our Zhu family finally has a successor. Zhu Jianye clasped his hands together and looked up. Thanks to the ancestors of the Zhu family for their protection. Son, did you hear that? Xingnan's belly has a boy. That's your son. Wu Guixiang turned to look at Zhu Tingfei lying on the hospital bed and said, Listen to Mom. When we leave the hospital, we'll divorce Gong Yuan and stay away from Xia Wanzhu and others in the future. Xingnan forgave you and gave birth to your son. You must treat her well. Don't bully her anymore. Hearing this, Wang Xingnan couldn't help but sneer. Don't just be happy. There's bad news too. Why don't you ask about it? Thinking of having a successor, Zhu Tingfei felt his wound hurt less. He waved his hand dismissively and said, What bad news could there be? Maybe you just refuse to remarry me. Anyway, I tell you, whether you remarry or not, this child is mine. You, a single woman with a boy, will never be able to marry.
Oh.
Do you want to marry him? Pointing at Bao Yu beside her, Zhu Tingfei sneered. He's not stupid. Would he be willing to raise my son? Xingnan, I advise you not to be stubborn. Wait until Gong Yuan and I divorce, then we will remarry immediately.
Bah.
Wang Xingnan spat directly in Zhu Tingfei's face, her eyes full of disgust. Remarry you? Who gave you the courage to be so confident? Seeing Wang Xingnan's cold attitude, Wu Guixiang felt a bit annoyed, but thinking of her grandson, she suppressed her anger. For now, she decided to endure it, at least until Wang Xingnan has the baby, then she would settle the score. If Wang Xingnan is shameless, once the baby is born, she will make sure Wang Xingnan leaves with nothing and is completely gone. Xingnan, tell me, what's the bad news? Wu Guixiang and Zhu Tingfei shared the same thought. They believed nothing was more important than having a grandson now. A boy, and proof in paper that he is from the Zhu family. That's all that matters. Wang Xingnan smiled eerily. She turned to Bao Yu and said, Come, Bao Yu, give my carefully prepared gift to my ex-husband and ex-mother-in-law. Oh, I mean, to the baby's father and grandparents. Bao Yu looked worried and said, Xingnan, you really don't have to do this. This is my business and I decide. Wang Xingnan interrupted Bao Yu, raising her voice slightly. If you won't do it, then give me the things, and I will deliver them myself. Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing pushed Bao Yu aside and stepped forward, personally handing the box to Zhu Tingfei. It's better not to let Wang Xingnan handle it. After all, it's a piece of flesh that fell off her. Even if she wants revenge, in the end, both sides will suffer. Bao Yu dodged Wang Xingnan's outstretched hand and said coldly, I'll give it to them. Step back a bit. But Wang Xingnan refused to move. She stared tightly at the phone box in Bao Yu's hands, her eyes bloodshot, fists clenched, nails digging into her palms without her noticing. Feng Wanha stepped forward a few steps, ignoring Wang Xingnan's stubbornness, and forcibly pulled her to the door. Then, Xue Zhanqing came over and stood in front of her, blocking her view. Meanwhile, Zhu Tingfei had already taken the phone box. He looked at Bao Yu with hostility and snorted, Have you touched Wang Xingnan? She's my woman. Be sensible. This disgusting look on Zhu Tingfei's face almost made Bao Yu throw a punch. But thinking about what might happen next, Bao Yu snorted coldly, took a few steps back, and firmly stood in front of Wang Xingnan. Zhu Tingfei, injured and unable to open the phone box, looked impatient and said, Why are you just standing there? Look at what's inside. It's cold and a bit heavy. Cold? Maybe seafood? People in the military compound are rich, things like ginseng and seafood.
Ah.
Wu Guixiang unpacked the box while talking to herself, guessing what was inside. Until she opened the lid and saw what was inside, Wu Guixiang let out a heart-wrenching scream, almost throwing the box away.
You.
Her face turned pale, and she pointed at Wang Xingnan, stammering, trembling all over. Zhu Jianye was very unhappy with his wife's extreme reaction. He stepped forward and said, "What's inside?"
You scared yourself like this, I'll see. Ah.
Before he finished, Zhu Jianye let out an even louder, more tragic scream than Wu Guixiang. Then Zhu Tingfei also stretched his neck to look inside. He didn't scream but looked once and fainted weakly. "That's your family's grandson. Why aren't you hugging him?" Wang Shengnan sneered and said, "Isn't it what you've been longing for? Holding your grandson? I've brought him to you now. What's your reaction? Why aren't you happy?"
He's dead.
Zhu Jianye shouted, "You caused my grandson's death, you murderer."
What are you talking about?
"It's your son who caused your grandson's death. It's him who caused your family to have no children. You're funny, blaming me, the victim, instead of the real culprit." Wang Xingnan's voice was calm and cold. "If Zhu Tingfei is definitely gone, then if you don't want your family to have no children, why don't you two try hard to have another one?" At this, Wang Shengnan sneered again. "Even if you manage to have another child, it might not be a son." TSK. Wu Guixiang was already crying uncontrollably, rolling on the ground. Her face was full of tears and snot, clutching the phone box, wailing heartbreakingly. "My grandson. My eldest grandson." This revenge might have seemed satisfying to outsiders, but for Wang Shengnan, it was like a dull knife cutting into flesh, so painful she almost wanted to die with her child. The hatred was avenged, and it was time to end. Feng Wanhe said to Baoyu, "Find a mortician and let the child rest peacefully, without worries. As for where to bury him, there's an open space near the Feng family's ancestral grave. A young girl is buried there. It will take good care of him." Wang Shengnan did not cry. She didn't even glance at the child, simply straightened up and went straight home. She collapsed onto the bed and slept deeply, as if unwilling to wake up again. Not looking at the child was the right choice. Seeing him would only bring lifelong pain. Her life still has a long way to go, and she must keep moving forward. Mei Yuetang sighed and said, but she didn't say a word, not even cry. That's really worrying. Pain can't be kept inside. She needs to cry to feel better. Feng Wanhe and Xue Zonqing returned home under the moonlight. Is the burial done? Feng Debiao was sitting on the sofa, resting, when he saw his daughter and son-in-law come back. He asked. Feng Wanhe nodded. Just beside her, we set up a small monument. I took the liberty to name him Lele. He hopes Lele can be happy in the next world and grow up happily in his next life. Feng Debiao was silent for a long time before he sighed heavily. Zonqing, don't go home tonight. Wanhe hasn't been sleeping well, and she just got home late. If any bad spirits follow her, it could be trouble. Since Feng Wanhe came home, and her nightmare was cured by Xue Zonqing, Feng Debiao now believes in spirits and ghosts. Maybe those spirits aren't malicious, but humans and ghosts are different. Being too close to weak people can cause harm. Feng Debiao believed in it and suggested that Xue Zonqing stay with his daughter for the night. But don't get cocky. I mean, stay with the door open, and you sleep on the folding bed. Be proper and stay for one night. Who hasn't been young? They're all men. Who doesn't understand what others are thinking? Trying to take advantage of his daughter? Dream on. What could Xue Zonqing say? The folding bed isn't a big deal. Anyway, he has legs and could climb onto his wife's big bed at midnight if he wanted. But now his father-in-law also wants the door open. That's a bit awkward. With his father-in-law's personality, he'd probably patrol the room all night. Forget it. Just be a good guardian spirit, warding off evil, and sleep peacefully with Xiaohe. There's plenty of time ahead. After washing up, Feng Wanhe and Xue Zonqing lay on their own beds, very obedient and pure. After all, the door was wide open, and her father had just pretended to pass by the room while drinking water. They wouldn't dare to make trouble now. Tomorrow, my sister-in-law and I will go to Jiangyin Temple. Feng Wanhe couldn't sleep. She lay on her side and said to Xue Zonqing, my sister-in-law plans to donate some money to help repair the temple. Xue Zonqing smiled and said, little aunt has a fortune worth millions. Not only can she repair Jiangyin Temple, but she can also easily build a new one. The world of the wealthy is so carefree. As he spoke, Shui Zhanqing suddenly had an idea and said, "Little aunt has no children, and she loves you so much. Maybe in the future, she will make you her heir?" "Hiss, if you say that, am I marrying a rich lady?" Feng Wanhe was amused by this joke. She said, "Since you know you're marrying a rich lady, why not come over and cling to her?" It was just a joke, but surprisingly, the man took it seriously. He turned over and sat up, looking around to check the situation. When he saw no suspicious people nearby, he quickly moved to Feng Wanhe's bed, adopting a standard pose, and hugged her thigh. "Hey you." Clinging to her thigh was fine, but tonight she was wearing a nightgown. At this moment, Shui Zhanqing tightly held her smooth, straight leg, even pressing his face against her leg.
This.
Is it supposed to be so flirtatious? If the dog man moved his face 3 inches higher, he would be touching areas he shouldn't. Unlike Feng Wanhe's sensitivity and shyness, Shui Zhanqing's thoughts were pure. Really, he had no dirty intentions. He just wanted to hold onto the rich lady's thigh. After all, a man who doesn't want to marry a wealthy woman isn't a good man. Feng de Biao lay restless in bed, unable to sleep. "No, I still don't trust that kid Shui Zhanqing. A single man and woman alone, and our little he is so stunning. Can he really resist?" Seeing her husband's anxious and restless state, Mei Wutang decided to get up. "I'll go check and remind Zhanqing not to cause trouble. It's already midnight. If you don't sleep now, dawn will come soon." She put on her robe and quietly walked to her daughter's bedroom door. But before she reached the door, she heard Feng Wanhe's sweet, playful laughter.
Don't do that.
"Oh, it really itches." Shui Zhanqing's voice was muffled, as if his lips were covered. As someone who had been through this, Mei Yuetang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could these two kids have lost control? She was annoyed at her husband for not trusting Shui Zhanqing, but now she realized it was just too reckless. She took a few steps to the door, looked inside under the moonlight, and was shocked by what she saw. She saw her daughter's slightly raised leg and Shui Zhanqing kneeling by the bed, his face hidden somewhere. Hearing the noise, Feng Wanhe was startled. She kicked open the door while holding her thigh, begging for support. She hurriedly got out of bed and tidied her slightly messy nightdress.
"Mom."
When she reached the door and saw her mother's anxious and awkward expression, Feng Wanhe also felt embarrassed. From her mother's hesitant gaze, she knew her mother must have misunderstood something. "I didn't do anything with Zhanqing, we were just playing around. He insisted on holding my thigh." Feng Wanhe hurried to explain, but the more she spoke, the worse it sounded. Mei Yuetang's eyebrows twitched wildly, and her eyes started to twitch too. "Is that all? He used that position, right? Still holding your leg?" "No, daughter, what do you mean? Do you think your dad and I are old-fashioned conservative people? When we close the door, we explore everything thoroughly and happily. You too. Control yourselves. Even if you really do that, at least close the door." It took Mei Yuetang a long time to speak with difficulty. "Luckily, I came here. If your dad saw this, he would definitely break Zhanqing's leg. Even married couples can't. At your parents' house. It's customs." She sighed helplessly. "Stop causing trouble. Just sleep honestly. Xiaohua, early tomorrow morning, the two of us will have a good talk." Watching her mother leave, Feng Wanhe felt both shy and angry. She stepped forward and gave Zhanqing a few hard punches on the back. "It's all your fault." Zhanqing was still in a daze, as if lost in the clouds. No, what did I just miss? He had already held his wife's thigh. If he moved his hands or lips slightly, he could touch that most beautiful part of spring.
But
Once, there was a very beautiful spring right in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. If heaven gave me another chance, I would definitely savor it carefully. Wang Shengnan secretly took 2 sleeping pills before falling into a deep sleep. She dreamed she was standing outside the Feng family cemetery. The wind was very strong, blowing so hard that her head was throbbing, and her eyes felt sore and swollen. Although she was free from pain, why did her heart feel so hurt? It was as if someone had shot the sharpest arrow through her heart. Looking down, she saw a bloody big hole in her chest, constantly bleeding. "Big sister." A childish voice called from behind, waking her from her pain. Turning around, she saw a little girl with twin buns standing on a new grave, waving and smiling at her. "Little sister, who are you?" Wiping away her tears, Wang Shengnan stepped forward and asked, "Where is your family? Why are you here alone? Let's go, I'll take you home." "Big sister, it's me." The little girl jumps down from the grave and runs to Wang Shengnan with short little steps. "Have you forgotten? Every year during Qingming and Zhongyuan festivals, you come to visit my grave, bring me tasty food, and give me endless flowers and money." The small girl, delicate like carved jade, wears a pink little jacket and looks somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Wang Shengnan remembers. Last Qingming festival, she bought pink ripple paper, made a small jacket herself, and picked a few peach blossoms to glue onto the sleeves with glue. Looking at the girl's sleeves, sure enough, there are a few soft pink peach blossoms. "Are you, little sister?" After saying this, Wang Shengnan is stunned again. Her little sister has gone home, and this girl is the daughter of the thief Feng Taimin. For a moment, Wang Shengnan doesn't know how to address this girl. "Big sister, wait for me." The girl smiles sweetly and cutely. She turns around, runs back with short steps, and before disappearing, she looks back at Wang Shengnan. "Big sister, don't move, I'll be right back." In a moment, she sees the shadow of a tree flickering nearby, and then the girl appears again, holding a small baby in her arms. "Big sister, look, Lele is sleeping." The girl presents the baby like a treasure, holding him out to Wang Shengnan. The baby's eyes are closed, and he's on a finger, with a peaceful smile on his face, lost in deep dreams. "Lele? Whose child is he?" Wang Shengnan doesn't know what's happening to her. From the first moment she saw this baby, tears started to fall uncontrollably, overwhelmed with sadness. The girl, with big round eyes, says, "Lele is big sister's child. Lele is my little nephew." Hearing this, Wang Shengnan's body trembles suddenly. She looks down and sees that the baby named Lele has already woken up. His eyes, nose, and lips are exactly like hers. Lele giggles at her, babbling softly, waving his little fists as if wanting a hug. "Big sister, hurry and hold him." Without hesitation, the girl pushes Lele into Wang Shengnan's arms. The baby is so soft and fragrant. He snuggles into Wang Shengnan's embrace, staring at her without blinking. After a moment, Lele suddenly puffs out his cheeks and starts to cry loudly. The sound of the crying makes Wang Shengnan's heart ache like a knife. Tears fall onto Lele's face, and she keeps apologizing. "Sorry, child. It's Mom's fault for not protecting you. This is her son. This is a piece of flesh that fell from her." She thought their mother-son bond was over and didn't even have the courage to look at him. But now, in her dream, her son is alive, full of energy. He cries, laughs, holds her hand, and greets her babbling happily. "Big sister, don't worry. I will take good care of Lele. In the future, Lele will come back and be your child again." The little girl stands at the grave, barely as tall as Wang Shengnan. She wipes away the tears streaming down Wang Shengnan's face with her hand, her voice firm, like spring rain nourishing her wounded heart. "Big sister, you must live well. You need to be happy so Lele can come home to find you." Wang Shengnan nods repeatedly. "Yes, yes. I will live well and work hard. When Lele comes back, I will be here." The wind in the sky grows stronger. The little girl takes Lele from Wang Shengnan's arms. "Big sister, you should go back quickly. If you stay here too long, you really won't be able to return." The girl steps back with Lele, and Wang Shengnan follows closely behind. Until the girl turns and slips into the new grave filled with flowers and grass, Wang Shengnan's steps suddenly stop. There is no one around. Only two adjacent graves. One grave has fresh soil on it, covered with flowers and plants. Toys and snacks are placed in front of the tombstone. The words Lele's grave catch Wang Shengnan's eye. She can't hold back her tears and kneels in front of the grave, clutching the cold tombstone tightly. Girl, how can you stay here? Hurry, go back. Somehow, her late grandfather and grandmother from the Feng family appear behind her. They pull her, crying until she faints, and quickly lead her away into a bright circle. She's awake. She's awake. A familiar voice rings in Wang Xingnan's ears. She knows it's her younger sister Feng Wanhua's voice. There is noise all around her until a warm, soft hand touches her cheek, and she finally opens her eyes. The room is very bright, filled with people. Big sister, you scared us to death. You slept for over 10 hours and still couldn't wake up. Feng Wanhua rushes over, holding Wang Xingnan's hand and speaking worriedly. You've been crying and calling out randomly. Did you have a nightmare? A nightmare? Dreaming of her dead child, dreaming that he was well taken care of. Does that count as a nightmare? To outsiders, dreaming of the dead can be frightening. Although Wang Xingnan came to speak, she felt happy. Mei Wetang sat by the bed, gently wiping away tears from Wang Xingnan's eyes. Girl, don't keep everything inside. Crying will make you feel better. Wang Xingnan smiled at her mother. She wanted to say she was fine, but before she could speak, tears fell first. A final mom broke her fragile mask. She threw herself into her mother's arms, crying heartbrokenly. She cried for her own foolishness and fear, for her family's unwavering love, for the child who passed away before they could meet, and for her Lele, who now has someone to accompany him in another world. Tears poured down like rain, slowly washing away her pain. Next to her, Feng Jingyan sat in a chair, watching Wang Xingnan with kindness. Xingnan, do you know who I was most like when I was young? Wang Xingnan, still tearful, choked out. It must be Xiaohe. Zhao's family and Xiaohe are both smart and clear-minded, unlike me, who is extremely foolish. No, since I came home, I see my younger self in you, Feng Jingyan said with a gentle smile. We're not even blood relatives of the Feng family. We're all sensitive, strong-willed, and mature early. We want to prove ourselves quickly, but often, things don't go as planned. I've learned over many years that true family love isn't just about blood. It's about our hearts loyal to the family and loving of relatives. Maybe it was that dream, or perhaps that loud, heartbreaking cry. In any case, Wang Xingnan finally emerged from that painful shadow. She and Bao Yu visited Feng's family cemetery and burned paper offerings at Lele's grave. The graveyard looked exactly like in her dream, lush flowers and grass, with many toys placed in front of the tombstone. Mom will live well and be very happy. You should come find Mom soon, okay? Wang Xingnan gently touched the tombstone and spoke softly. After talking with her son for a while, she sat by another grave nearby. Girl, thank you for taking care of Lele for me. While burning paper, she said, one day, you and Lele will come find me. I will be both Lele's mom and your mom. I love and cherish you. Suddenly, a breeze blew, causing the tree's shadows to sway silently, as if answering her. Feng Wanhua is about to start school soon. Xue Zhanping and Chu Hao both attend military school, so they started earlier than Feng Wanhua. They have already left home to register at university. For a moment, Feng Wanhua felt a little lonely. Girl, are you free tomorrow afternoon? After breakfast, Zhou Yuping came to Feng Wanhua with a kind smile and asked, Tomorrow doesn't work for me. I need to go with my younger sister-in-law to Jiangyin Temple. I don't have any plans today. Aunt Zhou, is there something you need? Feng Wanhua asked with a puzzled look. Hearing this, Zhou Yuping smiled and said, Today works too. Will you come with Aunt Zhou now? Feng Wanhua was used to Zhou Yuping's teasing tricks, so she didn't ask much and simply followed her out of the house. On the way, they met her biological mother, Mei Wetang, returning from grocery shopping. Seeing Zhou Yuping holding Feng Wanhua's hand and walking ahead, Mei Yuetang's eyes flashed with a strange look. Yuping, is this okay? She seemed a bit worried and pulled Zhou Yuping aside to whisper. They thought they were talking quietly, but Feng Wanhua, with sharp ears, heard everything clearly. What's going on? Does her mother also know? And are they discussing it together? She only heard Zhou Yuping say, "Don't worry, it's definitely fine. I consulted some experts. My method is completely professional." Feng Wanhe looked confused. What are they doing? Do they really need to ask a professional? She didn't catch all of her mother's words, but soon Zhou Yuping smiled and came over. "Let's go, Xiao He, to my house." Feng Wanhe was pulled along by Zhou Yuping, feeling nervous and constantly looking back at her mother. Her mother waved at her and said, "Go on, go on. Just follow Aunt Zhou's plan." This scene. It felt like she was being taken away by a stranger, while her mother was just watching and having fun. No one from the Shui family was around, not even the elderly. "Hey, didn't Zhanqing say he was resting at home today?" Looking around, Feng Wanhe couldn't find Zhanqing's figure and asked hesitantly, "I sent that brat away so he wouldn't bother us at home." Zhou Yuping pulled Feng Wanhe upstairs and directly entered a room where they could watch videos. "Besides, today is a private talk just between us women. Zhanqing isn't suitable to be here." She signaled Feng Wanhe to sit down and said, "Your mom came to see me a few days ago, worried that you're too young to understand about relationships between boys and girls, and afraid you might lose control and cause trouble with Zhanqing." What kind of trouble could happen? "It's just a case of a minor accident that caused a death." Feng Wanhe's face turned a little red. She knew her mother's worries were because of the misunderstanding that night. She didn't understand how her mother could be so deeply mistaken. The young girl has grown up and will experience something like this sooner or later. Before that, we need to prepare mentally so you're not confused or naive in the future. Zhou Yuping found a videotape and said with a smile, "You watch this tape first, then we can talk more." After pressing play, Zhou Yuping turned and left, leaving Feng Wanhe alone in a dimly lit room. The beginning was a series of Japanese characters she couldn't understand. At first, she was confused, but when the main part started and she saw the embarrassing scenes, Feng Wanhe was stunned.
Wow.
"Have you ever seen Aunt Zhou acting like this?" She actually asked her future daughter-in-law to watch a romantic movie from another country.
This.
Wow. Our teacher's so open-minded now. Her heart was pounding, and she kept telling herself, "Oh no, this is not a video I can watch for free." But her body was honest and reluctant to close her eyes, staring straight at the intense scenes on the screen. When she saw an especially private scene, her mind suddenly recalled that night when Shui Zhanqing was kneeling by the bed. Suddenly, she understood her mother's feelings. This position is not just about holding onto the thigh, it can also. Feng Wanhe's face turned a little hot. But honestly, the main actor was so ugly, especially compared to Zhanqing. He looked extremely unattractive. The film was 50 minutes long. Feng Wanhe watched it with complicated feelings. When the screen went black and the room became quiet, she felt as if she could hear her own heartbeat. This tape seemed to open a door to a new world, making Feng Wanhe feel a little excited. At that moment, Zhou Yuping came in, holding a box. Seeing the words condoms on the box, Feng Wanhe felt a bit panicked. "Wait, Aunt Zhou, what are you doing today? Are you going to give me a lesson on boys and girls' health?" Sure enough, Zhou Yuping's next words confirmed Feng Wanhe's guess.
Her conversation was indeed about this topic.
"Your mom said she saw you and Zhanqing. Although I am Zhanqing's mom, I naturally hope he can marry you soon, but Xiaohua, in this matter, girls tend to suffer." Zhou Yuping said, "Without plans to have children, if you rashly did that and without safety measures, there's a high chance of pregnancy. Getting married because of a pregnancy isn't wrong, but I still hope your life can move forward step by step. Don't be caught up in anything, including unplanned pregnancies." She then placed it in front of Feng Wanhe. I'm just saying if one day you and Shui Zhanqing really can't control your feelings, I hope you can protect yourself." Feng Wanhe blushed almost to the point of tears. She couldn't help but ask, even if I get pregnant and don't want to, can't I just have an operation to fix it? Nonsense. Zhou Yuping said sternly, "Don't be fooled by advertisements. Those surgeries can seriously harm girls, and the damage is irreversible. Remember this. Under no circumstances should love make you lose your mind. You must prioritize yourself." Men's words are often lies. No matter what reason Shui Zhanqing gives you to trick you, don't give in. Feng Wanhe huffed. What if I refuse and Zhanqing gets upset? Does he dare to be upset? Zhou Yuping snorted. Let me tell you, Xiaohe, you have full control. Unless you want to do that, just let Shui Zhanqing go play somewhere else. If he dares to have even a tiny opinion because of this, come tell me. I won't let him get away with it. Meanwhile, in Shui Chongqing's office. Dad, I finally have a day off today. I wanted to go shopping with Xiaohe and buy some things. Shui Zhanqing was unhappy and loudly protested. Xiaohe is about to start school, and there are so many things to prepare. Why can't you say what you need to at home instead of bringing it to my office? Shui Chongqing, being scolded by his own son, felt quite resigned. What's wrong with you now? You have a wife, and you don't even recognize your parents? Oh, I just want to talk to you, and you're impatient? Scolded by his father, Shui Zhanqing had nothing to say. Is it because the upper beam is crooked and the lower beam is crooked too? My grandfather often scolds you for forgetting your mother after getting married. Well, that's inherited, not your fault. Shui Chongqing chuckled wryly. After some teasing, he got to the point and said, All right, do you think I enjoy seeing you? I have a lot on my plate. If it weren't for your mother giving orders, I'd be annoyed just to see you. He paused and then said, Your mother said that you and Xiaohe are very close now. They are all men, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Shui Zhanqing immediately understood his biological father's meaning. He scratched his head and said, just hugging, kissing, and holding hands. We're all engaged. Can't we do those things? Those are naturally fine, but you young guys are impulsive. It's not impossible to get carried away. Shui Chongqing knew his son very well. If you put a woman he doesn't like in front of him, even if she's dressed provocatively, he would stay calm and steady. But with Feng Wanhe just sat quietly. With one look, that boy would act like a crazy teddy bear, completely lacking reason. Your mom asked me to remind you that Xiaohe is still in school and not ready for marriage. You two should stop at the right time and avoid hurting Xiaohe. After a pause, Shui Chongqing added, Do you understand what I mean?
Got it.
You're just reminding me not to cross the line or make Xiaohe pregnant. Shui Zhanqing said, If she does get pregnant, we can just get married. Anyway, you guys are always hoping to have grandchildren. Are you out of your mind? Shui Chongqing slapped the back of Zhanqing's head and cursed through gritted teeth. Can we do whatever we want just because we think of it? Did you ask Xiaohe if she's willing? Also, is Xiaohe physically ready to have a baby? If she is a child, how will she continue her studies? You're only thinking about your own happiness, but have you considered the hidden harm to a girl if she gets pregnant and gets married? Frowning, Shui Chongqing pointed at Zhanqing's temple with his finger. Think before you speak or act. If a man can't control himself, he's no different from an animal. Zhanqing's father scolded him sharply. Zhanqing laughed helplessly. Oh, I was just saying casually. Look at you, taking it seriously. He tidied up his clothes and said, Don't worry. Unless Xiaohe brings it up, I won't force her. I won't let her get hurt even a little. I love her, so I will give her enough respect and freedom. Love is not just taking and enjoying, it's about giving and understanding each other. All right, since you understand these truths, I have nothing more to say. Shui Chongqing waved his hand, signaling his son to leave. As Zhanqing was about to leave the office, he was suddenly stopped.
Come here, take this. You might need it someday.
He took a box of condoms from the drawer and threw it to Zhanqing, as if it were a hot potato. You're really prepared. Very thorough. Putting things in his pocket, Shui Zhanqing smiled as he teased his own father. Your mom prepared everything. She's probably at home teaching Xiaohe about these things now. When mentioning his wife, Shui Chongqing's eyes were full of tenderness. Our family is lucky to have your mom managing everything. Otherwise, we would have split up long ago. The entire family, old and young, depended on Zhou Yuping's guidance, which kept the Shui family steady and well known for being a harmonious household in the neighborhood. When Shui Zhanqing returned home, he saw Feng Wanhe sitting on the sofa eating grapes. They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit romantic. In Feng Wanhe's mind, There was a vivid scene from an exciting romantic movie from a distant island, while Xue Zhanqing clenched his safety device in his pocket. After a moment, Xue Zhanqing smiled and stepped forward, gently ruffling Feng Wanhao's hair. "Didn't you say you wanted to go outside for ice cream? Come on, I'll take you out to buy some. It's a good walk." Feng Wanhao's cheeks were slightly red. She put down her fruit plate and followed Xue Zhanqing out of the house.
Auntie.
Her thoughts are quite open-minded. Feng Wanhao suddenly spoke, then regretted it. Why did she say that? Was she afraid Xue Zhanqing would find out she had just received some pre-marriage education? Xue Zhanqing understood perfectly. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "Huh? What do you mean? What did my mom tell you?" Seeing Feng Wanhao blush shyly, he deliberately pressed further. "Come on, tell me. How is my mom so open-minded? Did she teach you some experience?" "Experience, my foot." The more shy and blushing Feng Wanhao was, the more Xue Zhanqing liked her. He even fantasized about how wonderful their wedding night would be. A pure white wedding dress, a shy bride, the house filled with festive red decorations. Under the dim lights, he would slowly remove her dress and lay her on the big bed. A gentle breeze woke Xue Zhanqing from his beautiful dream. Feeling hot all over and a bit parched, he happened to pass by Dong Yuanchao's house. He pushed the door open and went straight into the kitchen, pouring himself half a bowl of cold water. "What's going on with you? Doing intense exercise? So, dehydrated?" Dong Yuanchao leaned against the kitchen door, arms crossed, looking at his comrade with a half-smile that hinted at something more. "Get lost. Stop thinking those dirty thoughts." Xue Zhanqing teased back with a smile. "Your leave has been approved. 5 days is enough for you to get your marriage license, hold the wedding, and enjoy your honeymoon night. Take it easy." Hearing this, Dong Yuanchao's face lit up with joy. "Hey, maybe your wife can be the bridesmaid. Even though we're not having a wedding, I still want to make it seem special. I don't want Rose to feel too sad." After saying this, Dong Yuanchao turned to look at the two women sitting in the living room, whispering and laughing together, and he couldn't help but smile. Xue Zhanqing patted Dong Yuanchao on the shoulder and warned him with a smile. "Take good care of Wang Qiangwei. Besides everything else, considering her relationship with my wife, you're not allowed to bully her. Little girl, mind your own business and don't interfere with my happiness," Dong Yuanchao said with a pout. "Rose said that if you ever hurt Feng Wanhui in the future, she'll get rid of me because we've always been in cahoots," he added. Sigh, now he and Xue Zhanqing are like ants on the same rope. If one falls, both fall. Xue Zhanqing cursed a few times and told him to get lost. Before leaving, Dong Yuanchao suddenly stopped Xue Zhanqing and Feng Wanhui. "By the way, if I accidentally sacrifice myself someday, you two need to take good care of my wife." His words were sudden and startling. Xue Zhanqing cursed, "You're sick," while Wang Qiangwei patted Dong Yuanchao's back a few times. Only Feng Wanhui's heart trembled sharply. The next morning, Feng Wanhui accompanied Feng Jingyun to Jiangyin Temple. The strange experience they had during their last visit made Feng Wanhui feel dizzy as soon as they entered the temple. After explaining their purpose, the new abbot personally received them. Jiangyin Temple is a 100-year-old monastery that has weathered many storms. Most of the halls are still intact, except for the Pixiang Hall at the back, which collapsed a few years ago. The abbot said, "Rebuilding the hall is no small task." Master Kong Kong still thought about reconstructing Pixiang Hall before he passed away. Now that benefactors are helping, it's a very good thing. Feng Jingyun, being a shrewd businesswoman, wanted to negotiate some conditions even for praying and worshipping. "I can fully fund the reconstruction of Pixiang Hall, but I have one request. I want to place my mother's memorial tablet inside the hall." The abbot said Ba and replied, "May Buddha bless your endeavors and help you succeed." "No, don't bless me. Bless my brother, sister-in-law, and nephew. Bless our Feng family to stay safe and peaceful," Feng Jingyun said, turning to Feng Wanhui. "Especially bless my little Wanhui. She's suffered a lot. Her future should be easier, and she should live happier than anyone else," she added. After finishing negotiations with the abbot, led by a young novice, Foam Jingyun and Foam Wanhui went to the site of the old Pixiang Hall. Deep in the hidden bamboo forest, Foam Wanha immediately saw the ancient Buddha statue that had been battered by wind and rain for many years. The deity looked kind and smiling at her, and everything around seemed very distant from her. Her mind felt like a fast-forward movie, still showing that mysterious knot, still the bound wrists, still being in the endless deep sea. Little sister. A painful voice sounded in her ear, making Foam Wanha feel so sad that she almost couldn't breathe. Even though she couldn't see who was speaking instinctively, she suddenly choked and called out, "Third brother. Third brother." Foam Wanha seemed to wake up suddenly from a dream. She snapped back to reality and found herself standing in front of the Buddha statue, staring into its face. The sky was drizzling rain, and the raindrops seeped through the bamboo leaves onto the Buddha's face. One drop of water looked like a tear, rolling down from the corner of the Buddha's eye. "Xiaohe, what's wrong with you?" Foam Jingyun caught up, touched Foam Wanha's forehead, and looked at her with worry. "Little aunt, I saw. Foam Wanha didn't know how to describe what was in her mind. She was afraid that if she spoke, her aunt would look at her with a silly expression and laugh at her for being crazy. "What did you see?" Foam Jingyun gently brushed her messy hair and asked softly. After a long silence, Foam Wanha looked up at the Buddha statue, then at Foam Jingyun and finally spoke. "I saw third brother being, and thrown into the deep sea.
He died."
Foam Jingyun was stunned. The scene fell silent. Foam Wanha felt a little panicked and quickly said, "Maybe I am just imagining things, little aunt. Just treat it as a joke, no need to worry. Since we have a bad feeling in our hearts, we shouldn't just sit and wait. Come on, let's go now to Jiangcheng Military Industry University to see your third brother and warn him." Foam Jingyun didn't laugh at Foam Wanha's paranoia, nor was she scared by her reckless words. She was a straightforward person and immediately took Foam Wanha's hand, leaving Jiangyin Temple and heading down the mountain by car straight to Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng is about 300 kilometers from Chuncheon. The aunt and niece arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng Military Industry University late at night. Foam Jingyun used some means, and the two of them managed to get into the military-managed university and found Chu Hao's dormitory. Hearing someone looking for him, Chu Hao came out with a crutch. When he saw his little aunt and sister, his eyes were filled with shock and joy. "Hey, why are you here? Little sister, aren't you about to start school?" The sound of little sister immediately overlapped with a voice filled with sadness and despair that Foam Wanha remembered. She was sure that was the voice of her third brother. "Third brother, have you been well these days? Have you encountered any trouble?" Foam Wanha quickly stepped forward, looking worried and anxious. "Girl, what trouble could I have? Because of my leg problem, I don't even need to do military training. I just sit by the playground every day to cheer on my classmates." Talking about university life, Chu Hao's eyes were full of happiness. "Our dorm has 6 people, 3 from the south and 3 from the north. Although we have different habits, we get along very well." As he spoke, Chu Hao took a bag of northern specialty from his pocket and handed it to Foam Wanha. "This is a gift from my northern classmates. I haven't eaten much of it myself. I plan to go home this weekend and bring some delicious food back for you." The moment Foam Wanha took the bag, she looked down and suddenly saw a fierce scar on the back of Chu Hao's hand. It was exactly the same as what she saw in her hallucination. Noticing Foam Wanha's strange expression, Chu Hao looked down along her gaze and then smiled. "This afternoon, I accidentally got scalded by hot water when I went to the water room. It's nothing serious. I've already applied medicine." Foam Wanha's voice trembled, and she didn't know what to do at that moment. Now, she was almost certain that the person with tied hands, thrown into the deep sea, was her third brother. But she didn't know who the culprit was. And she didn't know when the tragedy happened. In this panic and despair, Foam Wanha almost cried. Chu Hao thought that his little sister was upset about his burn, which made him so sad that she even shed tears. "Oh, it's all my fault. I must be more careful. I promise I won't get hurt again, and I won't let our little he be scared anymore." After a brief moment of panic, Foam Wanha finally calmed down. Third brother, listen to me. You must know. You absolutely must not go out alone from now on. Foam Wanha grabbed Chu Hao's hand, her voice trembling. No matter who it is, if anyone asks you to go to the water's edge, refuse immediately. Although Chu Hao didn't understand why his little sister suddenly became so nervous, he still smiled and gently patted her head, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. Is there anything else I should pay attention to? Foam Wanha thought hard, then suddenly widened her eyes. Did you learn the knot untying method that Zhang Qing taught you before? Have you mastered it? Chu Hao had long forgotten about this matter. He hesitated for a moment before recalling. Maybe. I think I can do it, but this technique is mostly used by the older brothers. I am a military school student planning to do research in the future. Where would I need this? Foam Wanha was so anxious, she was almost jumping. Chu Hao, you can't be so careless.
Now.
I want you to demonstrate it for me. If you can't do it, I'll call Shui Zhanqing to come and teach you overnight. While speaking, Foam Wanha began to untie her belt. She used that special knotting method she remembered to tie Chu Hao's hands. Now, in front of me, untie this rope yourself. If you can't, you won't be able to sleep in the dorm tonight. Tonight, my little sister was a bit mischievous, and Chu Hao felt helpless. He showed his tied hands to his little aunt Foam Jingyun and said sadly, Auntie, aren't you going to take care of your niece? Letting her cause trouble like this? Foam Jingyun crossed her arms and leaned against a tree, watching the fun. Your parents can't even control this little troublemaker. Do you expect me to do it? After a pause, she smiled and said, You better hurry up and untie the rope, or your pride might be trampled by your little sister. Just then, a few classmates walked over. One of them was Chu Hao's roommate. Seeing Chu Hao by a beautiful girl with a lovely face, he was stunned.
Wow.
Is this a scene we can watch for free? Get lost. Seeing his roommate's shocked yet excited look, Chu Hao couldn't help but laugh and curse. Master Huang, you better not talk nonsense when you get back to the dorm, or I won't let you go. His roommate's surname was Huang, called Huang Xianliang, nicknamed Master Huang. Huang Xianliang was clearly someone who only took soft approaches. Oh, so you won't let me talk? Do I look like someone who listens easily? Foam Wanha turned to look at her third brother and snorted coldly. Stop the nonsense. Untie the rope in 1 minute, and I'll help you deal with this chatty classmate of yours. Hearing this, Chu Hao's eyes lit up. In just a few seconds, he miraculously untied the knot, faster than Shui Zhanqing. Now, Foam Wanha was stunned. No way. Third brother, you're hiding your skills. Didn't you practice knot tying? Why are you so good at it? Hurry up, keep your promise. Seeing Huang Xianliang's flirtatious smile, Chu Hao couldn't help but give his little sister a push. Master Huang probably watched too many Japanese romance movies, especially those involving scenes. Beautiful girl, rope. Right? No problem, right? Huang Xianliang was so excited that his heart was pounding with curiosity. He rubbed his hands, ready to rush back to his dorm at full speed to tell everyone the explosive news about Chu Hao being by a beautiful girl. Just as Huang Xianliang was about to turn and leave, a sweet female voice suddenly came from behind. Big brother. The voice was clear and cheerful, like a songbird or a bubbling stream, making Huang Xianliang's heart race. He couldn't help but stop and turn around to look at the stunning girl with a face as delicate as peach blossom. She looked beautiful. She was the prettiest girl he had seen in his 19 years. Big brother, are you my third brother's classmate? Foam Wanha smiled gently as she stepped forward, hands behind her back, looking at Huang Xianliang with a warm smile, like a little fairy who had slipped out of heaven to play. Yes, I am. Huang Xianliang almost drowned in Foam Wanha's smile. A breeze suddenly blew by, waking him up and reminding him this was a clever trick, and he must not fall for it. He was a strong-willed soldier after all. Big brother, I am Chu Hao's younger sister. My name is Foam Wanha. I was just playing with my third brother a moment ago. Foam Wanha giggled and said, My third brother cares a lot about his reputation. Can you please not tell others about what happened tonight? Oh, come on. Huang Xianliang pouted. Your surname is Foam, his is Chu. You tell me your siblings? Do you really expect me to believe that? After saying this, Huang Xianliang crossed his arms proudly. He thought to himself, I'm pretty clever. I can see right through these two. What's siblings? Nowadays, it's common for boys and girls to pretend to be siblings and be a couple. So you mean, you can't keep my third brother's secret? You have to tell everyone and let them laugh at him? Feng Wanha's family was known for sticking up for their own. It's not just parents and older siblings who protect Feng Wanha. At critical moments, she can also protect her brothers, sisters, and parents. She was so focused on her third brother's possible danger that she overlooked some details, like tying up her brother at the busy dorm entrance, which might cause unnecessary trouble for him. Especially this Huang Xianliang, such a big man, yet so chatty. Huang Xianliang grinned mischievously. Well, there are no secrets in our boys' dorm. Hearing this, Feng Wanha smiled. That smile was a little strange, making Huang Xianliang suddenly feel a chill down his back. Before he could react, the small girl in front of him suddenly stepped forward like a gentle breeze moving the willow, and with a shoulder throw, she knocked him to the ground. Then, she pressed her knee against his waist and quickly tied his hands. Her posture was exactly the same as Chu Hao's earlier. Even lying on the ground, he looked more embarrassed than Chu Hao. Who can escape the heavens' punishment? Just moments before, Huang Xianliang was loudly mocking Chu Hao, but now he looked at Chu Hao with sad eyes, almost crying, as he struggled to get up. Big brother, you're just like my third brother now. Feng Wanha smiled like a little devil. Plus, my third brother untied his ropes in just over 10 seconds.
You.
Took dozens of seconds? Dozens of minutes? Or several hours? Squatting in front of Huang Xianliang, Feng Wanha stroked his chin, watching him struggle. Oh, dear, big brother, are you okay? Huang Xianliang's pride was challenged and hurt like never before. He wanted to say he was capable, but he couldn't understand why the more he struggled, the tighter and more painful the ropes became. Third brother, I leave the person to you. I'm going home now. Feng Wanha stood up, high-fiving Chu Hao, and the siblings shared a clear understanding. Seeing his little sister looking so busy, Chu Hao couldn't help but ask, Little sister, why do you insist I learn to tie these knots? Is something going to happen? This question made Feng Wanha silent for a moment. After a long while, she said, if I tell you that you might face danger, that bad people could tie you up like this and throw you into the water to drown, would you believe me? He thought Chu Hao would laugh and say she was overthinking. But Chu Hao didn't laugh. He nodded seriously and said, I believe you. I trust you unconditionally. He didn't even need to ask why. If Xiaohe said so, she must have her reasons. They are family and no matter what happens, they can trust each other with their lives. Watching Feng Wanha leave, Huang Xianliang finally came to his senses. He struggled wildly and wailed. Haozi, Hao Yi, quick, help me untie this. Chu Hao stood by, watching silently. Are you still mocking me? Huang Xianliang, embarrassed, said. Mock me? Right now, I am the most shameful one, okay? A tall man of 1.80 meters being knocked down and by a small girl of only 1.60 meters, and he didn't even get a chance to fight back. Rubbing his sore wrists, which had turned blue from the ropes, Huang Xianliang looked in the direction Feng Wanha had left, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. Haizi, is she really your sister? Huang Xianliang's eyes were shining. He said, I want to be your brother-in-law. Do you think that's okay? Forget it. You old fool. Chu Hao picked up the rope and tied Huang Xianliang's wrists again. Same familiar knot. Same familiar feeling. My brother-in-law's name is Xue Zhanqing. It only takes 10 seconds to untie this knot. Come on, try it yourself. There are 6 people in Chu Hao's dorm, all top students from across the country. They heard someone could untie this knot in 10 seconds, and suddenly, everyone wanted to win or lose. So, all night long, the 6 guys kept tying and untying, leaving marks from the ropes. People who knew them understood they were trying their best to solve difficult knot-tying challenges. People who didn't know thought these refined young men were playing some kind of strange group game. Because they had to go to university the next day, Foam Jingyan drove all night to Chuncheon, exhausted like a dog. Foam Wanha, I tell you, you have to learn to drive this weekend. When the car entered the military area, Foam Jingyan, with dark circles under her eyes that looked worse than a panda's, almost gritted her teeth as she demanded. Why does she have to drive for 3 or 4 hours straight, always ensuring safety, not even daring to yawn? And why is the girl in the front seat sleeping like a pig, even snoring? Whatever. She wouldn't care. Foam Wanha must go learn to drive immediately. She, Foam Zong, usually has a dedicated driver for her trips. How did she end up being this little girl's personal driver? Listening to her sister-in-law's tone full of complaint, Foam Wanha smiled sweetly. Oh, I don't have a car, so I'm not in a hurry. I'll buy you one. I'll buy a car for you tomorrow. Foam Jingyan didn't even give her a chance to refuse and immediately cut her off. Almost choking, Foam Wanha said, We don't understand the world of the wealthy. Little sister-in-law, stop here for a moment. When the car passed by the Shui family's house, Foam Wanha spoke. We're not even married yet, and you're already so attached to Shui Zhongqing? She mocked with her words, but Foam Jingyan still stopped the car. It's not that I can't live without him. I just don't want my mom to scold me when I get home so late. Because the situation was urgent, she didn't call her family and drove straight to Jiangqing to find Xu Hao with her sister-in-law. They didn't come home late at night or call ahead, so her parents must be very angry. To save her own skin, she decided to go to the Shui family to hide from trouble. Seeing Foam Wanha looking so timid, Foam Jingyan couldn't help but laugh. Pathetic, that's all you've got? Is your mom a fierce tiger? My mom is gentle and kind in front of you, but in front of us, she's quite fierce. Foam Wanha jumped out of the car, ready to run to the Shui family, but Foam Jingyan called him from behind. Little Wan, wait a moment. Hearing this, Foam Wanha turned back. He saw Foam Jingyan get out of the car, open the trunk, and take out a delicate box tied with a pink bow. You're grown up now, so I have a gift for you. Foam Jingyan handed the box to Foam Wanha, with a smile in her eyes. Open it when no one is around. Remember that. Holding the box and watching Foam Jingyan, who should have gone home, turn the car around and leave, Foam Wanha couldn't help but ask, Little aunt, where are you going? Foam Jingyan pressed the accelerator to the floor and shouted, I'm going to stay at a hotel. I'm afraid your dad will scold me to death. Well, even a billionaire lady can be a bit scared when she does something wrong. Foam Wanha couldn't help but laugh. Just as she reached the courtyard of the Shui family and was about to find her keys to open the door, it was open from inside.
It was Shui Zhongqing. You.
I thought you were asleep. Foam Wanha was startled, then smiled, her eyes full of sweetness. Shui Zhongqing looked at the little girl in front of him, full of helplessness and affection. Where did you go to play? Why didn't you call home? Your father and mother are worried sick, he said as he took Foam Wanha by the hand and led her into the house. In the living room, Zhou Yuping and Shui Chongqing were still sitting. Oh, my dear, you're finally home. You really worried us to death. Zhou Yuping stepped forward and let out a long sigh of relief. Old Shui, give old Foam a call. Just tell them your girl is back home, so they can sleep peacefully. Hearing his wife, Shui Chongqing dialed the Foam family's number. Soon, Foam Wanha heard her biological father's roar on the phone. Oh, you're finally coming around? Still planning to scold your daughter? Come on, little Wan is right here at my house. If you're willing to lay a finger on her, I'll call you bro. Shui Chongqing teased, we've been comrades for decades. Do you think I don't know you? You're just a paper tiger. She didn't hear what Foam de Biao said on the other end, but she only heard Shui Chongqing ask Foam Wanha, Where's your little aunt? Your dad says he's going to settle accounts with her. Foam Wanha finally understood why her little aunt wanted to run away. With her dad's temper, anyone would run. Would you rather run or wait to be scolded? So she quietly said, My little sister went to stay at a hotel. She's afraid my dad will scold her to death. Hearing this, Shui Chongqing burst out laughing. Zhou Yuping didn't care about that. She pulled Foam Wanha aside and asked with concern, Girl, have you eaten yet? I ate outside with my little sister. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Wanho couldn't help but yawn several times. Seeing the red bloodshot eyes of the young girl, Xue Zhanqing took her upstairs to rest. A young girl going out to play until late at night. Other families would have scolded her badly, but in the Xue family, no one said a word. Everyone's only concern was that she returned home safely. Following Xue Zhanqing into the bedroom, they saw signs of someone lying on the bed. Clearly, Xue Zhanqing had already slept. "I didn't know you were coming tonight, so let me change the sheets for you," he said as he prepared to remove the used sheets. "No need to change them. You don't have any contagious disease," Feng Wanho said casually, placing the box given by Feng Jingyun on the bedside table. "I'm going to wash up first." Watching Feng Wanho go into the bathroom, Xue Zhanqing felt a bit sweet inside. His little girl was really good and obedient. She didn't even mind using the sheets he had slept on. Xue Zhanqing couldn't help but think about the future. When they were married, sleeping together every night, close and affectionate, his heart fluttered. His body suddenly felt hot and restless, making him dare not stay any longer. He bent down to grab his blanket to go to the next room but accidentally bumped into the box by the bed. As the box fell to the ground, its contents spilled out. Was that a red dress? Xue Zhanqing casually picked up the dress, only to find it was thin as a cicada's wing and barely covered anything. It was so thin, and the dress was very short. Two thin straps and a piece of semi-transparent red chiffon shimmered with a flirtatious glow in his palm. Uncontrollably, Xue Zhanqing's mind imagined Feng Wanho wearing this sheer slip dress, looking alluring. His body suddenly grew hot, blood rushing faster, almost making him lose control. At the same time, Feng Wanho came out of the bathroom. When she saw the box on the floor and Xue Zhanqing holding the red chiffon, she was stunned at first. When she realized what it was, her face instantly turned red and her ears grew hot. How can you sneak through someone else's things like that? After a while, Feng Wanho finally found her voice. She struggled to suppress her shyness and nervousness, stepping forward to try to the sheer slip dress from Xue Zhanqing's hand. The tall man held the sleepwear in his hand, raising it above his head. No matter how Feng Wanho jumped to grab it, he kept failing again and again. "Did you buy this yourself?" Seeing Feng Wanho's blushing cheeks, Xue Zhanqing found her very cute. He teased her on purpose and said, "Shouldn't I be the one to buy this for you? You're a rogue." Feng Wanho was still struggling, so she wrapped her arms around Xue Zhanqing's arm, trying to use her body weight to push his arm down. But she underestimated his strength. Like a little monkey, she hung onto his arm and swung back and forth, while he remained calm, even using his other hand to support her hips, as if holding a child, and lifted her up. In the end, Feng Wanho, exhausted, gave up. She was forced to lie in Xue Zhanqing's arms, angrily criticizing him for being unfair. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Seeing her cheeks turn red with anger, Xue Zhanqing chuckled. "I need to clarify, I didn't mean to peek at your things. I accidentally knocked over the box when I was grabbing the blanket." He smiled, took Feng Wanho into his arms, and stepped back to sit on the bed. "Am I the kind of dictator who doesn't respect others' privacy? I understand that principle." Seeing the box on the floor, Feng Wanho probably guessed what had happened. It was because she trusted that Xue Zhanqing wouldn't randomly touch her things that she felt safe leaving the box on the bed. "Do you like this one?" Xue Zhanqing touched her hair gently and said with a smile, "If you like it, I'll buy it for you next time." "It was a gift from my little aunt." Feng Wanho couldn't help but loudly defend herself. "I have no idea what's inside. And this kind of sleepwear, I can't wear it." Seeing her ears turn red like they were bleeding, Xue Zhanqing couldn't help but lean down and gently bite her. "Let me see you wear it just for me," he whispered in her ear, blowing cool air, his lips moving from her earlobe to her cheek, finally landing on her rosy lips. "On your wedding night, wearing this sleepwear, you'll look very tempting." Xue Zhanqing's voice was soft and seductive. When he said tempting, his lips had already pressed against hers, causing his words to slip into her mouth. Feng Wanho couldn't resist such temptation. At first, she tried to avoid him, feeling nervous and unsure. But soon, she was drawn into this tender, passionate moment, and unconsciously, her hands climbed up to his neck. Xue Zhanqing gently grabbed her waist and lifted her slightly, causing Feng Wanha to change her sitting position. She was forced to sit across his lap, her body closely pressed against him with almost no space between them. The previously light kiss suddenly became passionate and intense. Feng Wanha felt the hand gripping her slender waist tighten suddenly. She almost couldn't control herself and leaned forward, pressing closer. Xiaohe. Xue Zhanqing softly called her nickname. When their feelings deepened, his hand also moved uncontrollably, searching under her shirt for way in, wanting to explore what lay beneath. Just as his fingers were about to reach her, Feng Wanha tremblingly grabbed his hand through her clothes. Stop! Her voice trembled, like a hook that deeply stirred Xue Zhanqing's heart. For a moment, Xue Zhanqing really wanted to forget everything and possess the girl in his arms completely. But in the end, he stopped his movements. Breathing heavily, he reluctantly pulled his lips away from Feng Wanha's and buried his face in her neck, panting heavily. Xiaohe, don't move. Let me take my time, he said softly. His hand withdrew from her shirt, resting gently on her slender back, patting her softly. Feng Wanha knew very well in her heart that her earlier resistance was not very firm. If Xue Zhanqing had insisted, she wouldn't have stopped him. But ultimately, he restrained his inner desire. He loved her. He was willing to follow all her wishes and wait patiently for her. The room was silent. Neither of them spoke, just holding each other, calming their racing hearts. At that moment, there was a knock on the door from outside. Xue Zhanqing. Zhou Yuping warned through gritted teeth. You've been in there for half an hour. Don't make me slap you in front of Xiaohe. Hearing his mother's words, Xue Zhanqing smiled helplessly. He looked up, still with lingering feelings in his eyes. He gently kissed Feng on his lips and spoke with a hint of sadness. When we get married in the future, we should move out. Your mother is a bit too much, staying up late and watching everything we do. Hearing this, Feng Wanha chuckled.
No.
I want to live with Aunt Zhou. She jumped down from Xue Zhanqing's lap and went to open the door. She reached out and took Zhou Yuping's arm, starting to complain. Aunt Zhou, Xue Zhanqing is trying to stir up trouble between us. She said you're strange, and that when we get married, I shouldn't live with you anymore. Zhou Yuping shot a sidelong glance at Xue Zhanqing. Come here, I promise I won't hit you to death. Seeing her own mother and beloved daughter-in-law teaming up to bully him, Xue Zhanqing smiled helplessly. All right, daughter-in-law, you're really amazing. Turning around, you betray your dear husband. He got up and left the bedroom, still pinching Feng Wanha's face. Little one, go to bed early. Zhou Yuping scolded Xue Zhanqing a few more times before calming down and letting Feng Wanha go back to her room to rest. When she lay in bed, turned off the light, Feng Wanha suddenly realized something. This. Xue Zhanqing didn't return her that sheer nightgown. That scoundrel took away the gift his sister-in-law gave her. Xue Zhanqing was dreaming. He dreamed of Feng Wanha wearing that thin, almost transparent nightgown, smiling sweetly, walking seductively toward him. She lifted her chin, looking down at him lying in bed like a proud, arrogant queen. Is it pretty? His voice sounded like it was on fire, so much so that he couldn't even speak, only gazing at her with greedy love. He reached out to touch her face, but just as he raised his hand, Feng Wanha grabbed his wrist, forcefully pressing both his hands back onto the bed. His hands were forced above his head, and Feng Wanha controlled him in an extremely intimate pose. Tonight, you are not allowed to move. In the dream, the scene was endless, so much so that when the alarm woke Xue Zhanqing, he still felt unfulfilled. He got up, took a cold shower, rolled the bed sheets, underwear, and all into a ball, and threw them into the washing machine, doing it smoothly. Since being with Feng Wanha, his proud self-control was long gone. Xue Zhanqing knew very well that he had completely fallen for Feng Wanha in this life, and he didn't want to, or could not pull himself out. Feng Wanha was going to school today. Originally, she planned to have her sister-in-law, Feng Jingyun, drive her there. After all, The school was very close, and it wasn't a famous university, so it wasn't worth the whole family making a fuss. However, when she finished washing and went downstairs, Foam Wanha was stunned by what she saw in the living room. Wait, do all these big shots not need to go to work? Wait, what are these 5, 6, 7, or 8 suitcases for? Wait, with this scene, I feel so pressured. Hurry, Xiao He, come eat. After eating, we'll take you to school. Zhou Yuping happily pulled Foam Wanha to sit at the dining table, smiling so broadly she couldn't close her mouth. The breakfast was very rich. There were meat pies and tea eggs made by Zhou Yuping herself, as well as tofu pudding and custard buns bought from the military district cafeteria. Dad, do you and Uncle Shui not need to go to work? Foam Wanha was eating a meat pie, watching Foam De Biao and Shui Chongqing sitting on the sofa. Yes, old Shui, don't you need to go to work? Foam De Biao snorted and said to Shui Chongqing, my daughter is going to college. Why are you so eager to join in? I remember when Zhang Cheng and Zhang Ping started school, you didn't go to see them off. That's because I didn't see them off, which I regret, so I want to see Xiao He off for college. Shui Chongqing is a professional at making unreasonable arguments and telling lies. Foam De Biao gave a thumbs up with a fake smile, praising his old friend. Back then, Shui Chongqing was a serious and tough soldier, but after marrying Zhou Yuping, he changed. He became smooth-talking and full of nonsense, clearly well-trained by his wife. This time, Foam Wanha said helplessly, my college isn't anything special. You really don't have to make such a big deal. It's putting a lot of pressure on me. Zhou Yuping pushed Foam Wanha onto the car and said, by your words, kids who don't get into good colleges or don't go to college at all aren't fit to live in this world. There's no need to care about others' opinions. As long as we're happy with our current life, that's enough. Zhou Yuping is a professional at persuading others. With just a few words, she eased Foam Wanha's worries. The group split into 2 cars and happily headed straight to Chuncheng Agricultural College. Chuncheng Agricultural College is located on the southern outskirts of Chuncheng, built on the mountains. Although remote, it has beautiful scenery with mountains and water. As soon as they got out of the car, the scent of osmanthus flowers hit them, especially refreshing in the early autumn breeze. Foam Wanha is pretty, and her family and friends who came to see her off were very large. Most importantly, she got off a military vehicle. All these special details quickly caught the attention of the senior students welcoming new students. A few boys at the gate looked over eagerly and helped carry Foam Wanha's luggage. They even pushed Shui Zhongqing aside and started chatting with Foam Wanha. Shui Zhongqing also came from college days, and since he's a man, he understood what these boys were thinking. Everyone loves beauty, but seeing his beloved wife being admired by other men made him very uncomfortable. So, feeling jealous, Shui Zhongqing forcefully pushed away some boys, showing strong possessiveness, and hugged Foam Wanha close. Be careful, don't push my girlfriend over. As soon as he said this, there was a brief silence at the scene. Several boys showed clear signs of disappointment and regret, mixed with a bit of frustration and defiance. Well, this kind of situation isn't uncommon. High school sweethearts often can't withstand the test of time. Many people find new love on university campuses. After a brief setback, the boys quickly regained their spirits, planning to try again by chatting with pretty new female students. Hey, what are you guys doing? You're supposed to welcome the freshmen, not scare the new girls. As they joked around, a girl in a white short-sleeved shirt and black pants ran over, loudly scolding the boys. Lu Xingzhou, even though you're the student council president, you can't oversee everything. One boy complained. The girl, Lu Xingzhou, didn't get angry. She smiled and said, you're right about welcoming the new students, but at least ask which department they're from. Then she turned to Foam Wanha, smiling warmly and asked, student, which major are you in? I'm a freshman in seed science and engineering, Foam Wanha answered confidently. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou smiled. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm in the same major. I'm a third-year student. My name is Lu Xingzhou. She greeted Foam Wanha cheerfully and openly. From the first moment she saw this senior girl, Feng Wanhe liked her from the bottom of her heart. She whispered to Xue Zhanqing, I really like Senior Lu. She's so cool. No, you can only like me, not others. Since getting off the bus, Xue Zhanqing had been feeling jealous. Sometimes having a pretty girl isn't always a good thing, especially if she's your wife. Her delicate face was too eye-catching, easily attracting boys' attention. Sigh, maybe, wife, you shouldn't attend this university. Let's go home, get married, and have children. I want to keep your beauty all to myself. Meanwhile, Lu Xingzhou was calling volunteers from the agriculture college to help Feng Wanhe carry her luggage. Feng Wanhe followed Lu Xingzhou to handle the registration, while Xue Chongqing and Feng Debiao stood under a tree, chatting. Hey, Lao Feng, don't you think Lu Xingzhou looks a bit like your son? Hearing this, Feng Debiao looked at Lu Xingzhou more carefully. Hiss, you're right. Her features do resemble him a little. He stroked his chin and said, could she be Chu Hao's lost relative from the earthquake? He paused and added, but Chu Hao never mentioned having any sisters or relatives. When I adopted him, I was told his family all died in the earthquake. Here, Mei Yuedang saw her husband staring intently at Luo Xingzhou. She didn't speak but went forward and pinched Feng Debiao's ear.
What are you looking at?
Do you like young, pretty girls? Do you think I'm old? Her jealousy was serious. Feng Debiao shouted loudly, my wife, I didn't mean anything. Still dare to say you didn't mean anything? We've been married for half our lives. I can tell what you're thinking just from your look. Mei Yuetang snorted coldly, tightening her grip. Yuetang, you're mistaken about Lao Feng. We were indeed watching Luo Xingzhou, but we're interested because she looks a lot like Xu Hao. At a crucial moment, Xue Chongqing helped explain for Feng Debiao. Hearing this, Mei Yuetang was surprised. She looked over and saw Luo Xingzhou's smiling side face. From this angle, she really did look a lot like Xu Hao. Mei Yuetang's face changed. She turned to look at her husband. When Xu Hao first came to our house, he had nightmares for a while. Do you remember? Feng Debiao naturally knew. This child lost a leg in the earthquake and had serious psychological trauma. One night, Xu Hao was crying in his sleep, saying, Sister, don't leave me. Mei Yuetang tried to come up with a reasonable guess. During the earthquake, the brother and sister might have been trapped at the same time, but for some unknown reason, the sister escaped alone and abandoned Xu Hao. Feng Wanhe and Luo Xingzhou quickly became friends. They talked and laughed all the way, even making Xue Zhanqing feel neglected. With Luo Xingzhou's help, Feng Wanhe quickly finished her registration. After sending her luggage to the dorm and having Zhou Yuping and Mei Yuetang help her make the bed, it was only noon. The dorm was a 6-person room, and Feng Wanhe was the first to arrive. Oh no! Can this bunk bed work? Little Wuro doesn't sleep still. What if she falls off in the middle of the night? Zhou Yuping looked worried, staring at the bed with concern. It's got guardrails. Feng Wanhe smiled and said, Auntie, I don't sleep badly. If you don't believe it, ask Xue Zhanqing. Yeah, you sleep very quietly. Always turning around on the bed, Xue Zhanqing teased with a smile, making Feng Wanhe blush and swing her fist at him. While Luo Xingzhou watched the fun nearby, Feng Debiao stepped forward. Classmate, I think I've seen you before. He tried to look friendly. Luo Xingzhou smiled and replied, maybe because I have a common face. Are you a child who came from the earthquake disaster area? After a moment, Feng Debiao thought carefully and said, it was that big earthquake over 10 years ago that caused thousands of deaths and injuries. Lu Xingzhou shook his head. No, my family is in Mian City. My parents are both doctors. As you know, Mian City is far from the epicenter. That earthquake didn't affect us at all. Hearing this, Feng Debiao nodded in understanding. He was still not convinced and stared at Lu Xingzhou's face, which looked somewhat like Chu Hao's. After a while, he sighed. Sorry, I think I've mistaken you for someone else. Lu Xingzhou was about to speak when a soldier in uniform hurried in. Commander. Seeing Feng Debiao, the soldier quickly saluted. Little Wu, why are you here? Is there a problem with the troops? Feng Debiao's expression changed. Someone sending a soldier specifically to find him must mean something very serious. The Jiangcheng Military Industry University called. Chu Hao had an accident. Even though the soldier lowered his voice, everyone in the small dormitory heard him, including Lu Xingzhou. What happened to my third brother? Was he drowning? Hearing this, Feng Wanha's mind suddenly flashed with a terrifying dream. Her voice trembled so much she almost lost her balance. Xue Zhanqing caught her just in time, so she didn't fall. The soldier's eyes widened in shock. Yes, probably drowning. Chu Hao and some classmates went out and were kidnapped by unknown forces. 6 people went missing. They found Chu Hao's student ID by the lake, and a few shoes were floating on the water. Mei Wetang covered her mouth and sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Go to Chuncheng immediately. Feng Debiao kept his face calm. He looked at his panicked wife and said, Don't panic. Let's see what's happening at the scene. It might just be a false alarm. Right now, he was the pillar of the family. His daughter and wife were both overwhelmed with fear, crying uncontrollably. He had to stay clear-headed until he brought his son home, no matter life or death. The peaceful atmosphere suddenly became heavy because Chu Hao was missing. No one spoke except Lu Xingzhou. Everyone else grabbed their things and quickly left the dorm. Watching Feng Wanha and the others leave, Lu Xingzhou's face was also very pale. She took a few steps forward, lips moving but no words coming out. Xue Chongqing didn't let Feng Debiao drive. Zhancheng, you drive with Xiaohe, I will drive with Uncle Feng and the others. We will meet at the entrance of Spring City Military Industry University. 2 cars sped away from the entrance of Spring City Agricultural College, kicking up a cloud of dust, quickly disappearing from sight. When they arrived at Jiang City Military Industry University, it was already afternoon. Xue Chongqing drove directly to the building where the principal's office was located. Ji Zhenxiang, knowing that Xue Chongqing and Feng Debiao were coming, had been waiting downstairs early. As soon as the car stopped, he hurried to open the door. Looking at Feng Debiao, his eyes showed regret.
Commander, I'm sorry.
I didn't take good care of the third young master. Feng Debiao waved his hand, looking calm and composed. What happened? Students at the military school, and someone dares to attack. Ji Zhenxiang said in a deep voice, From the information we have now, it seems to be a foreign force. They are after some of our military research achievements and targeted the students.
How many people?
Are there any survivors? Xue Chongqing asked next. When mentioning survivors, everyone looked at Ji Zhenxiang, waiting for good news. Ji Zhenxiang couldn't help but glance at Feng Wanha, then nodded heavily. We managed to rescue a student named Huang Xianliang, who shares a dorm with Chu Hao. Hearing the name Huang Xianliang, Feng Wanha's eyes suddenly brightened. I saw him just last night. Ji Zhenxiang hesitated, then finally said, Commander, I want to talk with Miss Feng. From Huang Xianliang's description, I have many questions. Maybe Miss Feng can explain. Before Feng Debiao could speak, Feng Wanha asked, Is it about the knot?
Yes.
That's the key to Huang Xianliang's escape. Ji Zhenxiang was a bit excited and said, Huang Xianliang said that when he was thrown into the lake by the bad guys, he escaped using the knot untying method you taught Chu Hao. Last night, Feng Wanha had just taught Chu Hao how to untie this kind of knot. And today, something happened.
This.
It's not that he doubted Feng Wanha, but the coincidence of the timing made people suspicious. The knot untying method is something I taught Chu Hao. Zhanqing stepped forward a few paces, subtly shielding Feng Wanha behind himself. This method of untangling ropes has become well known in our unit. Almost everyone can do it. As for why Xiao he looked for Chu Hao last night. He paused and then said, They are siblings and have a very good relationship. Playful fights are normal. You know, kids in the military district are quite wild. They play with knives, sticks, ropes, and so on. There's nothing they can't do. That is also true. Ji Zhenxiang also thought that everything last night was just a coincidence. Where is my third brother? I haven't found him yet, Feng Wanha asked anxiously, worried about Chu Hao's safety. Getting back to the main point, Ji Zhenxiang replied, We're searching for Chu Hao and others. The rescue team diving into the lake didn't find any sign of them. only a few ropes that had been untied at the bottom of the lake. So, Chu Hao and the others are probably still alive. Xue Zhanqing took over and said seriously, they fell into the water in the west. If they managed to escape, they would likely swim eastward. Into the mountains. They must have hidden in the mountains. Xue Zhanqing's analysis matched Ji Zhenqiang's thoughts perfectly. He looked at Xue Zhanqing with admiration and asked, "How do you know? Why are you sure they went into the mountains in the east? We have done military drills in this area before, so I know the terrain well. The lake where Chu Hao fell has a natural water cycle, with water flowing from west to east. Under their exhausted condition, they could only follow the current eastward." Xue Zhanqing changed from his usual relaxed attitude. His eyes shone brightly, full of confidence. There are good landing spots on the east side. After reaching the shore, if they are still being chased, they can only hide in the mountains. The complex terrain will help them escape or at least delay their pursuers, giving them time for reinforcements to arrive. After calmly analyzing the situation, Xue Zhanqing confidently said, "I believe Chu Hao can lead his classmates back safely." Who is Chu Hao? He is a boy from the military district's compound. Ask any boy in the military district, and they all understand military tactics. While local kids play with mud and firecrackers, boys in the military district imitate soldiers and practice fighting. Even in games, they play convincingly. Although Chu Hao has a leg disability, he is Xue Zhanping's strategist. Xue Zhanping considers himself a victorious general of the military district, not because of brute strength, but because of Chu Hao's clever mind. Chu Hao is definitely alive. Xue Zhanqing looked into Feng Wanha's eyes, his tone full of certainty. Now he finally understood why Feng Wanha insisted they practice this strange, knot untying method. It turns out there was real danger involved. Imagine this. If Feng Wanha hadn't demonstrated the knot he saw in his dream, he wouldn't have spent so much effort figuring out how to untie it, nor would he have made Chu Hao and the others practice it. Most importantly, last night, Feng Wanha hurriedly found Chu Hao to review the knot untying method again. Chu Hao then taught this method to his roommate, which helped Huang Xianliang save himself and escape safely. Each step is connected. One mistake could cost 6 lives. In short, Feng Wanha is Chu Hao's hero. Xue Zhanqing had to reconsider his young wife. How many secrets does this girl still hide from him? What did she see in her dreams? Soon, good news arrived again. 2 more missing classmates were found in the valley of Shishan Mountain. One was seriously injured and taken to the hospital for urgent treatment, but they are not in life danger. Where is Chu Hao? Have you found him yet? Mei Yuetang asked anxiously. Even though everyone said Chu Hao was clever and capable of winning, as a mother, she still saw him as that small, thin boy. He still limped, and how much pain must he have endured to come out of the deep mountain full of snakes and insects? Thinking of this, Mei Yuetang's heart almost broke. Ji Zhenqiang replied, "The classmates who were rescued said that from the moment they escaped, Chu Hao led them all the way forward. Because someone was injured during the escape, Chu Hao found a hidden valley where the injured could hide. He led 2 other healthy classmates up the mountain. First, to distract the pursuers and give the injured a chance to survive, and second, because the terrain on the mountain was more complex and advantageous for them." Hearing Ji Zhenqiang's words, Feng de Biao's tense face finally showed a faint smile. This little brat. He's a good soldier, but it's a pity about his leg. You can't say that. As long as he's talented, he can shine anywhere. Xue Chongqing said with a smile. The sky gradually darkened, and soon, light rain started to fall. There was no news from Chu Hao and the others, which made everyone's hearts tighten again. Do you think third brother will go back to that mountain valley again? Feng Wanha looked up at the gloomy sky and muttered, "It's hard to avoid rain on the mountain, but the conditions in the valley are better. But the enemies also know that the valley can keep them dry. Besides, it's already hidden with people. Chu Hao probably won't go back there." Mei Yuetang disagreed with her daughter. She believed Chu Hao was definitely heading toward the mountaintop. However, Xue Zhanqing said nothing. He looked into Feng Wanha's eyes and asked, "Do you know what trick third brother liked to use when he played games with Zhanping?" Feng Wanhe shook his head, and Xue Zhanqing said seriously, deception. Chu Hao always likes to surprise others and play tricks in the dark. In this kind of weather, most of the pursuers are probably hiding in the valley to avoid the rain. Your third brother and they might be nearby. Xue Zhanqing then looked at Ji Zhenxiang and said, Principal Ji, we should conduct a thorough search of that valley again. Ji Zhenxiang had considered this possibility, but he thought Chu Hao was still young. He definitely didn't have the courage to be so daring to play tricks right under the enemy's noses. Old Feng, old Xue, look at this. Ji Zhenxiang was unsure of Chu Hao's thoughts. After all, Chu Hao came from a military district compound, unlike those new students who just started school and knew little about commanding troops. Listen to Zhanqing. Feng Debiao, though busy with official duties, still paid attention to the discipline of these children. And sure enough, Chu Hao really dared to do it. The rescue team immediately changed their strategy. One group continued climbing the mountain to search, while two groups turned around and re-entered the valley. Seconds passed. The rain grew heavier, quickly forming streams on the ground that rushed into the river. In a narrow cave in the western mountain valley, three young boys huddled together, silent and afraid to make a sound in the dim light. Not far from them, less than 500 meters away, a dozen foreign mercenaries were drinking and eating in a spacious mountain cave. Wow, we actually outran the foreign mercenaries. One of the students said excitedly. Chu Hao, rubbing his numb and painful leg, spoke coldly. We're only safe because we know the terrain well for now. If I'm right, they've already familiarized themselves with the terrain. Once the rain stops. He didn't finish, but everyone knew what awaited them after the rain stopped. With their stamina, it wasn't just a few mercenaries, they could easily take down all three of them. But Chu Hao, how did you learn that strange way of untangling ropes? Now I think about it, I feel cold all over. If we hadn't spent the whole night messing around for fun yesterday, we might have drowned today. Chu Hao, do you have the ability to predict the future? When asked by his classmates, Chu Hao didn't answer. His mind was filled with Xiaohe's words, her worries and advice. He must survive. He has to get back alive. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from nearby. The mercenaries, who had been eating meat and drinking, suddenly became chaotic. Soon after, the sound of fierce gunfire reached Chu Hao and the others. Unlike the other two classmates, who were nervous and panicked, Chu Hao's eyes showed excitement. Help has arrived. We can go home now. At 2:07 a.m., Feng Wanhe received news from her third brother. Alive. They are all alive. This news was like a blessing from heaven, and Feng Wanhe couldn't help but cry softly in Xue Zhanqing's arms. God knows how she endured those long hours. She had known from the start that her third brother might be in danger, but she was helpless. Besides teaching him how to untie ropes, she could do nothing else. If Chu Hao really got into trouble, Feng Wanhe feared she would be trapped in guilt forever. The other two are fine except for exhaustion, but Chu Hao. Ji Zhenxiang said he was already disabled, and when he was first captured, he was beaten the most. After escaping, he relied entirely on his leadership and command. Stop talking nonsense. How is he? Feng Debiao didn't want to hear these empty words. All he cared about was whether his son was alive. He's been taken to the hospital. No life-threatening injuries for now, but the next treatment might be very painful. Ji Zhenxiang looked guilty as he spoke. I am the principal. I should protect my students, but in the end, this happened.
I'm sorry, really sorry.
Feng Debiao stood up and headed out to visit Chu Hao at the hospital. As long as he's alive, that's all that matters. Men can endure hardships and pain without complaint. For Feng Debiao, who had faced life and death many times, as long as he was alive, everything was fine. He couldn't understand what those fools who sought death and wasted their lives were thinking. God knows, on the battlefield, every soldier's only belief that kept them going was one word: survive. Xue Zhanqing held the girl who was crying softly in his arms, feeling both pain and pity in his heart. The little girl cares too much about feelings. Zhu Hao was only injured, yet she was so upset and crying. If he were to accidentally sacrifice himself in the future, what would she do? Thinking of this, Xue Zhanqing suddenly felt afraid, even hesitant to think further. The group headed straight to the hospital where Zhu Hao was. Zhu Hao had just finished an examination and was about to be taken to the operating room. He had broken 10 ribs, his right shoulder blade was fractured, and he had multiple other injuries with bloodstains all over his body. No one knew how Zhu Hao, so badly hurt, managed to lead his classmates and comrades through such a long journey and finally bring them home safely. Zhu Hao was awake. When he saw his parents and sister rushing over, he smiled simply.
Dad, Mom.
Foam de Biao reached out to touch his son's face, which was injured, and said in a deep voice after a moment, "Good. You're my son after all." "Zhu Hao, does it hurt?" Mei Yuetang spoke first, tears already falling. She leaned over carefully, gently touching her son's forehead, tears dropping onto Zhu Hao's face, making his eyes turn red too. "Mom, I don't hurt."
Mei Yuetang sobbet uncontrollably.
"Let's go home. We'll go back tomorrow. We'll go to the military hospital for treatment. We're not going to that military school anymore. Mom will take care of you for a lifetime." Before she finished speaking, Foam de Biao had already pulled his wife away. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you love your child this much?" Mei Yuetang struggled, biting and scratching at Foam de Biao. "What nonsense? Zhu Hao is my son. Which mother in the world can watch her son go to risk his life and do nothing?" She vented all her anger on her husband. "When Jiang He and Xiang Yan joined the army, I didn't agree. I knew military service was dangerous. Over these years married to you, I've been worried and couldn't sleep well. I don't want my son to risk his life like that." Mei Yuetang shouted, "Back then, you said Jiang He and Xiang Yan were sons of martyrs. Their enlistment was to continue their ancestors' wishes. You promised me Zhu Hao wouldn't join the army. Let him be an ordinary person, live a safe and peaceful life." Faced with his wife's accusations, Foam de Biao couldn't speak. He felt nothing but guilt and pain. Should he try to defend himself? What right did he have to do so? He couldn't give his wife a happy, stable life. That was his greatest failure as a husband. But he was a soldier. Between country and family, he had to disappoint one. He had no choice but to disappoint his wife and family. Foam Wanha stepped forward, tears in her eyes as she looked at her bloodied third brother. She smiled, and tears began to fall. "Little he." Zhu Hao smiled at Foam Wanha, full of gratitude. "It's you who saved me." His voice was hoarse as he said, "When the incident happened and those mercenaries tied my hands with ropes, I knew how to untie them. Little he, do you know? At first, I was very scared, but when I realized you had already found a way out for me, I wasn't afraid at all." The memories were very painful. Zhu Hao didn't mention how he was beaten and forced to surrender while hanging from a tree, or how he was made to betray secrets as an insider. They were brave men who would rather die than betray their integrity, even if it meant pretending to cooperate. Xue Zhanqing frowned as he listened to Zhu Hao, feeling something was off. Why did these mercenaries travel thousands of miles to Jiangqing just to catch a few new students from the military industry university? Even if they wanted to steal secrets, shouldn't they target masters or doctoral students, or even professors? That didn't seem to make sense. Just as he was about to ask more questions, the doctor suddenly shouted in surprise.
"Zhu Hao Finet?"
He had been strong from the moment he was rescued until arriving at the hospital, waiting to see his parents. He wanted them to see that he was safe, so they wouldn't worry.
But now,
his body hurt so much. Just before entering the operating room, he couldn't hold on any more and fainted. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you worry." The doctors hurriedly moved Zhu Hao into the operating room, working efficiently to treat him. Outside, Mei Yuetang was still crying, but Foam Wanha remained calm. Third brother can escape from the water, so he will definitely survive. Foam Wanha spoke with great confidence. In her previous life, Zhu Hao had drowned. Since he had escaped that danger, good days must be ahead. Xue Zhanqing let Foam Wanha lean on his shoulder, gently patting her back. "Yes, Zhu Hao will be safe. He always said he wanted to be your strongest support, to have the most powerful family backing you, so your in-laws wouldn't dare to bully you. Feng Wanhe absorbed the warmth and scent unique to Shui Zhanqing. In this quiet night, in this cold corridor filled with disinfectant smell, she softly asked, Zhanqing, don't you want to ask me something? Like why I dreamed of that strange knot? Or why I specifically came to find Xu Hao? Shui Zhanqing smiled gently and leaned down to softly kiss Feng Wanhao's forehead. Why are there so many whys in the world? None of that matters. What's important is that no matter what you do, I will always believe you have no bad intentions, and I will always love you. Xu Hao was badly injured, but thanks to his good youth and health, he was quickly out of danger after treatment. Because Jiangqing's medical facilities were not as good as the military hospital, on the third day after Xu Hao was hurt, Feng Debiao arranged for him to be transferred back to Chuncheng for further treatment. His older brother escaped danger, and Feng Wanhao finally relaxed and hurried back to school for military training. When Shui Zhanqing took Feng Wanhao back to school, it was already evening. After getting out of the car, Feng Wanhao waved goodbye to Shui Zhanqing. We'll be doing military training for 2 weeks. During this time, we can't leave the school. She leaned on the car window, smiling as she looked at Shui Zhanqing. What if I miss you? Oh, what a pity. I'm now a college student, so I can openly hug and kiss you, lift you high, and do all those things. Shui Zhanqing chuckled. You're just good at talking, saying one thing and doing another. This made Feng Wanhao feel a bit upset. She huffed and said, You can't look down on people. Look, there are only 15 minutes left before the dormitory closes. If I had more time, I'd definitely eat you up. Then she pretended to be regretful and said, Such bad luck. Huh? You mean, as long as I can appear in front of you, you'll let me kiss and hug you? Shui Zhanqing raised an eyebrow, with a loving smile in his eyes. Feng Wanhao's eyes twirled.
Well,
you know women's hearts are like deep waters. Such good things have a time limit, like within 2 weeks? As she spoke, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Anyway, I'm stuck at school for military training, and we won't see each other. What's the point of saying all this? She looked at her watch and playfully threw a teasing kiss to Shui Zhanqing. Brother Zhanqing, I'll miss you. You stay at home, but you need to control yourself. Don't get up early to wash the sheets, wasting water and hurting your kidneys. Shui Zhanqing stared blankly. This girl really was getting carried away. She dared to say such things right in front of him? Feeling itchy? Seeing Shui Zhanqing's helpless and amused expression, Feng Wanhao's smile grew even more confident. Well, since we won't see each other for the next 2 weeks, if I don't provoke him now, when will I? Even though Shui Zhanqing was tempted to get rid of her, after 2 weeks, this would all be over. Oh yeah, she's really a clever little girl. Watching Feng Wanhao rush into the school, trying to get back to the dorm before the door closes, Shui Zhanqing couldn't help but smile. Little girl, do you really think you won just by talking fast? It's better to leave a way out for the future. Since you can't bear to part with me, I guess I have no choice but to do as you wish. Feng Wanhao hurried into the dorm building just before the dorm manager Aunt was about to close the door. Her cheeks were flushed, and she politely greeted the dorm manager Aunt. Beautiful people tend to be popular, even with the dorm manager Aunt. At this moment, seeing such a lovely girl, she instinctively slowed down, closing the door. Thank you, Auntie. You're so kind. Feng Wanhao, panting, took a bag of white rabbit candies from her bag and handed it to the dorm manager Aunt. You're working hard. The dorm manager Aunt quickly declined, saying she didn't like candies. Feng Wanhao smiled and said, If you don't like them, take them home to cheer up the kids. Coincidentally, the dorm manager Aunt has a little grandson, only 3 or 4 years old, at the age where he loves to eat snacks. These white rabbit candies are not cheap, and not everyone can afford such a big bag. In the end, the dorm manager Aunt took the candies. Which dorm are you from, little girl? Feng Wanhao replied, Dorm 403. Please take care of me in the future, Auntie. The dorm manager Aunt's eyes were full of kindness. She nodded slightly and waved her hand, signaling her to go back to the dorm quickly. Bribing the dorm manager and wasn't Feng Wanha's idea. It was Xue Zhanping. After Chu Hao's incident, Xue Zhanping begged Xue Chongqing to help contact the military school, and he took 2 days off to visit Chu Hao. When talking about college life, Xue Zhanping started giving her some tips, the first being to get along well with the dorm manager aunt. After all, you're dating my brother. You'll be late or leave early sometimes. If you get along well with the dorm Andy, maybe you can secretly bring my brother back to the dorm. Xue Zhanqing listened silently beside her, silently stuffing several bags of candies into her bag. From the kind look in the dorm aunt's eyes, Feng Wanha knew she had won her favor. Because of Chu Hao's incident, Feng Wanha left quickly after registration, so she didn't meet her roommates. She opened the door to see 5 pairs of curious eyes looking at her at the same time. "Hello everyone, I am Feng Wanha." As she entered the dorm, she closed the door and politely greeted her new roommates. The lively dorm suddenly fell silent for a moment, until a girl with short hair spoke first, smiling and saying, "You're finally here. These past few days, we've been curious about where you've been." "Exactly. You were the first to arrive at the dorm, but you ended up being the last to show up." Another girl with curly hair joked and laughed. "I thought I was the prettiest in the dorm, but since you arrived. Haha, I give up." As she spoke, everyone burst into laughter. The short-haired girl smiled and said, "I won't compete for the title of the most beautiful girl. Actually, I prefer the title of the most unique-looking girl." Everyone laughed even louder. Even Feng Wanha, who was a bit nervous at first, was now laughing along. Before school started, big sister Wang Shengnan had talked about her college life, including her relationships with roommates. Girls can be very petty, fighting over trivial things. The dorm is always full of crying, shouting, and chaos. Back then I was closest to Xia Wanju. I thought she was a lifelong friend, but in the end, I was betrayed. So, Xiaohe, don't expect too much from your roommates. Keep a proper distance from them. Frightened by her sister's stories, Feng Wanha was prepared for her roommates to cause trouble, but surprisingly, dorm life didn't seem as scary as she thought. The girl called Yongwaru, who had curly hair, stood up and smiled at Feng Wanha, saying, "Are you Feng Wanha? Wow, your name sounds so nice. My grandpa gave it to me. He said Wanha has a feeling of harvest joy." Feng Wanha smiled and replied, placing her bag on her bed.
I'm Yangguoru.
The most unique-looking girl is Lu Qianqian, the girl with glasses is Zhu Sha, the tall girl is Xian Wujuan, and the small-eyed girl is Guodongxia. Yongwaru stood next to Feng Wanha and started introducing her roommates one by one. She gave each girl a nickname based on her features, which was very vivid, so Feng Wanha quickly remembered everyone's names. "Hey, we just ranked who is the oldest in the dorm based on age. Right now, I'm the oldest. Looking at your baby face, you probably aren't older than me, right?" Yongwaru looked a little nervous and said, "After you beat me in looks, you won't also be older than me, right?" Laughing at her words, Feng Wanha shared her birthday. All 5 of them screamed, especially Lu Qianqian, who was the loudest. "Wow, finally, I don't have to be the youngest anymore." Lu Qianqian made a victory sign and then hugged Feng Wanha tightly. "Congratulations on becoming the youngest in our dorm. Are you happy or not? Are you feeling joyful or not?" Getting used to the small group in the university dormitory was much easier than Feng Wanha expected. Maybe she was luckier than her older sister, not encountering a nagging, picky mother or a troublemaker like Xia Wanju. Even though she didn't yet know the true character of her roommates, at least initially, everyone was harmonious and united. Feng Wanha took out 5 white rabbit candies from her bag and handed one to each person. Sharing snacks always helps girls get closer quickly. By lights out, the 6 girls were chatting happily, acting like close friends. "Go to sleep soon. We have to wake up early for training tomorrow." It was already midnight, but they still weren't ready to stop talking. Yongwaru, the dorm leader, suddenly interrupted their first night chat. "Hey, I heard the drill instructors are active soldiers. Wow, they're my idols." Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled when she mentioned soldiers. "I don't know if our instructor is handsome or not, or if he has a girlfriend." Hearing this, everyone teased her. Oh, we haven't even met him yet, and you're already thinking about the instructor. Lao Wu, aren't you shy at all? Guodong Xia, the second girl, teased with a smile. Lu Qian didn't deny it. She sat up and said, "That's right, I've got a crush on our instructor. Just so you know, he's mine, and no one else can fight me for him." Then she looked at Feng Wanha eagerly. "Especially you, little one. Not only are you the prettiest in our dorm, but probably the best looking in the class, or even the department. You can't steal my love." Feng Wanha's mind involuntarily thought of Shuezhan Cheng's heroic figure. She only wanted to drink from the cup of Shuezhan Cheng's charm. Even if the instructor was so handsome that everyone admired him, she promised not to fall for him. So she raised her hand and made a vow. "Don't worry, I definitely won't compete with you for the instructor." Everyone burst into laughter and chatter until there was a knock on the door. "Are you guys crazy? Making noise in the middle of the night? Can't you let people sleep?" After a scolding, the 6 girls finally settled down. Feng Wanha hadn't slept well these days and quickly fell asleep until Yonghua Ru woke her up. Hurry. Change into your camouflage uniform. There are only 5 minutes until assembly." Pulling an all-nighter felt good at the moment, but being late the next day was a disaster. Being late on the first day of training was simply too outrageous. Feng Wanha knows the importance of discipline in the military. In the army, punctuality is the most important rule. Being late is the worst mistake a soldier can make. Although she didn't know who the instructor was, Feng Wanha worried that they might be punished for being late, which made her heart race. She didn't bother washing up. She quickly got out of bed, put on her clothes, and rushed outside. Fortunately, the dormitory wasn't far from the training ground. When the assembly horn sounded, she had already arrived and sprinted straight to the team of the agriculture college. "Attention!" When she heard the loud, clear voice, her steps faltered a little. What the heck? Was she imagining things because she missed someone so much? Why did the voice sound so much like that guy? But there was no time to think about it now. She quickly moved to the back of the line and tidied her collar and hair as fast as she could. Phew. That was close. The instructor stood at the front of the line. Feng Wanha was at the back, her view blocked by a few tall guys. Even on tiptoe, she couldn't see the instructor's face. Suddenly, a strong male voice came from the front. "All members of the 5th company, listen up. Arrange yourselves in 6 columns from tallest to shortest within 1 minute." That voice sounded even more familiar. Feng Wanha's heart was pounding. She didn't care about lining up. She pushed through the crowd to the front to see what was going on. A few seconds later, when she saw the young man in camouflage uniform in front of her, her eyes widened like bells. Wow. That guy's secret-keeping skills are really impressive. Last night, they were close and flirty, and she had been teasing Shuezhan Cheng because they wouldn't see each other for 2 weeks. Now, she was getting her comeuppance. Yes, the instructor was someone she knew. His name was Shuezhan Cheng. Seeing Feng Wanha's shocked and confused expression, Shuezhan Cheng felt like laughing. "So, how about this surprise?" Seeing her like this, she must be very happy, right? "Don't worry, there are more surprises coming." He cleared his throat and looked at Feng Wanha, still standing there stunned. "Are you the student who stepped out alone? Is there a problem?" Feng Wanha finally reacted. "Huh? Did I step out alone? I didn't." "Oh no." She turned around and saw the over 100 new students lined up neatly in 6 columns, from tall to short. She was like an outsider, standing foolishly in the middle of the playground, like a wooden stake stuck in the ground. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Feng Wanha silently cursed Shuezhan Cheng in her mind. "Ha, you bad man, just wait for me." She forced a small smile, her mind racing quickly. Should I say something now? Otherwise, people might wonder why she was standing alone. Suddenly, she remembered what was discussed at last night's sleepover. Lu Qianqian had said she wanted to pursue the instructor, but now the instructor was Shuezhan Cheng, so her possessiveness made her have selfish thoughts. She clenched her teeth and loudly asked, "Report to the instructor. My question is, do you have a girlfriend?" As soon as she asked, the group fell into an uproar. Some girls even squealed and clapped, clearly interested in this question. Xue Zongqing looked at Feng Wanhe's flushed cheeks. He found it a little funny, but also a bit helpless. Did the girl not know if he had a girlfriend? Why are you asking this? Do you have any thoughts? Xue Zongqing stepped forward a few paces and looked down at Feng Wanhe, noticing her messy hair. You bad man. Feng Wanhe cursed Xue Zongqing in her mind with even harsher words. I'm just caught in a difficult situation. Originally, if you had answered my question, I could have been saved. But now you keep going on and on. Are you deliberately making me look bad? Fine, if you won't give me face. Don't blame me for being unkind. So Feng Wanhe looked up, smiling sweetly at Xue Zongqing. Report to the instructor. My roommate has a crush on you, so I'm asking on her behalf. After saying that, she specifically pointed at Lu Qianqian. This is her. Happiness came so suddenly that Lu Qianqian wasn't even prepared. She made eye contact with Xue Zongqing and almost immediately felt lost in his deep, pawn-like eyes. Her heart pounded. Could this be love knocking on her door? The next moment, Xue Zongqing, who had always kept a cold expression, suddenly smiled. His smile instantly won the hearts of the girls. Wow, the instructor is so handsome. However, what he said next made the girls feel their hearts break. I am already engaged. Xue Zongqing said this while staring at Feng Wanhe. His voice was gentle, like the breeze in March or the rain in May, soft and soothing. My fiancée is very cute and well-behaved. I didn't believe in love at first sight before, but the first time I saw her, I heard a voice inside telling me, marry her. She is about your age. This year, she also just got into university, not a famous one, but that doesn't stop me from loving her. In my heart, she will always be the best, worth my whole life to love. Such deep and tender feelings are touching for the heroine, but for the girls present who are interested in Xue Zongqing, it's cruel. They are just beginning to feel love, and before the seed has even sprouted, Xue Zongqing ruthlessly crushes it in the soil and stomps on it to prevent it from coming back to life. Lu Qianqian couldn't help but say, wow, I'm so jealous of the instructor's fiancé. They are the same age, yet she is already so loved by such an excellent instructor. That girl must be very happy, right? Xue Zongqing looks at Feng Wanhe. Classmate, what do you think? Feng Wanhe, feeling hopeless, replies. What do I think? Am I happy? No, I'm not lucky. My surname is Feng. This classmate has a rebellious streak, still rolling her eyes at the instructor. My girlfriend is way cuter than you. Xue Zongqing suppresses his laughter and says, last night, she even said that next time we meet, she wants to kiss, hug, and lift me high. His voice is a bit soft, only Feng Wanhe can hear. She squeezes out 2 words from her teeth. Rogue. Seeing the young girl's retreat and her inability to fight back, Xue Zongqing feels extremely happy inside. However, it's better to leave some room for future encounters. He's not like some people who have to block all escape routes. Classmate, are you satisfied with my answer just now? If you are, go back to the team. We're about to start official military training. Xue Zongqing knows when to stop. Finally, he lets Feng Wanhe return to the team. Feng Wanhe stands with Lu Qianqian. At this moment, Lu Qianqian looks at Feng Wanhe with admiration, as if she's looking at a hero. Feng Wanhe, you're so awesome. While Xue Zongqing is discussing matters with other instructors, Lu Qianqian lowers her voice. I just casually said one thing, and you really went for it. Oh my god, I love you so much. Feng Wanhe feels a bit confused. Wait, old 5, why are you so excited? Shouldn't you be sad or upset because the instructor has a fiancé? Is this unusual reaction a sign of overstimulation? Seeing through Feng Wanhe's confusion, Lu Qianqian pouts and explains. I may be a love fool, but I'm not stupid. Love is about mutual willingness. Forced love isn't sweet. I understand. Lu Qianqian glanced at Xue Zongqing and said, but really, I am very curious about your fiancé. What kind of talented and stunning girl is she to make you love her so completely? The girl with extraordinary talent looked at Lu Qianqian with a blank stare. Classmate, look at me. I am the answer you seek. Not wanting to deceive Lu Qianqian and planning to reveal her true relationship with Xue Zhanqing, she was interrupted as Xue Zhanqing already strode over confidently. A loud attention made the originally relaxed freshman straighten up. No one dared to speak, and everyone's eyes instinctively looked toward Xue Zhanqing, waiting for his orders.
My name is Xue Zhanqing.
I come from a tank battalion in a certain military district. For the next half-month, I will be your drill instructor. He changed from the gentle tone used earlier about his fiancée to a commanding presence that exuded authority. I have only one requirement for my soldiers. Never give up. After a brief pause, he scanned each face and asked loudly, "Can you do it?" Inspired, every soldier in the 5th Company, no, every recruit, shouted back, "Yes, we can." Xue Zhanqing nodded with satisfaction and said, "The first training for new soldiers is standing at attention." He demonstrated the standard posture. A boy whispered, "This move looks so easy. Is that all the army trains?" Even some girls like Yang Guoru and others thought it was so simple. Only Feng Wanhe, who came from a military compound, knew how difficult standing at attention truly was. Yes, the move itself isn't hard, but the challenge is to endure until the end. Standing for a minute is fine, but what about 10 minutes? Half an hour? An hour? Many children in the compound were punished by standing at attention after making mistakes. According to Xue Zhanqing, he would rather be beaten with a rolling pin by his father than stand at attention for an hour. It's really tough. So, after 5 minutes, some students already felt exhausted and wanted to slack off. But Xue Zhanqing, with sharp eyes, held a stick in his hand, making every lazy recruit feel fear. Feng Wanhe also started to struggle. Although she came from a military family, that didn't mean she was not useless. Within 10 minutes, her legs trembled like leaves, and sweat was pouring down her face. Stand straight. Unknowingly, Xue Zhanqing was standing behind her. His hand subtly pressed against her aching waist. Unconsciously, Feng Wanhe relaxed her body, placing all her weight on Xue Zhanqing's hand. Keep your legs straight, your waist upright. Just as she took a breath, Xue Zhanqing's stern voice sounded in her ear. She turned her head to look at him and saw that he was watching her. Feng Wanhe, what are you looking at me for? I'm just telling you. Having known Xue Zhanqing for so long, she knew he was usually gentle and kind when speaking to her. He rarely raised his voice, and his tone was always normal. But now, with such a stern tone, Feng Wanhe suddenly felt wronged inside. Yes, she understood that he was now a trainer and was just doing his job. She understood the reason, but she still felt upset. She bit her lip, straightened her body, and looked at Xue Zhanqing, tears suddenly falling down her face. This crying surprised Xue Zhanqing greatly. He almost reached out to wipe her tears but held back. Crying won't help. You have to stand firm. My soldiers can bleed and sweat, but they can't cry. Feng Wanhe. Feng Wanhe stiffened her neck and said nothing. Xue Zhanqing raised his voice and shouted sternly, Feng Wanhe. Yes. Feng Wanhe choked out in response, her eyes full of grievance, which made Xue Zhanqing feel heartache and guilt, even wanting to hold her tightly. But this was the training ground, and all personal feelings had to be suppressed. He looked at Feng Wanhe coldly. Remember this. On the battlefield, tears are the least valuable thing. Immediately, hold back those tears. This ruthless scolding from Xue Zhanqing not only made Feng Wanhe hold back her tears, but also made several other exhausted girls stop crying forcefully. The instructor really was a tough, straightforward man. Facing such a stunning beauty like Feng Wanhe, he showed no mercy, let alone for the ordinary-looking girls. Forget it. Forget it. Tears are useless. Just grit your teeth and persevere. No one dared to slack off anymore, and no one spoke of giving up. On this scorching sports field, the young students just entering university stood straight, like lush pine trees growing strong. They are the pillars of the nation, and their future will surely be bright and splendid. At first, she thought university military training would just be a formality, but it turned out the instructors were serious. On the first morning of training, the freshmen were already exhausted and felt like giving up. Until the shout of dismissed. Everyone finally relaxed. They dragged their sore, exhausted bodies, like zombies, toward the cafeteria. Xue Zonqing's gaze passed through the crowd and happened to meet Feng Wanha's eyes. He smiled at her, his expression full of flattery and friendliness. However, Feng Wanha responded with a big eye roll. Ha, this little girl is holding a grudge. Watching Feng Wanha's back as she walked away, Xue Zonqing carefully thought about how to make up for it. Suddenly, the previously dejected girl suddenly cheered up, screamed, and ran forward. His eyes unconsciously followed her figure, watching her rush toward a soldier in green, then jump up like a little monkey and happily throw herself into his arms. Big brother. Seeing her big brother, Huijianghe, Feng Wanha's heart was full of joy. She even forgot that they were on a busy playground, and she shouted happily as she ran over. Huijianghe opened his arms and caught his beloved sister, giving her a big, firm hug. Big brother, why are you here too? Feng Wanha was so excited she couldn't hold back. She grabbed Huijianghe's shoulders and asked. Some comrades were called away on a mission, so the higher-ups ordered me to take over the military training. Huijianghe looked at Feng Wanha with a loving gaze and pinched her cheek. Did you cry just now? Big brother always knew how to bring up sensitive topics. Thinking about how Xue Zonqing had publicly scolded her during military training and recalling the ruthless training methods of that man, Feng Wanha felt terrible. Big brother, why don't you try to become our squad's instructor? Feng Wanha was unhappy and huffed. Do you think I haven't tried? Huijianghe sighed helplessly. Yesterday afternoon, I was supposed to be in charge of the 5th Squad's training, but suddenly, I received new orders in the evening, and I was made the squad leader of the 7th Squad. He pointed to Xue Zonqing walking over. That guy is the battalion commander, much higher rank than me. He likes to use his power to bully others, and I can't do anything about it. Yes, higher-ups always have more power. He insulted me. Feng Wanha was upset about the whole morning's fatigue. After all, this was military training, not a child's playhouse. What made her unhappy was that, out of over 100 people in the 5th Squad, why did Xue Zonqing only scold her? Oh, because she was familiar with him. So she deserved to be scolded? According to this logic, being familiar with someone means they're guilty? Being familiar means they deserve to be bullied? Before Huijianghe could speak, Xue Zonqing's voice came from behind. Jianghe, Feng Wanha didn't stop or look back. She just waved her older brother and walked away quickly, not even glancing at Xue Zonqing. Once again ignored, Xue Zonqing thought. Hey, this girl has quite a temper. Huijianghe clenched his fists with a cracking sound. Did you bully my sister? Usually, Xue Zonqing wasn't afraid of Huijianghe. After all, he was an all-round soldier king, much stronger in fighting skills than Huijianghe. But now, he wasn't facing a tank battalion squad leader, but his future brother-in-law. What happens if you offend your future brother-in-law? Xue Zonqing knew this very well. So he forced a smile, backed away timidly, letting Huijianghe's fist land on him. No, Jianghe, listen to me. I didn't mean to bully Xiao He just now. Save your explanations. Huijianghe wasn't listening. He hit harder and snorted coldly. Bullying is bullying. There's no such thing as intentional or not. You bully my sister, and I won't let you go. In the middle of the day on the sunny playground, 2 instructors were fighting. Actually, it wasn't a fight between equals, but one was overpowering the other. It was clear who would win, and Xue Zonqing was beaten badly. Hey, look. Our instructor got knocked down. Xin Wujuan grabbed Feng Wanha, who was about to enter the cafeteria, and shouted. Turning around, she saw the usually invincible Xue Zonqing now lying on the ground, looking helpless and laughing bitterly. Serves him right. Feng Wanha snorted coldly, but secretly smiled. After getting their meals, 6 girls found a seat, ate, and chatted happily. Feng Wanha, do you know the company commander of the 7th Company? Lu Qianqian's eyes lit up, clearly having a new target of admiration. Aren't you stupid? Didn't you hear? Feng Wanha calls the company commander Big Brother. Yang Wu teased Lu Qianqian with a smile. Last night, you were shouting about only wanting to marry our instructor, and now you give up after just one morning? Lu Qianqian, you're so fickle. Hearing the teasing, Lu Qianqian didn't get angry. She deliberately struck a charming pose and said no choice. I'm just this kind of woman who's fickle and unfaithful. Feng Wanhe, can I be your sister-in-law? She leaned on Feng Wanhe's shoulder, looking at her eagerly. Well, then, big sister-in-law will take you along to be fickle and unfaithful too. Feng Wanhe almost spat out her rice. No, fifth, can you have some shame? Talking about these things in the busy cafeteria, does it mean there's no one you care about? Hey, honestly, does your older brother have a girlfriend? Yang Guoru, nibbling on ribs, kept asking, her curiosity getting the better of her.
No.
Feng Wanhe honestly replied, my older brother is dedicated to the country and never talks about personal relationships.
Wow.
Halfway through, Feng Wanhe watched his older brother rush in to save someone, reaching out to catch a girl who almost fell on the oil stain. His brother looked like he had eaten chocolate, moving smoothly, like a hero saving a damsel. Not only did he save the girl, but he also caught the plate of food she was holding. After finishing up with Shui Zhanqing, Hu Jianghe entered the cafeteria to eat. He hadn't taken many steps when he saw someone spill soup in the middle of the aisle. He wanted to find a mop to clean it up and prevent anyone from slipping, but someone stepped right into it. As a soldier of the people, he naturally took the lead to protect everyone. He rushed forward without hesitation, catching the girl just as she was about to fall. She smelled so nice. Her waist was so slender. Her body was so soft.
Thank you.
After a brief moment of silence, the girl in his arms finally reacted. She hurriedly struggled free from Hu Jianghe's embrace, her face blushing like an apple. The ground is slippery, be careful. Hu Jianghe looked at her with a slightly gentle tone. After reminding her, he turned to find a mop, quickly cleaning the spill. As he was about to leave, he noticed some soup on the girl's clothes. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. Here, your clothes are dirty. Watching the handsome young officer walk away, the girl clenched the warm handkerchief in her hand, standing still for a long time. Lu Qianqian sighed and shook her head. Why was it the girl who almost slipped instead of me? Turning around, she saw Feng Wanhe still looking at the girl and couldn't help asking, hey, sixth, what are you looking at? I know her.
She's.
Hello, senior. Before she finished speaking, the girl who almost slipped by with her tray approached and sat next to Feng Wanhe. Coincidentally, the girl Hu Jianghe saved was someone he knew, Luo Xingzhou, the senior who welcomed Feng Wanhe on his first day. Luo Xingzhou did not use the handkerchief handed by Hu Jianghe to wipe the stain on his clothes. Instead, he neatly folded the handkerchief and put it into his pocket. Feng Wanhe, good afternoon. Luo Xingzhou smiled gently at Feng Wanhe. Training must be tough, right? It's only been a morning, but I can see you've gotten quite tan. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe instinctively touched her face. After a moment, Luo Xingzhou asked again, you left quickly on registration day. Was there a family issue? Yes, there was a bit of trouble, Feng Wanhe replied casually. Her parents never mentioned that Luo Xingzhou looked similar to Zhu Hao, and she hadn't paid much attention, so she never linked Luo Xingzhou with Zhu Hao. Because Zhu Hao's injury involved military secrets, it was supposed to be kept confidential, so she only mentioned it vaguely and didn't want to talk more. Is Senior also from Spring City? Feng Wanhe changed the subject. I'm from Jiang City. I vaguely heard that you guys are also going to Jiang City? Again, Luo Xingzhou brought the topic back to Zhu Hao's injury. Having lived in the military area for a long time and with family members who are soldiers, Feng Wanhe was more cautious than usual. She instinctively looked at Luo Xingzhou a few more times. I'm a bit upset stomach. I'll go back to the dorm first. She picked up her half-eaten tray and stood up smiling. Guodong Xia reminded her from behind, hey, the instructor said today, no leftover food. You still have a lot of food on your tray. Feng Wanhe then went around to the tables where the instructors were eating and placed her half-eaten food in front of Hu Jianghe. Big brother, I can't finish it, but our instructors say wasting food is shameful. Students who leave food are made to stand in military stance. Please help me finish it. Shui Zhanqing sat next to Hu Jianghe. Hearing this, without hesitation, he took Feng Wanha's tray and scraped all the food into his own. Well, rules are important. If my wife leaves food, I'll eat it. And since he had just offended his wife this morning, now was a good chance to make amends. Feng Wanha glanced at Xue Zhanqing, but said nothing. She turned and returned the empty tray to the collection point. There were 10 instructors at the table, several of whom knew about the relationship between Xue Zhanqing and Feng Wanha. Seeing Xue Zhanqing eating his wife's leftovers, someone took the opportunity to tease. Wow, I remember someone bragging that his wife listens to him and that he's very high in the family. But now, what's this? Eating his wife's leftover food? Xue Zhanqing took a half-eaten rib from Feng Wanha and muttered unclearly, "You single guys don't know anything." He spat out the bone and proudly said, "This isn't leftover food for my wife. It's my wife saving it from between her teeth just for me because she's worried I might go hungry." Saving it just for you? I don't think so. Everyone saw it just now. Sister-in-law didn't look at you once. She was talking to her older brother. Someone exposed Xue Zhanqing's lie, ruthlessly embarrassing him. Xue Zhanqing remained calm and continued to argue confidently. No wonder you guys can't find wives yet. Honestly, it's your own fault. My wife is very thoughtful. She knew you'd laugh at me, so she gave me this food in my brother-in-law's name. At first, it sounded a bit ridiculous, but upon thinking carefully, it seemed somewhat reasonable. For a moment, the single guys, no, the officers, fell into deep thought. Could this be the real reason they are still single? Hu Zhenghe didn't bother to expose Xue Zhanqing's lie. He warned softly, "If you dare to bother my sister again this afternoon, I will deal with you. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I promise to make Xiaohe happy before dinner, or I'll apologize with my life." Xue Zhanqing raised his hand and swore sincerely. During the nap, everyone else in the dorm was asleep, except Feng Wanha and Luo Xingzhou sitting on a bench outside the dorm building, chatting. "Senior sister, you wanted to see me. Is there something you need?" She glanced at the small bag in her hand, which contained apples, canned yellow peaches, and 2 packs of snacks. They say flattery is often for ulterior motives. Although she admired her senior sister's confident style, it didn't mean she fully trusted her. At least for now, Luo Xingzhou definitely had a purpose. After a long silence, Luo Xingzhou hesitated before speaking. "That day, I overheard your conversation with your parents. You have a brother named Chu Hao?" Feng Wanha looked up at Luo Xingzhou's profile, her eyes flickering slightly after a moment. "Yes, Chu Hao is my third brother. Why doesn't he have the same surname as you?" Even though Luo Xingzhou tried to keep his tone calm, Feng Wanha sensed something strange. She replied, "My third brother is an orphan from an earthquake disaster. When my father helped with relief efforts, he brought my third brother back. By the way, senior sister, you and my third brother look quite alike." While saying this, Feng Wanha looked at Luo Xingzhou. "Senior sister cares a lot about my third brother? And these things, are they for him?" She paused, then smiled and said, "But my third brother doesn't like sweets. Even if I take these home, they'll just end up in my stomach." Hearing this, Luo Xingzhou's eyes flickered slightly, and he quietly breathed a small sigh of relief. "I just happened to hear about your third brother having trouble that day, so I asked casually. These things were actually meant for you." Luo Xingzhou stood up and smiled, saying, "If you ever face difficult problems you can't solve, come to me. I will do my best to help." "Thank you, senior sister." Feng Wanha looked up at Luo Xingzhou, smiling sweetly. Watching Luo Xingzhou's figure disappear around the corner, Feng Wanha's smile finally faded a little. Is there a problem? Why is Luo Xingzhou so concerned about the third brother? Why does Luo Xingzhou seem so similar to the third brother? Luo Xingzhou. What secrets is he hiding? Feng Wanha's mind was full of questions. But before she could sort out her tangled thoughts, she saw Xue Zhanqing come out from the boys' dormitory across the way. Xiaohe. Seeing her, he hurried over quickly. Feng Wanha snorted coldly, turned to go back to the dorm, but her short legs made her unable to escape, and the man blocked her way. Ignoring her resistance, Xue Zhanqing easily wrapped his arms around Feng Wanha's waist and carried her to the small grove behind the dormitory building. During lunch break, The students who had been training so hard they doubted their lives had long since fallen into a drowsy sleep. Cicadas called among the lush branches, and the wind carried a hot, dry feeling. It's so hot. Let me go. Feng Wanha's hand pressed against Xue Zhangqing's chest, turning her face away to show she was still angry. But the more she resisted, the more Xue Zhangqing enjoyed it. He held her waist with one arm, and with his other hand, he gently held her chin, forcing her to look at him. Sweetheart, I was wrong. When he looked into Feng Wanha's eyes, Xue Zhangqing honestly admitted his mistake, with a sincere attitude and a flattering tone. I initially supported your waist because I saw you seemed unable to hold on and wanted to share your burden, but I was worried other classmates might see and cause unnecessary trouble for you, so I... Without mentioning his feelings for Feng Wanha, he thought about how his parents and grandparents loved Feng Wanha, and he couldn't be reckless either. Now he's worried too. If his parents find out he made Feng Wanha cry during military training, he might get into big trouble. And his brother-in-law would be angry, making his days even harder.
No apology?
Then he might as well prepare for the worst. What's wrong with you? You are an instructor. I stood at attention, but did not do it correctly. Shouldn't you have scolded me? I should be the one apologizing and admitting my mistake. Feng Wanha was forced to look at Xue Zhangqing and said, Instructor, I'm sorry. I will train harder. This reply made Xue Zhangqing laugh and cry at the same time. Darling, don't be like that.
I'm scared.
Also, your unit should have rules, right? Like not having any romantic relations with students during training. Be careful, or I might report you to your superiors. Who doesn't know how to distance themselves? Feng Wanha became serious and could be very stubborn. Xue instructor, please respect yourself. She said this while struggling to leave Xue Zhangqing's embrace. But how could Xue Zhangqing let her go? She tried to run, he chased, she hid, he blocked her. They played a game of hide and seek in the small woods. Finally, Xue Zhangqing cornered Feng Wanha against the wall. Are you not going to let me go? Feng Wanha felt helpless. Xue Zhangqing, even a rabbit can bite when it's cornered. Hearing this, Xue Zhangqing raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, my little wife is learning to threaten people? Come on, show me how your little rabbit bites. Xue Zhangqing then grabbed Feng Wanha's wrist tighter. If you don't forgive me, I won't let you go.
Ow.
Before he finished, Xue Zhangqing felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw the little rabbit, Feng Wanha, biting into his muscle with all her strength. The girl's bite was very clever, very sensitive, and a little shy. Of course, everything has a limit. At certain moments, with the right force, it's flirting, one of the most wonderful pleasures in life. But now, her sharp little teeth were biting fiercely. Ouch! Wife, spare me.
Ow, ow, ow.
I was wrong, wife. Xue Zhangqing cried out in pain, apologizing and begging for mercy. Seizing the chance, Feng Wanha loosened her teeth and quickly slipped out from under Xue Zhangqing's arm, running away like a crazy rabbit. As she left the small woods, she looked back at Xue Zhangqing, who was still clutching his injured spot, and she chuckled softly. Xue Zhangqing felt bitter inside, but said nothing. Back at the dormitory, he saw his teammates getting up and changing clothes for the field. Xue Zhangqing stood by his bed, casually taking off his sweat-soaked t-shirt. Just as he picked up clean clothes, a teammate approached, talking loudly with a mischievous look in his eyes. Hey, hey, hey. He suddenly grabbed Xue Zhangqing's hand and pointed at the bite mark on his chest, shouting loudly. What are you doing? This thing. It looks like it was bitten, right? Hearing the noise, other comrades also gathered around. They didn't give Xue Zhangqing a chance to resist. A few strong men forced him against the wall. This just happened to be bitten. Look at this mark, it's even bleeding a little. Everyone was analyzing the bite marks on Xue Zhangqing and trying to piece together what happened. Definitely bitten by my sister-in-law, no doubt about it. Yeah, he said earlier, he was going to apologize to her. From the bite's strength, she probably hasn't forgiven him. Everyone was excited, young men living a simple life in the military camp. In such a situation, who wouldn't be excited? You guys don't know anything. Does Xue Zhanqing care about losing face? He broke free from his comrade's hold, dressed quickly, and tried to regain his dignity. I'm engaged to my wife. Isn't it normal for us to be close? Listen, this is a love mark. My wife wanted to stamp her seal on me, to show I belong to her. Xue Zhanqing proudly said, Well, I'm the most handsome instructor, right? That must attract other girls' attention. If a girl confesses to me, I'd just. He made a gesture as if lifting his shirt, exposing the bite mark. I'm just showing I'm a married man. I'm loyal. I would never betray my wife. Then he winked at Hyo Jungha, who was tying his belt. Brother-in-law, what do you think? You're such a fool. Hyo Jungha rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with Xue Zhanqing. He wondered how his little sister could be interested in such a guy. Xue Zhanqing's lies might fool others, but not him. Love mark? It was probably him apologizing to Xiaohe. She didn't forgive him. Then he forced himself on her and she bit him. Well done, clever biting, making Xue Zhanqing scream. The instructors were arguing loudly in the dorm, but as soon as they left, they became serious. 1, 2, 1, 2. Xue Zhanqing led a neat team across most of the campus, walking along a road lined with plane trees into the sports field. They looked like a bright, beautiful scene, attracting many students' attention. Just as they were about to turn into the field, a girl stopped the team. It was Luo Xingzhou. Hello. Luo Xingzhou said apologetically, Sorry, I have something to return to this instructor. She pointed at He Jungha, who was standing at the front, with a slight blush on her cheeks. Seeing this, Xue Zhanqing's eyes flashed with amusement. Is my brother-in-law's spring finally arriving? Jungha, step forward. He immediately gave the order. Yes. He Jungha stood straight and answered loudly, then jogged away from the group. The other classmates left first, leaving only He Jungha and Luo Xingzhou standing face to face on the shady path. Luo Xingzhou took out a scented handkerchief from her bag and handed it to He Jungha. Teacher, your handkerchief. He Jungha looked a bit surprised. It's just a handkerchief, no need to return it. He smiled and reached out to take the handkerchief, but Luo Xingzhou quickly withdrew her hand and put the handkerchief back into her bag. Confused, He Jungha asked, What do you mean? Are you joking? Since the instructor says I don't need to return it, I'll keep it as a keepsake. Luo Xingzhou smiled warmly and introduced herself. My name is Luo Xingzhou. I am a third-year college student. After waiting a moment without hearing He Jungha introduce himself, Luo Xingzhou asked again, Instructor you? Sorry, we have rules about organization and discipline. We can't have private relationships with students. He thought he had introduced himself openly, expecting the instructor to do the same, but instead. I have to say, this man is truly straightforward. Though a bit slow, he makes people feel very safe. He nodded at Luo Xingzhou and didn't pursue the matter of the handkerchief, then turned and went back to the sports field. Luo Xingzhou watched He Jungha's back for a long time before turning to leave. The afternoon training was military boxing. Xue Zhanqing was very handsome, and his boxing was full of energy, making many girls scream excitedly. Only Feng Wanhe sat under the shade of a tree, looking unimpressed. Such a vain man. What else can he do besides showing off? Feng Wanhe, why aren't you screaming? Don't you think the instructor is handsome? Lu Qianqian's eyes were full of pink bubbles. I want to beat the instructor's fiancé and then have him all to myself. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. No, classmates, can you be a bit more calm? Let me tell you, when you like a man, you need to see him clearly and remove the filters. For example, this guy Xue Zhanqing. Yes, he looks very handsome in his military uniform. I admit I was initially attracted by his appearance. But this guy, he bullies his girlfriend. Coincidentally, Xue Zhanqing performed a very cool move, and everyone cheered and clapped. He instinctively looked toward Feng Wanhe, but saw her pouting and rolling her eyes at him, acting very arrogantly. Her childish gesture made Xue Zhanqing want to laugh. He brushed off the dust on his clothes and wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, Rest in place for 10 minutes. Seemingly by chance, he walked over to Feng Wanhe and asked, "Are there any classmates whose family members are soldiers?"
This.
Feng Wanhe sneered inwardly. "Why don't you just say my name directly?" Yang Guoru and a few other girls hurriedly pushed Feng Wanhe forward.
Coach.
Feng Wanhe's brother is a soldier, and he's your comrade from the 7th Company's instructor. Xue Zhanqing clapped his hands and pretended to remember something. "Oh, I forgot about that." He stood up, smiling warmly as he looked at Feng Wanhe and said, "As a military family member and the sister of such an outstanding soldier like Hujianga, you must be impressive too. Did your family teach you martial arts?" "My family didn't teach me," Feng Wanhe said with a half-smile. "But I have a dog that knows how to fight, and I learned a few moves for self-defense from it." "A dog that knows how to fight." Xue Zhanqing almost spat out blood. "Honey, you're really ruthless. To vent your anger, you even insult yourself?" "Oh, I'm a dog. Then what are you?" But for the sake of the smooth progress of the next plan, he forced himself to continue. "Really? Let's have a little sparring?" Xue Zhanqing smiled and said, "Just to demonstrate for the students?" Feng Wanhe wanted to say no, but the students were all excited and cheered her on. "Feng Wanhe, you represent our new student squad. You can't lose too badly, or you'll embarrass us." Yang Guoru grabbed Feng Wanhe's wrist, clearly trusting her. "Wait, why do I have to represent the new student squad? Don't just label me." She protested inwardly, but Feng Wanhe was caught in a tough spot and had to step forward. After returning to the military compound, Feng Wanhe trained in martial arts and combat techniques with Xue Zhanqing for a while. But her skills were only superficial, nowhere near the level of the military king Xue Zhanqing. Honestly, it was just asking for humiliation. "I am professionally trained, so I can't compare myself to Feng Wanhe by our military standards. Let's settle this with one match to determine the winner." Xue Zhanqing smiled and said, "I won't move. As long as Feng Wanhe can knock me down, she wins. What do you think?" It sounds reasonable, but everyone quickly thought it was impossible. Not to mention how strong Xue Zhanqing's fighting skills are. Just his height and weight make a big difference compared to Feng Wanhe. He is nearly 1.9 meters tall, with strong muscles, and standing there gives a huge pressure. In contrast, Feng Wanhe is small and thin, with arms so delicate that Xue Zhanqing could break them with one hand. It's like a tiny ant trying to shake a big tree. Feng Wanhe was cursing inside. Xue Zhanqing was definitely doing this on purpose. He was just trying to tease her. "Forget it. Let's just admit defeat." Guodongxia grabbed Feng Wanhe's wrist worriedly and said, "Don't hurt yourself trying to show off." "Yeah, losing to the instructor isn't shameful," Lu Qianqian agreed. "At worst, he'll just mock us a little." Originally, Feng Wanhe wanted to give up right away because she didn't want any physical contact with Xue Zhanqing. But when she heard Lu Qianqian say that, Feng Wanhe exploded.
What?
Let Xue Zhanqing make fun of her?
Huh.
Even if she was crushed today, she absolutely wouldn't give him the chance to mock her. So Feng Wanhe rolled up her sleeves and said, "Does the instructor keep his promises?" "Of course." Xue Zhanqing's eyes were full of smiles as he said, "I'll stand here and stay still. No resistance, no fighting back. Just let you do your best." He even spread his arms as if saying, "Come on, go ahead and try to hurt me." Feng Wanhe stepped in front of Xue Zhanqing. She grabbed his arm and, following the way he had taught her before, looked for the right angle to perform a classic shoulder throw. This move won't work. They were very close, and Xue Zhanqing took the opportunity to whisper in Feng Wanhe's ear, "When the weight difference is too big, how do you bring down the enemy?" "I told you before." His warm breath was right next to her ear, hot and ticklish, making her legs feel weak. But she had to admit, Xue Zhanqing's words reminded Feng Wanhe. During a training session not long after Xue Zhanqing's accident, he had taught her a trick to trip a giant ant. Don't use brute strength. Use clever techniques from the right angle, and win with less effort. Xue Zhanqing continued whispering in her ear, even subtly positioning himself, waiting for her to make a move so he could fall automatically. Feng Wanhe tilted her head and looked at Xue Zhanqing. "Why should I listen to you?" She snorted coldly and suddenly burst out when she saw the confused and uncertain look in Xue Zhangqing's eyes. Using Xue Zhangqing's arm as a lever and his shoulder as a fulcrum, I suddenly gave him a solid over-the-shoulder throw, catching him off guard. The entire playground was eerily silent, until Hyo Jung-ha said good, as if a drop of water fell into a hot oil pan, breaking the calm. Suddenly, the playground erupted in excitement. Girls from dorm 403 screamed and rushed over, surrounding Feng Wanhao, showing their admiration openly. Feng Wanhao, you are my hero. Wow, 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 from now on I won't love men anymore. I want to be your loyal fan. The boys were even more frightened by Feng Wanhao, making funny faces. Good grief. Aren't these girls a bit too fierce? Even the instructor, with his impressive build, was being swung around like a rag, so how could we weaklings stand a chance? For a moment, several boys who liked Feng Wanhao wiped cold sweat and gave up on pursuing her. Love is good, but safety is more important. Xue Zhangqing lay on the ground without moving, a gentle smile on his face. Good little girl, you've improved. Last time I taught you the over-the-shoulder throw, you were too tired to do it. Zhangqing, are you okay? A fellow student came over to watch the fun, not hiding his delight in mocking him. Yes, not only are there fake friendships among girls, but also among guys. After all, Xue Zhangqing used to bully them all the time. Now that they finally had a chance, they had to pay him back double. In the world of martial arts, you can't avoid getting hurt. So, the instructors looked at Feng Wanhao with more admiration and respect. If Xue Zhangqing was a wild, unruly horse, then Feng Wanhao was the brave horsewoman. No, the brave horsewoman who tames horses. Only she could control Xue Zhangqing. Only she could make him willingly submit. Surrounded and teased by friends, Xue Zhangqing didn't get angry. He was waiting for the little girl to come and comfort him. Sure enough, Feng Wanhao pushed through the crowd and walked over, looking down at the still lying, unmovable man on the ground. He looked like a scoundrel, lying there as if planning to fake an injury. Instructor, Feng Wanhao reached out her hand and said, "You won't be mad at me, right? I might have used a bit too much force just now." Xue Zhangqing's motto was to take advantage and stop when things are good. He immediately took Feng Wanhao's hand and sat up. Your strength was indeed quite fierce, but I like it. These words might seem normal to outsiders, but to Feng Wanhao, with Xue Zhangqing's flirtatious smile, they suddenly felt different. What a shameless man! Feng Zhangqing took the opportunity to whisper in her ear, "Little girl, are you not angry now?" Feng Wanhao mumbled and quickly pulled away from him. She cares about her reputation and doesn't want others to know about her relationship with Xue Zhangqing. Of course, the rule that teachers shouldn't date students is one reason, but more importantly, there are really many handsome guys in college. If everyone finds out she's already committed, all the handsome guys might start avoiding her. What a pity, right? Seeing Feng Wanhao trying hard to keep her distance, Xue Zhangqing couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Is he really such a terrible monster? Little girl, do you really need to hide from me like that? We're not sneaky lovers. We're engaged by our parents' arrangement. Even if the school finds out, we have a reason. Feng Wanhao's brave act greatly boosted the morale of the freshmen. Many students looked up to her, working hard in military training to build strength, secretly aiming to defeat the instructors as a goal. So, during the next training sessions, the most common activity during breaks was competing with the instructors. But after Feng Wanhao, no one else became a hero. Thus, Feng Wanhao became like a goddess. A week of military training had passed in the blink of an eye. Today is September 9th, drizzling rain. Just before dawn, Feng Wanhao was awakened by the gentle sound of rain outside her window. She opened her eyes and saw Dong Yuanchao standing by her bed, smiling with a row of white teeth. Startled, Feng Wanhao quickly sat up. "Are you crazy, Dong Yuanchao?" She lowered her voice and said, "This is the girls' dorm. Coming in late at night will get you in trouble." "It's okay." Dong Yuanchao smiled honestly and placed a passbook beside her. "This is my savings over the years. The password is Rose's birthday. Please give it to her." Also, after I die, I want my cornea to be donated to Party Anning, so she can see the world. Foam Wanha looked down, but saw Dong Yuanchao's hands covered in blood, even his uniform stained red. Oh my god, are you hurt? She quickly jumped out of bed, covering her mouth to stop herself from screaming. Zhancheng and the others live in the dorm across the hall. I'll go find them. You need to go to the hospital immediately. But Dong Yuanchao just smiled foolishly and stood still. Foam Wanha, I can't walk anymore. Hearing this, Foam Wanha was stunned. She looked over and saw Dong Yuanchao's feet covered in fresh blood, flowing like a small stream. I promised Rose before that I would live a good life with her, but now. Dong Yuanchao's eyebrows furrowed, and pain and guilt appeared in his eyes. But I broke my promise. On such a happy day, I sacrificed myself. Rose will probably hate me to death. He paused, then continued to speak to himself. It's okay if she hates me. If she hates me, she can start to heal from the pain and find a good man to live with. Dong Yuanchao, what are you talking about? Foam Wanha ignored her worries about waking others and said sharply, how can you abandon Rose? She's pregnant. This made Dong Yuanchao suddenly lift his head. First, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, but then that light faded away. Please talk to her, tell her not to keep that child. She's so young and has a baby now. How will she survive in the future? Dong Yuanchao's voice choked and trembled. I know how sad children without fathers are. I've suffered so much. I don't want my child to suffer too. He looked at Foam Wanha with sorrow. Please talk to Rose. Foam Wanha's heart was like being cut with a knife. She didn't understand what was happening, only that Dong Yuanchao seemed to be dying.
No.
How can he die? Don't give up yet. I'll take you to the hospital now. The medical facilities at our military hospital are so good. You will definitely survive. Tears filled Foam Wanha's face. We're not talking about Rose. Think about your mother and sister. If you die, what will happen to them? But Dong Yuanchao was smiling. My mom and sister are family of martyrs. The country will take good care of them. However, Wang Rose hasn't married him yet. She isn't considered a martyr's family, so she can't enjoy these benefits. Then don't die. Marry Rose first. Give her and her unborn child a proper status. She loves you so much. Even if you die, she will still have your child. Foam Wanha couldn't help but shout angrily, tears blurring her face. You owe her an explanation. You can't just die irresponsibly like this. Foam Wanha. Hey, Lao Lu, what's wrong with you? Did she have a nightmare? Why is she crying all the time? Sounds of calls came from nearby, like invisible hands pulling Foam Wanha away from Dong Yuanchao. I don't know when, but they only saw each other through a glass wall. Dong Yuanchao stood behind the glass wall and said to Foam Wanha, yes, you're right. He smiled with a hint of sadness. Even if I die, she will still have the baby and take care of my mother and sister. After a moment of silence, he muttered, she has the status of a widow of a martyr, so it will be better for her in the future. Then Dong Yuanchao waved his hand at Foam Wanha. I'm leaving now, Foam Wanha. Please say goodbye to Zhancheng for me. Dong Yuanchao turned to leave. With each step, he left bloody footprints on the ground, looking very frightening. Dong Yuanchao. Foam Wanha shouted sharply, suddenly opening her eyes. It was bright outside. She was lying on a hospital bed in the school clinic, with her roommate, Xue Zhancheng, and Hu Jianghe beside her. Seeing Foam Wanha wake up, Xue Zhancheng and Hu Jianghe both rushed over. Little Hu Jianghe looked worried. He reached out to touch her forehead and quietly let out a breath of relief. It's okay now, no fever. Big brother. Foam Wanha's mind kept replaying the scene of Dong Yuanchao covered in blood, saying goodbye to her. Her hands trembled, and she broke out in cold sweat. Dong Yuanchao. Her throat was very dry, so she couldn't speak clearly. He's on leave, and today he's getting a marriage certificate with Wang Qiangwei. Xue Zhancheng smiled and said, everything's fine. Why did you dream of him? Even during these hours of unconsciousness, Foam Wanha kept calling Dong Yuanchao's name and muttering something. He was covered in blood. He asked me to take care of Wang Qiangwei and said he wanted to donate his cornea to teacher Dang's daughter. Tears welled up in Feng Wanha's eyes. She grabbed Xue Zhanqing's hand and said, "You have to go now. Find Dong Yuanchao and save him. Little he, it's just a dream, not real." Hu Jianghe spoke softly, with kindness. Dong Yuanchao wasn't on a dangerous mission. How could he have sacrificed himself? Maybe he's been training too hard lately. He looked at Xue Zhanqing with a blaming gaze, as if silently condemning his reckless actions. Xue Zhanqing frowned slightly. "Little he, rest first. I'll make a call to check on Dong Yuanchao's safety and remind him to be careful." Feng Wanha nodded softly. She watched Xue Zhanqing leave, her whole body tense and refusing to say a word. From Yang Guoru, she learned how she ended up in the clinic. The roommates were awakened by her crying but found that no matter how they called or shook her, Feng Wanha remained unconscious with her eyes closed. This prompted them to alert the instructor and counselor. The instructor was the first to arrive at the dorm, wearing only shorts and a tank top, even losing one slipper in the process. Seeing Feng Wanha lying on the bed with a pale face, the instructor's body seemed to tremble. He carefully picked up Feng Wanha, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, and hurried to the medical office. "Feng Wanha, the instructor is really good to you." Lu Qianqian sighed. "If the instructor hadn't personally admitted he has a fiancé, I would think he likes you." Nearby, Yang Guoru was smiling and joking to lighten the tense atmosphere in the medical room. "Old 5, so you're jealous that old 6 got a princess hug from the instructor? With your weight, if you got sick, I bet 2 instructors would have to carry you downstairs." Hearing this, Lu Qianqian covered her chest with a hurt expression.
I'm hurt."
"Quickly, find a handsome guy to give me artificial respiration." The girls burst into laughter and teasing, finally easing Feng Wanha's tense mood. It was just a dream. Perhaps, as Big Brother said, it might be because the recent training has been too exhausting and last night she watched a patriotic war film. The scenes of martyr sacrifices were so shocking that it caused her strange dream. Soon, Xue Zhanqing entered with a slight smile on his face. Seeing his relaxed expression, Feng Wanha guessed the answer and immediately relaxed.
"Dong Yuanchao is fine."
"I just called his family," and his sister answered. Dong Yuanchao and Wang Qiangwei left about half an hour ago to get their marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The Civil Affairs Bureau was not far from the military district compound. It was only about 20 minutes on foot in a safe area. Xue Zhanqing reached out and gently rubbed Feng Wanha's head. "Are you feeling better now?" Feng Wanha looked up and rubbed her cheek against Xue Zhanqing's palm, like a little cat. "Yes, I feel better." Nearby, the girls in dorm 403 watched the instructor and their own old 6 being so close and felt something was a bit off. The instructor comforting a frightened student didn't seem unusual. But this posture, it looked more like a couple. Just then, Xue Zhanqing and Hu Jianghe were called away by other instructors. A few roommates gathered around Feng Wanha. "Old 6, you, and the instructor. He's got a fiancé, you know. I've noticed something strange." The instructor's attitude toward Lao Lu is odd. Could he be jealous of Lao Lu's handsome looks and secretly covet what we have? Bad guy.
Boo.
Lao Lu, stay alert and don't be fooled by him. Honestly, my roommates are very sensible. At first, they admired Xue Zhanqing, but as soon as they saw he was interested in Lao Lu's appearance, they immediately lost respect for him. Compared to a man's looks, they care more about friendship with their close friends. Listening to my roommates call Xue Zhanqing a bad guy, Feng Wanha wants to laugh but also feels a bit sorry for him. She's hesitating whether to tell her roommates the truth about her relationship with Xue Zhanqing. Actually, she can't hide it for long. In the next 4 years, they will be together almost every day. What's there to hide? And if she keeps it a secret, it might seem disrespectful to her friends, who have been very kind to her. After thinking for a moment, Feng Wanha decides to tell the truth. "Actually, I have a boyfriend too. The instructor and we are." Halfway through, Xue Zhanqing suddenly pushes the door open in a bit of a panic, rushing in from outside with a bad look on his face. Feng Wanha's words are interrupted. Seeing Xue Zhanqing's expression, her heart sinks suddenly. Xue Zhanqing quickly walks to the bed, even ignoring everyone else, and sits down beside Feng Wanhe, holding her in his arms. He kneels on the ground and quickly helps her put on her shoes. Something happened, right? Feng Wanhe's voice trembles a little. Xue Zhanqing pauses while tying his shoes. Dong Yuanchao was involved in a serious incident on his way to get the marriage certificate. He protected a primary school student and was badly injured. September 9th was a lucky day chosen after several days of planning by Wang Qiangwei and Dong Yuanchao. The day before, Wang Qiangwei took a shower at the courtyard bathhouse and got a nice haircut at the barber shop. Early in the morning, she treated herself to some fried dough sticks, fried cakes, and tofu pudding from the courtyard cafeteria. After breakfast, she took out the lipstick Feng Wanhe gave her, carefully applied it to her lips, and changed into a red dress she bought a few days ago. Dong Yuanchao also put on his military uniform. Hand in hand, they happily went out, but suddenly Dong's mother called out to her son.
Yuanchao.
Today, her usually confused look was surprisingly clear. Your dad is waiting for you at the door. He told you to eat more because the road might be tiring. Hearing this, Wang Qiangwei smiled and gently took the old lady's arm, helping her sit on a chair in the yard. Grandma, did you forget again? Dad is resting in the martyrs' cemetery. He's too tired and wants to sleep a little longer. However, Mrs. Dong shook her head. No, he isn't sleeping. He's awake. Look, he's right at the door, smiling at me. She pointed to the empty doorway, tears welling in her eyes. Follow your dad's advice and eat more. Yuanchao. Dong Yuanchao has always been very filial. He smiled and nodded, then went home and ate the remaining fried dough stick quickly. Is it all done now? Look, my stomach is almost bursting. Seeing her son's face, Mrs. Dong nodded.
Go on, your dad is calling you.
The old lady was used to talking nonsense, and no one paid attention to her words. Dong Yuanchao and Wang Qiangwei helped the old lady settle down before leaving the military district compound. They walked out into the foggy rain, chatting happily. Ahead, they saw the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Suddenly, at the entrance of the elementary school across the street, there was a loud cry and scream. A drunken man was holding a machete, wildly attacking the children. A little girl with pigtails was caught in the drunk man's grasp, and it looked like he was about to strike her with a knife. Dong Yuanchao didn't hesitate for a moment. He lunged forward, using his body to block the deadly knife, saving the little girl from the drunk man. The knife was sharp and cut into Dong Yuanchao's right wrist, causing blood to spray out. His hand drooped at an odd angle. Even injured, Dong Yuanchao did not back down or run away. Behind him was the school, full of innocent children. If he hesitated, what would happen if the drunk man entered the school? He was a soldier. His duty was to protect the people, to protect these budding flowers. Dong Yuanchao grabbed the drunk man's wrist with one hand. With the help of some parents, he forcibly took away the deadly machete. The drunk man yelled, cursed, and cried, saying he wanted to die. Yuanchao, you're hurt. Wang Qiangwei ran over, her face pale. Seeing her fiancé's drooping right hand, her heart broke. She knew his bones were likely broken, and his hand nerves might be damaged. Bloodied, Dong Yuanchao stood up, smiling as he embraced his tearful fiancée.
Qiangwei, I'm fine.
Just a small injury. Move aside quickly. Just as Dong Yuanchao was about to approach Wang Qiangwei, the drunken man suddenly broke free. He grabbed a machete and lunged straight at a child. The heavy blade fell, and the child let out a sad cry. Wang Qiangwei rushed over and hugged the blood-covered child, but she found the child unharmed. The blade had stopped at Dong Yuanchao's neck. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the child's face and Wang Qiangwei's face. Dong Yuanchao, with his last strength in his left hand, tightly held onto the drunken man, pinning this fierce attacker down. Soon, police and ambulance arrived. Dong Yuanchao was rushed to the hospital emergency room, and military leaders also arrived after hearing the news. The doctors, covered in blood, came out of the emergency room with faces full of helpless regret. Uncle Feng, Wang Qiangwei's tears had dried up. She knelt in front of Feng Debiao, looking at him sadly. Today was supposed to be the day I and Yuan Chao got our marriage certificate. We haven't even registered yet. Despite Feng Debiao trying to comfort her, Wang Qiangwei refused to stand up. Uncle Feng, please let Yuan Chao and me use a special military privilege to have the civil affairs officers come and help us get married, she begged. Hearing this, Feng Debiao's eyes showed both surprise and pain. Foolish girl, what are you doing?
He said.
Yuan Chao, once you marry, you'll be a widow. Why do this? Yuan Chao also hopes you'll be happy in the future. But I'm already pregnant with his child. Wang Qiangwei gently touched her flat belly, tears streaming down her face. When our child sees the household register, it can't say unknown for the father, right? We need to give the child a complete family, don't you think? Even just one day, even 1 hour, even 1 minute, would be enough. Feng Debiao closed his eyes slightly. Then he waved his hand to signal the guards to handle the matter. In less than half an hour, the officials responsible for marriage registration arrived with stamps and relevant documents. Feng Debiao led Wang Qiangwei into the emergency room. The unconscious Dong Yuanchao woke up. He opened his eyes, looked at Wang Qiangwei and Feng Debiao, and smiled foolishly. Yuanchao, come here, put your fingerprint here. Wang Qiangwei took Dong Yuanchao's hand and pressed it on the marriage registration form. As the staff stamped and sealed the marriage certificate, Dong Yuanchao showed a barely visible smile. His gaze fell on Wang Qiangwei's belly, and his fingers moved with difficulty. The baby. I know, he said with difficulty, tears rolling down his face. Wang Qiangwei held Dong Yuanchao's hand and pressed it to her face. Hubby. She smiled at him affectionately, calling him her husband. We are married. From today on, you are my husband, and I am your wife. Dong Yuanchao also smiled, but the monitor beside the bed kept beeping loudly. Love, I love you. He opened his mouth, struggling to stay awake. After I die, give my cornea to Anning. His body was no longer under his control, and he knew that if he closed his eyes, he would never wake up again. But he didn't want to leave. His wife, his child, his mother, and his sister. Yuan Chao, in 8 months, our baby will be born. Do you think it will be a boy or a girl? Wang Qiangwei fought back tears. I'm not very patient. Taking care of a child is your job. You promised me that after we got married, I would have the baby and you would raise it. You can't break your promise now. Dong Yuanchao couldn't speak anymore. The alarm on the monitor grew louder and more urgent, like a warning sound. He finally opened his eyes and looked at Feng Debiao standing nearby, as if waiting for something. Don't worry. Our army will make sure no family of a martyr is treated unfairly. We will take good care of your wife and children, he said. Hearing this, Dong Yuanchao smiled. He took a deep breath, squeezed Wang Qiangwei's hand one last time, then closed his eyes, letting his heartbeat become erratic and eventually flatline. When Feng Wanhe and Xue Zhanqing arrived, Dong Yuanchao was being taken into surgery to harvest his cornea. They didn't have time to say a final goodbye. They could only watch as he was pushed into the operating room. The once bright, cheerful young man had become like spring breeze, gentle rain, and shining sunlight, forever part of the land he loved. Xue Zhanqing stood silently at the door of the operating room. This wasn't the first time he had seen a comrade leave. He thought he was numb to death, but each time was painful, especially this time, most painful of all. Wang Qiangwei sat motionless on a chair at the door, still wearing that red dress. The hem was stained with blood, making it look especially bright. She looked up at Feng Wanhe and smiled through tears. Xiao He, I have good news and bad news to tell you. Which one do you want to hear first? Feng Wanhe fought back tears and choked out. You know I prefer to hear the good news first. The good news is I got married. Wang Qiangwei forced a small smile and took the marriage certificate out of her bag, placing it in Feng Wanhe's hand. Look, I married the man I love. Feng Wanhe gently touched Wang Qiangwei's cheek and said, Congratulations, Qiangwei.
Oh.
There's also bad news. Wang Qiangwei spoke again, as if she remembered something. She tried to stay calm, but her trembling fingers revealed her deep pain. I'm a widow now. I'm a lonely widow. Pointing to the photo of Dong Yuanchao on the marriage certificate, she said, this man, he left me and the child behind.
He died.
Do you think he deserved it? Wang Qiangwei murmured, he's not the child's father. Would he really risk his life to save someone? There were so many people there, why would he? Is being a soldier so great? Do soldiers have to be heroes? Honestly, I think soldiers are just fools. What else could they be? Saving others is noble, but is risking your life really necessary? Yes, he saved another child's life, but what about his own? His mother lost her son, his wife lost her husband, and his child lost a father. He used his life to prevent tragedy for another family. Was he a hero or just foolish? Wang Qiangwei couldn't find the answer. Feng Wanhe couldn't speak. She could only sit beside Wang Qiangwei and hold her in her arms. Party Army Tsang received a call from the hospital and rushed over. At first, he was overjoyed to hear that kind-hearted people donated corneal tissue to his daughter. But when he learned the donor was Dong Yuanchao, he was so grief-stricken he nearly collapsed. His daughter and Dong Yuanchao's sister were best friends. Dong Yuanchao also took good care of Anning, often taking her home himself. The lively boy just a moment ago was now lying cold on the bed, while doctors used cold instruments to remove his eyes. Teacher Dang, don't hesitate anymore. Let Anning be admitted immediately and prepare for surgery, Xue Zhanqing said firmly. This is Yuanchao's last wish. Before he died, he left a will to donate his corneas to Anning, so she can live well in this world. He paused and added, don't tell Anning about this for now. When she recovers, we'll explain. Party Army Tsang nodded. He saw Wang Qiangwei, expression blank and numb, and felt full of guilt. A few days ago, when he met Wang Qiangwei, she was excited, telling him she was going to marry Dong Yuanchao. She even brought him wedding candies and cakes, inviting him to join their wedding celebration. But who would have thought that their next meeting would be filled with such sadness? Rose. Party Army Tsang wanted to say something, but words failed him at the tip of his tongue. Teacher Party, it's okay. It's my wish to support Korea. Wang Rose's voice was hoarse and weak. She said, that's fine. If I want to support Korea, I will look into Anning's eyes. Soon, Dong Yuanchao's cornea was transplanted to Dang Anning. He died but was reborn in a different way. Dong Yuanchao was buried in the Martyrs' Cemetery, resting forever on the land he loved, alongside his father. They nourished their homeland with their blood, and their loyal spirits stayed here forever, through generations. When Dong's mother heard the news of her son's death, she remained surprisingly calm, lost in her own world. Yuanchao and his dad are together. She sat in the small courtyard, watching the door where only the wind blew. Look, they're both standing there, and Yuanchao is still smiling at me. Dong's mother also smiled, mumbling to herself at the courtyard gate. Dad, when will you come to pick me up? Can I leave now? What did you say? I still need to help my daughter-in-law take care of the children? Okay. Wait for me a bit longer. Originally, everyone was worried that Dong Yuanchao's death would break Wang Rose's spirit. But soon, everyone realized those worries were unnecessary. After a brief silence, Wang Rose quickly straightened her back. I can't fall apart. I must live well. I still have a child in my belly. I need to take care of my mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law. Yuanchao is gone, but I am the pillar of this family. Her voice was calm when facing her friend's concern. Feng Wanhe didn't know what to say. She remembered the vivid dream on the day Dong Yuanchao sacrificed himself. Actually, it wasn't a dream. It was because Dong Yuanchao couldn't let go of Wang Rose that he found Feng Wanhe and entrusted his loved one to her, a trusted friend. Rose, Dong Yuanchao asked me to tell you that his bank account password is your birthday. He wants you to live well. Feng Wanhe looked at Wang Rose softly and spoke. Hearing this, Wang Rose was stunned. Then she lowered her head and smiled faintly, tears streaming down her face. That fool. Why did he bother you? Why didn't he come into my dreams? Why didn't he talk to me? Feng Wanhe gently patted Wang Rose's shoulder. Between heaven and earth, he doesn't want you to drown in sadness. He hopes you look forward, let go of him, and live a good life. Let go of him? How is that possible? Wang Rose quietly looked at Feng Wanhe, each word like a promise.
Xiao He, I am married now.
My husband's name is Dong Yuanchao. I am his person in life and his ghost in death. I want to honor my duty to his mother and raise our child well. My heart is very small, just enough to hold one person. I only love Dong Yuanchao, and in this world, there is only one Dong Yuanchao. Maybe this is true love. This love goes beyond life and death. Even if they are separated by the afterlife, it doesn't affect their love for each other. If souls could speak, Feng Wanhe believes Dong Yuanchao would say the same. Rose, I came to see you today for another reason. Feng Wanhe sighed and said, Yuanchao's condolence money will be sent to you soon. My dad said the army might also help solve your difficulties. If you have any requests, just ask. Wang Rose looked at Feng Wanhe in surprise. After a long pause, she shook her head. I don't have any difficulties. I don't want to trouble the organization. If possible, could the house in the military compound stay ours forever? She added, no matter where we go in the future, this place is our roots because Yuanchao's spirit is here. Because of Dong Yuanchao's sacrifice, Xue Zhanqing no longer worked as an instructor at the agricultural college. Feng Wanhe also took leave to stay with Wang Qiangwei during this painful time. So, when she returned to school, the military training was over, just in time for the first day of classes. Feng Wanhe, have you solved the family issues? Seeing Feng Wanhe return, her roommates were all happy. Zhu Sha pulled out a chair and sat opposite Feng Wanhe, asking with concern, is everything sorted out? Feng Wanhe didn't know how to answer. Death seems to have no solution. The deceased are gone, but the living still have to move forward. Even though Wang Qiangwei has already pulled herself together, taking care of Dong's mother and younger sister every day, eating on time, going for checkups, and smiling when talking to others, Feng Wanhe knew that everything could never go back to how it was. Wang Qiangwei was no longer the lively and cheerful girl she once was. She was forced to grow up overnight. Married, widowed, pregnant. The weight of fate pressed layer by layer on her young shoulders. She couldn't escape. She could only grit her teeth and endure. Let's not talk about these things. Let's talk about something happy. Yang Guoru, seeing the faint sadness in Feng Wanhe's eyes, gave Zhu Sha a look and changed the subject with a smile. At the end of the military training, each company reported their achievements. Guess what? She looked at Feng Wanhe and said, our fifth company won first place. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe felt a little surprised. Really? I thought changing instructors halfway through would affect our company's performance. Usually that's true, but the new instructor is actually one of Officer Xue's soldiers, Lu Qianqian added. The first day, the new instructor introduced himself, saying he's under Officer Xue, and mentioned that Officer Xue left because his comrades sacrificed himself. She paused, then suddenly asked Feng Wanhe, you and the instructor actually know each other, right? That day in the medical office, the instructor's attitude toward Feng Wanhe was very close, almost too affectionate. It didn't seem like typical care from a trainer. It looked more like a man showing love to a woman. Especially when the instructor kneeled down to help Feng Wanhe put on her shoes. It looked like a scene from a romantic drama, you know. Feng Wanhe didn't plan to hide it anymore. She smiled, about to nod and say yes, when she heard the loud voice of the dormitory supervisor from downstairs. Feng Wanhe from room 403. Someone is looking for you. Feng Wanhe had to swallow her words and stood up. I'll come back and tell you later.
I need to go downstairs first, she said.
In the evening, the orange sunlight filtered through the branches of the osmanthus tree and cast a slanting glow on the dormitory door. The air was filled with the scent of osmanthus flowers. Standing at the girls' dormitory entrance was Officer Xue, dressed in a military uniform, standing tall like a pine tree. That's the quality of a soldier. They not only maintain military discipline in the camp but also carry themselves with grace outside. Xue Zhanqing was also very handsome, with sharp features that caught the eye. Some passing girls recognized him and excitedly went over to greet him. Officer Xue, why are you back? Are you looking for someone? The girl showed her admiration openly, but Xue Zhanqing took a few steps back, keeping a safe distance to avoid misunderstandings. I'm waiting for my fiancé. His voice was just loud enough for the girls nearby to hear. Feng Wanhe just came out of the dorm. It was as if she heard a voice full of heartbreak. Really? Your fiancé is from our school? I didn't hear you mention her before. Is she a senior or junior? They were even curious about what kind of talented and beautiful girl could match Xue Zhanqing and win his heart. Look, she's right there. Xue Zhanqing's gaze crossed the crowd and met Feng Wanhe's eyes. The girl's hair was slightly messy, her face flushed, and her eyes sparkled brightly. She bit her lip and smiled at him, making his heart race.
Wife.
Xue Zhanqing, in front of so many students, waved to Feng Wanhe and loudly called her wife. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. No, how can Feng Wanhe and instructor Xue be a couple? During military training, they clearly didn't get along. Xue Zhanqing had already pushed through the crowd to approach her, spreading his arms to hold Feng Wanhe tightly. Seeing this, the girls had to accept the reality. Thinking about how during military training, their private conversations were all about instructor Xue, and recalling how they had spoken jealous words about his fiancé, who was right there listening. Ugh, just thinking about it makes her nervous. Why did you come? Feng Wanhe finally managed to break free from Xue Zhanqing's embrace. She looked up at him and asked softly, How could I not come? If I didn't declare my ownership, who would know you're my wife? Xue Zhanqing looked a bit jealous. Aren't I hoping you'll openly say you're my fiancé, the one I talk about every day? Yes, he knew Feng Wanhe too well. Her possessiveness was very strong, so he took the initiative to come forward. He deliberately announced their relationship at the busy dormitory entrance. First, to tell the girls who liked him, Move on quickly. I belong to someone else, and I love my wife very much. Second, to warn the boys who had bad intentions toward his wife. Any man who covets my wife is my enemy. I won't show mercy to enemies. After all, his wife was too beautiful. Dating a pretty girl brought many worries, with new crises every day. Saying such sweet words in front of so many people made Feng Wanhe a little shy. She still held Xue Zhanqing's finger. Not busy today? Xue Zhanqing nodded and said, Yes, I have free time today, so I came to see you. He paused and added, Your roommates haven't eaten yet, right? Would you like to have a meal together? Is that appropriate? Feng Wanhe was not a loud person. Especially when it came to dating, it's just between two people, no need to make a big fuss. And Xue Zhanqing was a familiar face, a handsome instructor admired by many female students. Why not? He smiled and said, I want to get along well with your roommates so they won't bully you and to take good care of you. His thoughtful gesture moved Feng Wanhe. This man is very busy, but he still took the time to come and invite a few young girls to dinner, lowering himself to do so. Is she the reason? Feng Wanhe nodded. Back in the dormitory, Zhu Xia and Guidong Xia were preparing to go to the cafeteria with their lunchboxes. Let's go out for dinner tonight. Feng Wanhe bit her lip, her cheeks slightly red. My fiancé is downstairs. He said he wants to treat everyone in our dorm to a meal. Fiancé? Wait, are we sure it's the fiancé arranged by their parents, not just a boyfriend they might break up with easily? The 5 roommates looked at Feng Wanhe seriously nodding, feeling confused and surprised. You're already engaged? Then you. Yongguru paused and said regretfully, That means your college life must be quite regretful? Feng Wanhe choked. Wow, that really hurts. But with free dinner on the table, who wouldn't be happy? The 6 girls left together, chatting happily as they went downstairs. TSK, girls like Feng Wanhe, arranged by marriage, rarely find happiness. Lu Qianqian concluded from the novels she read. Feng Wanhe, you should stand up against this. Don't let old-fashioned ideas ruin you. We are women of the new era. We should have the freedom to choose our own partners. Hey, instructor? Just as Lu Qianqian was encouraging Feng Wanhe to resist her family's arranged marriage, she stepped out of the dorm and froze when she saw Xue Zhanqing standing in the sunset. Oh my, the instructor is so handsome. Especially in his military uniform, He looks like a walking hormone. He doesn't even need to speak. Just standing in the warm orange light makes him look like the most perfect handsome man. Lu Qianqian couldn't help but wipe her mouth, worried her saliva might flow uncontrollably. I am waiting for my fiancé. Xue Zhanqing smiled warmly, his gaze soft and sweet, like honey.
Huh?
Fiancé? After a brief moment of confusion, the 5 roommates all looked at each other in surprise. They turned their eyes to Feng Wanhe standing beside them, then looked at Xue Zhanqing approaching with loving eyes.
This.
The looks of the man and woman were so tender they seemed to be about to melt together. Even a blind person could feel the gentle love between them. So, the instructor's daily mention of his fiancée is actually Feng Wanhe, the girl they spend every day with? So, the person who invited them to dinner, Feng Wanhe's fiancé, is the instructor Xue they admire? Could it be more dramatic? Romance novels wouldn't dare write this kind of story, right? Feng Wanhe bit her lip and stepped forward, holding hands with Xue Zhanqing. Yes, that's right. He is my fiancé. When I was still in my mom's belly, our families already arranged a marriage. She looked up at Xue Zhanqing, who was also looking down at her. Do I need to formally introduce my roommate? I think it's necessary, especially for this classmate. Just now, I heard her say you should break up with me soon. Xue Zhanqing smiled and jokingly pointed at Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian's legs felt a bit weak. No, instructor, you heard wrong. I was just advising Feng Wanhe to listen to elders because their judgment is always right. Knowing when to act wisely is a sign of intelligence. We've all seen how strong the instructor's skills are. Offending the instructor might lead to serious consequences. Xue Zhanqing laughed loudly. He hugged Feng Wanhe openly and introduced her to the watching students. Feng Wanhe, a first-year student majoring in seed genetics at the Agriculture College. I am her fiancé, and she is my fiancé. The crowd buzzed loudly. The girls' hearts were broken, and the boys felt defeated, as if they had failed before even trying. But this was exactly what Xue Zhanqing wanted. They chose a fancy restaurant near the Spring City Agriculture College for dinner. The food was local and special, the environment nice, the taste excellent, and the prices surprisingly affordable. On the first day of university registration, the seniors warned them not to eat here often because the students' monthly allowance might not cover a single meal. Xue Zhanqing reserved a private room, and the 7 of them went upstairs with the friendly help of the waiter. When Feng Wanhe handed the menu to her roommates and asked them to order, 5 of them refused in unison. No, we don't need to choose. We're not picky eaters. Wow, the instructor already spent a lot to invite them to such a fancy restaurant, which was very generous. Yet they still refused to order themselves? Whoever pays is the boss. They knew how to act wisely. Xue Zhanqing didn't insist. He ordered a few dishes based on Feng Wanhe's taste and asked the waiter to recommend some popular signature dishes among female customers. I've already noticed that the instructor and Feng Wanhe have a special relationship. Yang Guru covered her mouth and laughed, saying, on the first day of military training, when the instructor asked us to stand at attention, he kept circling around Feng Wanhe and even touched her waist several times. Zhu Sha added, yes, and during every break, he sat next to Feng Wanhe. The clearest example was that day in the medical office. The instructor helped Feng Wanhe put on her shoes, and his movements were very skillful. Clearly, he had done this many times. The most gossip-loving Lu Qiaoqiao clapped her hands and said, we all have doubts but didn't dare to guess or say anything, worried about causing trouble or spreading rumors. Turns out, they're a married couple. Xue Zhanqing had been smiling all along, no longer showing the sternness from military training. Just then, the food was served. Xue Zhanqing asked the waiter to bring 2 bottles of beer and several bottles of juice. He poured himself a glass of wine and served juice to 6 girls. From now on, I hope you all take good care of my little Manhwa, he said simply but meaningfully, showing his love for Feng Wanhe. This proud man was even willing to sit at the same table with these young girls, offering to toast them, just for her.
Why?
Just to make Feng Wanhe's college life happier and smoother. All these girls were just beginning to fall in love, So, who wouldn't envy Feng Wanhua's love story? Lu Xiaoqiao was a hopeless romantic. She looked dreamily and said, "Wow, in novels, the love between the main characters is usually like the instructor and Feng Wanhua." Then she suddenly grabbed Feng Wanhua's hand. "Sixth sister, I also want to find a soldier to date. Can you help me find one?" Other roommates also cheered, saying they wanted a soldier boyfriend too. In the past, Feng Wanhua would have happily agreed. After all, Xue Zhanqing had many soldiers under his command, high quality, all tall, muscular, and single. The military camp had a serious gender imbalance, so introducing girlfriends to soldiers was actually a good thing.
But now,
the tragedy of Dong Yuanchao and Wang Qiangwei was right in front of her. Feng Wanhua was truly scared. Every time she saw Wang Qiangwei walking alone in the yard, with her swollen eyes and weak body, she felt guilty. If she hadn't introduced Dong Yuanchao to Wang Qiangwei back then, could they have avoided this tragedy? Dong Yuanchao wouldn't have sacrificed himself heroically on the day they got their marriage certificate, and Wang Qiangwei wouldn't have become a widow on her wedding day. So, when her roommates cheerfully urged her to find a soldier boyfriend, Feng Wanhua almost lost control of her emotions. She suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "No. Don't marry a soldier." Request failed in the end. Xue Zhanqing couldn't find anyone to help him drive. From then on, no one could run 10 kilometers with him when he was punished. From then on, no one patted his shoulder and cheerfully said, "If you have any trouble, just tell me. Brothers are always here for you." Dong Yuanchao, you untrustworthy scoundrel. You broke your promise. On this sad and lonely night, Xue Zhanqing walked with Feng Wanhua along the long street, his back looking particularly lonely. He finally found a nice hotel to stay in. Inside the room, Xue Zhanqing settled Feng Wanhua on the bed, while he sat on the sofa by the window, looking a little dazed. In the dim light, Feng Wanhua didn't sleep peacefully. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and she mumbled in her sleep, her soft sobs making Xue Zhanqing feel very distressed. "Water, I want to drink water." After a while, Feng Wanhua turned over and sat up, her eyes blurry. Xue Zhanqing quickly got up and brought the warm water he had prepared on the table to her. But Feng Wanhua accidentally spilled all the water from the cup, and her shirt instantly became soaked. "Oh no, it's wet." Looking down at her water-soaked shirt, he saw the damp fabric sticking tightly to her skin, almost see-through. He could even clearly see the pale yellow underwear inside. After a moment of stunned silence, Feng Wanhua suddenly raised her hand and unbuttoned her shirt by herself. "So wet." She looked annoyed and threw the shirt on the ground, then continued to ask Xue Zhanqing for water. Xue Zhanqing's heart was pounding. This girl was really drunk. She didn't realize how alluring she looked at this moment. Her snow-white skin, her perfect curves, and her beautiful face, under the dim, intimate hotel light, she was undeniably very tempting. But she was unaware of it herself. He turned around and poured another glass of water. When he returned to the bed, he saw Feng Wanhua kneeling on the bed, staring at him blankly. "Brother Zhanqing." Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of charm that instantly touched Xue Zhanqing's heart. "I'm not drunk." She bit her lip and smiled, sitting up straighter, showing her charming curves even more. Seeing this, Xue Zhanqing's body suddenly tensed. His throat was dry, his body felt hot, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his back, making his voice slightly hoarse. "Yes, you are not drunk. You just fell asleep." He smiled, trying to control his pounding heart, and directly handed the water cup to Feng Wanhua's lips. This time, she didn't spill the water but obediently drank it all, and at the end, she licked her lips as if still wanting more. This was undoubtedly a very tempting action. Xue Zhanqing could clearly feel his blood flow speeding up, and a voice inside him was shouting. A little devil was rushing around, encouraging him to do some naughty, fun things. After a brief daze, Xue Zhanqing still suppressed his inner restlessness. He turned around to put the water cup back on the coffee table. As he took a step, a pair of slender, tender arms reached out from behind and tightly hugged his waist. "Don't go." Feng Wanhua's voice sounded a bit wronged and slightly trembling. She pressed herself against him from behind. Xue Zhanqing could clearly feel the girl's full curves. In that moment, Xue Zhanqing almost lost control. He even accidentally dropped the cup, which hit the soft, thick carpet silently. The room was quiet, only the rapid, strong heartbeat of the young couple. Xiaohe, don't make trouble. After a while, Xue Zhanqing finally found his voice. His hand rested on Feng Wanha's back of the hand, trying to make her let go. But as soon as he touched her smooth skin, it seemed magical, holding him tightly. Neither of them spoke, and neither moved, maintaining a flirtatious posture. Zhanqing, we're engaged, right? Finally, Feng Wanha spoke softly. Xue Zhanqing replied quietly, yes, we are engaged. Your parents like me a lot, and my parents like you too. We have their blessing, right? After a pause, Feng Wanha continued. Yes, they were seen as a perfect match by everyone, the most suitable couple in the world. Feng Wanha tightened her hold on Xue Zhanqing's arm. So, Zhanqing, even if we do things only married couples can do now, it's okay. Her voice was full of irresistible temptation, like a little fairy from the deep mountains, teasing the handsome scholar freely.
I know you want to.
When she said this, her hand was like a slippery eel, slipping along the edge of Xue Zhanqing's clothes. Xue Zhanqing's body, already tense, became even stiffer. He huskily said, Xiaohe, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. Feng Wanha pouted like she was acting spoiled. She bit his earring from behind, her voice muffled and unclear. Zhanqing, hold me. Is there any man in the world who can resist such temptation? The girl he loves most throws herself into his arms, sweet and obedient. This undoubtedly satisfies a man's vanity. Xue Zhanqing only wishes he could turn around and hold Feng Wanha tightly. His mind is filled with her disheveled appearance. He longs to keep her in his embrace, to have a warm, intimate night together forever.
But,
Xiaohe, no more fussing. Taking a deep breath, Xue Zhanqing turns around. He looks straight ahead, pulls the blanket from the bed, and wraps Feng Wanha tightly inside. Go to sleep. Without hesitation, he lays Feng Wanha down on the bed, then gets in himself. Through the thick blanket, he holds her from behind, not letting her move again. Feng Wanha struggles, but cannot break free. Finally, she gives up struggling, tears quietly fall and wet her pillow. She is not drunk. Really, even though she doesn't drink alcohol, 2 beers shouldn't make her lose her mind. It's just alcohol making her brave, just her fear that Xue Zhanqing might suddenly leave her like Dong Yuanchao, disappear forever. At first, she sympathized with Wang Qiangwei's situation, feeling sorry for her future hardships raising children alone. But then she thought again, and Feng Wanha felt that Wang Qiangwei's choice might also be a kind of happiness. Her beloved man passed away, but their love's child remains in this world to keep her company. Dong Yuanchao is gone, but his bloodline will soon be born. This is the best comfort for him. So, she wants to follow Wang Qiangwei's example. No matter what tomorrow brings, she wants to do what she loves, love who she wants, and have a child with the one she loves. But Xue Zhanqing refused her. Even knowing his refusal was for her own good, Feng Wanha's heart was overwhelmed with uncontainable sadness and fear. Alcohol amplified her negative feelings. Buried in her pillow, she cried out again. Xue Zhanqing, please don't join the army anymore. Brother Zhanqing, please retire. Just be an ordinary person. I want to grow old with you. Xue Zhanqing tightly holds Feng Wanha, letting her tears soak his arms. He presses his lips together, silent, watching her trembling shoulders. All his words turn into a sigh. When the first rays of morning sunlight shine through the window, Feng Wanha opens her eyes. She still keeps the same position from last night, turned away from Xue Zhanqing, curled up under the blanket, like a timid bug hiding in its cocoon. A hand crossed over the quilt and rested on her waist. At the same time, behind her, Xue Zhanqing's deep, steady voice sounded. You're awake, Feng Wanha was momentarily stunned, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She turned around to face Xue Zhanqing. Good morning. Seeing Feng Wanha's bright smile, Xue Zhanqing felt a little dazed. Then he also smiled. He reached out and gently brushed her cheek, responding tenderly. "Good morning, little girl." Feng Wanha's eyes, still a bit foggy from sleep, looked innocent and watery, like a girl unaware of the world, easily stirring a flutter in Xue Zhanqing's heart. He leaned in to kiss her sparkling eyes, like stars, but Feng Wanha giggled and dodged away.
Rogue.
She quickly covered his lips with her hand, her palm prickly with his stubble, making her feel ticklish. As she turned over and got out of bed, Feng Wanha suddenly let out a scream, crossing her arms to block the sunlight. "Xue Zhanqing, you rascal! When did you take off my clothes?" She hurriedly grabbed the bed sheet to cover herself, her eyes red with anger as she scolded him. Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing's eyes widened in surprise. No way! Did this girl really forget what happened last night? Does she not remember spilling water? Does she not remember taking off her shirt? Does she not remember hugging him and refusing to let go? All right then, Xue Zhanqing, you took advantage of me. When I get home, I'll tell Aunt Zhou about it. Feng Wanha scrambled to pick up her clothes from the floor, like a frightened little bird, staggering into the bathroom and slamming the door shut. With the sound of the door closing, Xue Zhanqing let out a long breath. He hadn't slept all night, thinking about how to comfort Feng Wanha's wounded heart. Her initiative was ruthlessly rejected, which was very hurtful to her pride. And now she woke up and remembered nothing. This made Xue Zhanqing breathe a sigh of relief, but also feel a little disappointed. It seemed she shouldn't drink alcohol in the future. In the bathroom, Feng Wanha stood in front of the mirror. The shyness and panic from earlier were gone from her eyes and brows. Her expression was sad and worried, like a lamb lost in a dead-end alley with no way out. In this pure, untainted relationship, Xue Zhanqing was not at fault, and she was not at fault either. From the very beginning of their acquaintance, Xue Zhanqing had been a soldier. Her past experiences told her that soldiers could sacrifice themselves at any time, and women married to soldiers should always be prepared for the possibility of losing their loved ones. She stubbornly said she didn't care. She insisted she could handle it. When that day finally arrived and the tragic scene of Dong Yuanchao's sacrifice was laid before her, she suddenly realized she was still afraid of death. She had died once before and understood better than anyone how precious and difficult life is. What should she do? How can she find balance? How can she overcome her inner struggles? When she came out of the bathroom, Feng Wanha was still smiling brightly. She tilted her head and looked at Xue Zhanqing, who was sitting on the bed, lost in thought. She stepped forward and opened her arms, climbing onto his neck. "Did I do something embarrassing last night?" Xue Zhanqing naturally pulled Feng Wanha into his arms. He kissed her slightly pale lips and smiled, saying, "Last night, you turned into a flirt and insisted on teasing me. I didn't want to, and you started crying." "No way." Feng Wanha laughed and covered her face, saying, "That's not my style. I'm so reserved, proper, and well-educated." She pouted and said, "It must be you, desperately trying to flirt with me. I didn't agree, so you hold a grudge and hit back." Laughing at her shameless words, Xue Zhanqing sighed and gave in. Yes, I surrendered to your charm. I couldn't help but want to kiss you. And you, with a serious face, rejected me." He smiled and said, "You pushed me away and said that was another price to pay." Then they both burst into laughter. Before leaving the hotel, Xue Zhanqing gave Feng Wanha all the money he had. "Last night, I borrowed money from my mom to treat your classmates to dinner. Here, this is the leftover money. It's all handed over to the authorities." Feng Wanha looked at the money in her hand. There were a few 100 yuan bills, some small change, and even a few coins. Clearly, Xue Zhanqing had handed over everything thoroughly. If your friends knew you lost your financial independence before marriage, they'd definitely laugh at you. Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing couldn't help but laugh.
Laugh at me?
They're too jealous to even do that. He wrapped his arm around Feng Wanha's waist and walked forward, his tone tinged with a hint of sadness. Being cared for by your wife for a lifetime, that's the happiness every man dreams of. The two strolled slowly along the morning street, quietly enjoying the scattered sunlight. When they reached the school gate, Xue Zhanqing stopped Feng Wanhe.
Xiao He, I.
But before he could speak, Feng Wanhe interrupted. By the way, I won't be going home for the next few weeks. The semester just started, and I want to get used to college life. Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing's eyes flickered. He smiled slightly and nodded. Exactly. I also need to carry out a secret mission, with no fixed return date. Feng Wanhe grinned, her voice clear and bright. Okay, remember to come back alive. Once, Feng Wanhe didn't understand why her mother always only told her father come back alive when he left on a mission. Now she suddenly understood. Xue Zhanqing sighed deeply, then reached out to gently ruffle Feng Wanhe's hair.
I'll do my best.
They looked at each other under the plane tree, the sunlight gentle and the morning breeze carrying the coolness of autumn, brushing foam on his cheek. Not far away, a sad couple was saying their final goodbye. Tears welled in their eyes. They were so reluctant to part, but in the end, they left with regret and choked sobs, each turning in opposite directions. They said goodbye, but it felt like they might never meet again. Feng Wanhe and Xue Zhanqing watched the couple disappear at different crossroads, their hearts seemingly filled with sadness.
See you.
As it was almost time for class, Feng Wanhe waved goodbye to Xue Zhanqing. She was about to say goodbye, but saw Xue Zhanqing place his finger on her lips. Shoo, don't say anything. His hand cupped her face, gazing deeply as if to carve her image into his memory forever. In that moment, Feng Wanhe suddenly couldn't hold back her tears. She wanted to forget everything and hug Xue Zhanqing tightly. She wanted to say, "Don't leave," and not turn away from him like the couple. But in the end, she smiled and wiped her tears. "The wind is so strong, it hurts my eyes. Look, it's so painful I'm crying." Xue Zhanqing responded softly, He leaned down and gently kissed Feng Wanhe's cool lips like a dragonfly touching water. Cold weather, strong wind, dress warmly. High school and university are just a short summer apart, but they are two very different lives. Unlike the tense atmosphere of high school, university life is relaxed and free. Feng Wanhe got along well with her roommates. They went to classes together every day, and on weekends, they went out to have fun, feeling comfortable and happy. She called her family and said she didn't plan to go home for the next few weekends. Feng Debiao was not very happy. Ever since Chu Hao and Feng Wanhe started university and moved into dorms, his life suddenly became boring. Every day after work, the house was cold, quiet, and lonely. His wife was in menopause, and he didn't dare make a sound, afraid of angering her and getting scolded. So he just waited eagerly, counting the days until the weekend when his daughter would come home to keep him company, this poor soul. Hey, who would have thought that my daughter would call to say she plans to go to the zoo with her classmates this weekend? Really, a grown girl can't stay home. What's the point of raising children? Feng Debiao, feeling hopeless, lies on the sofa with blank eyes and a sad face. When Feng Jingyun hums a song and comes in from outside, she sees her older brother looking so resentful. She laughs softly and walks to the kitchen door, speaking to Mei Yuetang, who is washing fruit. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with my brother? Did you scold him again?" Mei Yuetang, carrying a fruit tray, casually hands an apple to Feng Jingyun. "I wouldn't dare scold your brother. He just got promoted, and now he can shake the whole Spring City with a stomp." Hearing this, Feng Jingyun laughs even more happily. "All right, I see now. You two are still upset with each other. Is it about the mission in Zhan City?" When mentioning Xue Zhanqing, Mei Yuetang's eyebrows furrowed tightly, almost as if she could squeeze out a fly. "Do you think your brother is crazy? There are so many soldiers in the army, but he has to go on a secret mission? He's been gone for over a month, no calls, no letters. I worry Xiao he might get homesick." Feng Debiao turns over and sits up, unable to hold back his protest. "Comrade Mei Yuetang, your awareness needs to improve. You must understand that Xue Zhanqing was first trained by the country as a soldier, and only then is he Xiao He's fiancé and our Feng family's son-in-law. He speaks seriously. Just because I got promoted, just because Xue Zhanqing is my son-in-law, does that mean I should give him special treatment or easy tasks? That's not helping him. That's embarrassing him. True care isn't about breaking his wings, but providing him with a broad platform to fly. Mei Wetang understands this principle well. But she still stubbornly argues, raising her voice. What are you shouting about? Yes, 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 you Feng Debiao think you're so noble. Not only do you send your son-in-law on missions, but you also send your most obedient second son to the front line. Feng Debiao, I tell you, if Xiang Yan has an accident, I won't end things with you. Getting angrier, Mei Wedang almost flips the table. Yes, Xiang Yan was sent to the tense northwestern border front line 2 weeks ago, and Feng Debiao personally assigned him. Feng Debiao doesn't back down either. When the country is in trouble, everyone must do their part. Since Xiang Yan is wearing this military uniform, he should fulfill his duty. Because he is my son, Feng Debiao's son, he must be at the front lines. Seeing the couple about to argue again, Feng Jingyan pinches her forehead and groans about her headache. Sister-in-law, the main hall repair at Jiangyin Temple is almost finished. Since tomorrow is the weekend, shall we go together? Sister-in-law isn't home, so I don't have to hide my feelings anymore. TSK, why get married? Isn't it better to live freely alone? Although Mei Yuetang is going through menopause, her anger is mainly directed at Feng Debiao. She is very tolerant and caring towards her younger sister-in-law, showing the demeanor of a senior sister. Mei Yuetang's voice becomes softer and she says, that reconstruction of the Pixiang Hall? Oh, it's happening so quickly. As long as the funds are ready, the project can move forward as fast as possible. Feng Jingyan smiles and replies. The entire funding for the Pixiang Hall restoration comes from Feng Jingyun's own pocket. She can't quite explain why, but she feels it's something she should do. Oh, by the way, let's pick up Xiao He on the way. Hearing this, Mei Yuetang, who was hesitating, immediately agreed. Okay, I also bought a lot of fruit. I'll bring some for her. Feng Jingyan says since we're going, let's give her a little more money. Xiao He isn't the type to spend recklessly, but having some extra cash is always convenient. That's true. Mei Yuetang gets up, ready to go to her room to get the money, but sees Feng Debiao take out 200 yuan from his pocket. Here, give this to Xiao He tomorrow. Mei Yuetang looks alert. Where did you get this money? Feng Debiao, are you hiding secret savings from me? Is this all you have? While speaking, she firmly presses Feng Debiao, reaching into his pocket to search thoroughly. Hey. Feng Debiao's face turns red with shock. No, I really don't have it anymore. Wife, don't touch me randomly. You touched me there. Don't hold on so tight. Feng Jingyan wisely goes upstairs to her room, leaving her brother and sister-in-law free to do as they wish. Honestly, she isn't interested in being a light bulb in their relationship. She'd rather stay in her room and read a book. After thinking for a while, Feng Jingyan dials the public phone in Feng Wanhao's dorm building. She tries several times before finally connecting. Soon, Feng Wanhao's panting voice comes through the line. Feng Jingyan teases with a smile. Just came back from a date? Little sister, can you be more serious? Feng Wanhao stomps her foot and says, I'm washing clothes in the water room. The dorm manager called me to answer the phone. I had to run all the way downstairs. All right, I believe you. Feng Jingyan lazily leaned against a bed and said, tomorrow, your mother and I will go to the school to deliver some things for you, and we'll also take you to Jiangyin Temple. The Pixiang Hall is about to be finished. About what I asked you for. On the phone, Feng Wanhao asked anxiously. That statue of Buddha, which has been weathered and looks almost unrecognizable. Feng Jingyan smiled and said, don't worry. As you requested, we've had the craftsman restore it and placed that unknown divine figure in the side hall. It now has daily offerings. She paused and then added, I asked the temple people, but no one knows which deity this Buddha statue belongs to. Even the abbot said that since it was brought into the temple, it's been here through countless storms and rain. I told the abbot what you said, and he kept saying Amitba, saying your connection with that divine figure is very special. Feng Wanhao didn't reply, feeling a little dreamy. Maybe in the grand scheme, everything is already destined. Xiao He, remember, get up early tomorrow. I'll come to your dorm at 8 o'clock sharp. Feng Jingyun smiled mischievously. I'll bring my camera. If you dare to oversleep, I'll take pictures of you sleeping in and show them to Shui Zhanchen, so he can see. Feng Wanhao never doubted her little aunt's energy. Feng Jingyun truly keeps her promises. She not only dares to take photos of Wanhao oversleeping but also dares to develop and give those photos to Shui Zhanchen, and they all laugh about it. In the past, Wanhao would have screamed and begged to wake up on time.
But now,
Shui Zhanchen has been away on a mission for a month. During this time, he seemed to be like a kite with its string cut, with no news at all. It's not the first time this has happened. Sometimes he disappears even longer. But never before has Wanhao felt so sad and upset from the bottom of her heart, almost like a brave warrior lamenting his fate. Early the next morning, Feng Jingyun rushed into the dorm and saw her niece still sleeping soundly. Even when she raised her camera to threaten her, Wanhao acted like she didn't care, turning over and continuing to sleep. "Andy, Xiaohe studied late last night and just fell asleep," said Yongwaru, who was sitting by the window memorizing English words. "Our English foundation isn't good, so we need to work harder. Especially Wanhao. She's like a determined warrior, studying in the library all day and only giving herself half a day on weekends to relax." Hearing this, Mei Yuedang felt a little sad. She climbed up a ladder to the bed where Feng Wanhao was lying, gently touching her daughter's cheek. "Girl, there's no need to work so hard. Didn't I tell you before? Don't push yourself too much." Feng Wanhao opened her red, swollen eyes and wrapped her arms around Mei Yuetang's neck, her voice a little hoarse. "Mom, I miss you and Dad." Her daughter was acting cute, and her mother's heart melted. Mei Yuetang smiled with squinted eyes, her wrinkles showing. She scolded gently, "It's just words. You keep saying you miss us, but you don't say you'll come home for a couple of days on the weekend? Your dad is almost depressed, always talking about you." "Yes, I'll come home for the Mid-Autumn Festival." Feng Wanhao turned over and sat up, hugging her mother's arm and giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. Mei Yuetang was overjoyed, calling her a good girl, which made Feng Jingyun get goosebumps. All right, Xiaohe, hurry up and get ready. We still need to go to Jiangyin Temple today," she urged her, feeling bored as she wandered around the dorm. She looked at Yongwaru studying, then at Xian Wuchuan washing clothes, clearly familiar with the girls in dorm 403. "Hey, where's Zhu Sha? It's only a few hours into the day and she's gone?" After looking around, she didn't see Zhu Sha. Yongwaru replied, "Zhu Sha went to work part-time. She's working as a helper at a restaurant from 7 in the morning until 9 at night." Hearing this, Feng Jingyun raised an eyebrow. 14 hours a day. I wouldn't dare exploit workers that much as a small business owner. That restaurant owner is pretty ruthless. Just then, Feng Wanhao came down from the bed. She explained, Zhu Sha's family had an emergency. Her mother was diagnosed with early-stage cancer. The treatment is quite effective, but it costs a lot of money, so she... "Is that so?" Feng Jingyun's brow furrowed slightly. She didn't say anything else, just urged Feng Wanhao to wash up and change clothes quickly. The car left the city, winding along mountain roads toward Jiangyin Temple. The fog in the mountains hadn't cleared yet. Sunlight pierced through the thin fog, making the entire mountain range look like it was wrapped in orange gauze. Feng Wanhao wasn't feeling very cheerful. She leaned on her mother's shoulder, closing her eyes to rest, occasionally saying a few words. The organization arranged a job for Rose. She's working as a clerk at a military factory near the compound. It's a light job and the pay is pretty good. Mei Yuetang knew her daughter was still worried about Wang Rose. While driving, Feng Jingyun casually said, "I think Qiangwei has truly moved on. When I saw her yesterday, she was carrying a basket of vegetables and greeted me with a smile. She looks healthy. How can she have moved on? She's just forcing herself to keep going," Mei Yuetang sighed. "She's pregnant, and at home, she still has a crazy mother-in-law and a young sister-in-law to take care of. If she collapses, this family will fall apart." She paused, then looked at her daughter. "So, honestly, I don't want you to marry Zhan Cheng. It's not that I dislike Zhan Cheng as a person, but I really don't like his soldier status. Every mother hopes her daughter can marry a kind and caring man who will stay by her side, love her, and protect her. Since Dong Yuanchao sacrificed, every time Mei Yuetang sees Wang Qiangwei's lonely back, she feels both sad and scared. She feels sorry for Wang Qiangwei's situation and fears that one day her own daughter might walk the same path. I think Bao Yu and your eldest sister are very good together. A few days ago, your sister wrote to say Bao Yu proposed to her. She didn't say yes outright, but deep down, she already accepted him. Mei Yuetang kept talking. There are many good men in this world. Do you really have to marry a soldier? In the past, Feng Wanhe would definitely have spoken well for Xue Zhanqing and made it clear she wouldn't marry anyone but him. But today, she remained unusually silent. Sister-in-law, you're really going through menopause. Why are you rambling so annoyingly? Feng Jingyan smiled and said, Xiaohe and Zhanqing's wedding is already set. Why are you causing trouble for the kids with all this talk? Let the kids decide about their own lives. You just mind your own business. Soon, the car stopped at the foot of the mountain. The three women climbed up the mountain path and soon reached the entrance of Jiangyin Temple. The once slightly dilapidated temple had been carefully repaired, and there were now many more visitors. Seeing Feng Jingyan come in, the little monk sweeping at the door respectfully greeted her. Inside the temple, Feng Wanhe looked around and found that everything was very different from the last time she saw it. The entire temple had been renovated and maintained while preserving its original style. The uneven ground was paved with blue bricks, and the collapsed stairs had been rebuilt with white marble stones. Clearly, money was powerful. Feng relies on gold really makes sense. Feng Jingyan took Feng Wanhe into the newly built Pixiang Hall. Look, the Buddha statue you've been thinking about is over there, worshipped and honored. She pointed to the shrine in the side hall and smiled warmly. Although she didn't understand why her niece was so obsessed with a stone Buddha with no known origin, she believed that offering more statues could never be wrong. The more incense burned, the more likely a deity might appear. Feng Wanhe approached the stone Buddha and saw that it, once battered by wind and rain, looked brand new. Even a skilled craftsman had repaired the damaged earlobes and fingers. The Buddha's majestic face looked down from his throne, full of dignity. In his compassionate gaze, there was a long tunnel of light. At the end of the tunnel, a man in a military uniform slowly approached, dragging his incomplete body. His blood flowed freely, nourishing the flowers by the roadside. In an instant, the sky was filled with bright red flowers, like blood. Xiao He, don't cry. The man stood with his back to the light, so Feng Wanhe couldn't see his face. But just from those 4 words, she recognized who he was. My second brother.
Xiang Yan.
Seeing her brother's mutilated limbs, his heart pierced by a bullet, and his face covered in dirt and blood, Feng Wanhe couldn't hold back her tears and cried out loud. Second brother.
What happened to you?
She staggered forward, wanting to hug her loved one. But Xiang Yan stepped back, keeping a distance of about a meter. Xiao He, don't come closer. Look at me like this. He raised his arm, trying to point at the wound on his body. But when he saw that only half his arm remained and his missing hand, Xiang Yan quickly pulled his arm back. Xiao He, I'm sorry. Seeing me like this scared you, didn't it? Like a child who had done something wrong, Xiang Yan hurriedly hid his arm behind his back. But his body was already incomplete, and he couldn't hide his bloody arm. Second brother. Second brother. Feng Wanhe cried almost unconscious, ignoring Xiang Yan's avoidance, rushing forward to tightly hold her bloodied brother. No matter how damaged his body was, no matter how hideous his face, he was still her brother. She wouldn't be afraid of him, no matter what he looked like. Xiang Yan had no hands and could no longer gently touch his sister's face or hair as he used to. He could only nuzzle her hair with his chin, speaking softly and affectionately. Xiao He, I'm sorry. I broke my promise. I can't protect you anymore. I can't be your support forever. You tell Dad that I haven't shamed him. I have defended our land with my life and blood, not losing an inch of our homeland and mountains. Please tell Mom not to be too sad. I am with many comrades. I am not alone. Always a quiet person, Xiangyan now has so much he wants to say. With each word he speaks, Feng Wanhe feels more pain. Second brother, you can't die. You can't leave me. Feng Wanhe sobs loudly, saying, you promised me you would watch me get married, that you would fight with big brother and third brother at my wedding to scare the groom and show him how strong our family is. You also said that if I have a daughter in the future, you would buy her the prettiest dress, and if I have a son, you would make toys for my nephew from shell casings. She clings to Xiangyan's bleeding arm, crying and begging. Second brother, don't go. Don't break your promise. Tears and blood mix on Xiangyan's face, staining foam on his cheeks. He cannot answer her pleas, only repeatedly say sorry. Commander Xiang, we need to go. From the bright circle at the end of the tunnel, a group of young soldiers approaches. They are covered in scars but smile bravely and fearlessly. Feng Wanhe is filled with fear. She tightly hugs Xiangyan, trembling as she asks, second brother, what's really happening? Where are you guys going? Xiangyan doesn't speak. A soldier with a round face smiles and answers. The enemy crossed our border. They provoked trouble and even hurt innocent herders.
Can we just stand by?
Commander Xiang and the third squad are fighting fiercely at the front line against the invading enemies, holding out until reinforcements arrive and drive the invaders away. Another soldier adds, actually, Commander Xiang had already broken through the encirclement and was retreating safely, but he returned alone to save me. Xiangyan, who had been silent, finally speaks. Xiao He, you need to accept reality. I have sacrificed myself. His voice is calm and steady. If you ask me whether I would regret joining the army if I could start over, I can answer without hesitation. I do not regret. I don't regret being Feng Debiao's son. I don't regret joining the army, and I definitely don't regret risking my life to defend our country and territory. The same old saying, our homeland's land must be defended at all costs. Feng Wanhe is crying so much she can't speak. She was just holding her second brother tightly, begging him not to leave.
Xiao He, everyone has to part ways someday.
Xiangyan stepped back, gradually creating distance from Feng Wanhe. Feng Wanhe staggered forward, trying to hold onto her second brother's sleeve, trying to keep him. But in the end, she could only watch helplessly as Xiangyan and the soldiers turned around and bravely walked into the light. Second brother. Unable to hold back her deep sadness, Feng Wanhe shouted with all her strength, crying out as if her heart was being torn apart, until she heard the anxious voices of Mei Yuedang and Feng Jingyun. Xiao He, what's wrong with you? Hurry and take her to the hospital. She looks like she has a heartache. At that moment, Feng Wanhe suddenly opened her eyes. The compassionate eyes of the Buddha reflected in her sight. It seemed as if she saw tears in the Buddha's eyes too. Xiao He. Mei Yuetong's voice trembled. She supported her trembling daughter, her eyes full of fear.
Mom.
Feng Wanhe's voice was hoarse and weak. Feng Jingyun stepped forward and touched Feng Wanhe's forehead, then let out a long breath of relief. Good, no fever. From her mother and sister-in-law's descriptions, Feng Wanhe realized she had only closed her eyes in front of the Buddha statue for a few minutes. She thought she was just sincerely praying, but suddenly her expression changed to one of pain, and she finally called out second brother in a mournful voice. Feng Wanhe sat on the steps, her heart pounding fiercely. She was sure this was not an illusion or her imagination. In her mind, she saw her second brother's fate from his previous life. Mom, what has my second brother been doing lately? Feng Wanhe snapped back to reality and asked her mother. When mentioning her second son, Mei Yuetong's eyes were full of pain and longing. Your second brother.
He's gone to the front lines.
After a pause, Mei Yuetong softly said, he didn't want to tell you, afraid it would affect your studies. Hearing that her second brother was on the front lines and recalling the earlier vision, Feng Wanhe couldn't stop trembling. The front lines. Is it at the northwest border? Her mother didn't answer, but her surprised expression told Feng Wanhe the answer. Yes, her second brother had indeed gone to the northwest border. Even though her father never told her military secrets, increasing troops at the border at this critical moment definitely meant there was a problem. Border conflicts were intensifying. Thinking of this, Feng Wanhe couldn't just sit and wait. She grabbed Feng Jingyun's hand trembling and said, "Sister-in-law, let's go home. We're going home right now. I want to see my dad." Something was happening at the border. The border troops of the neighboring country have malicious intentions. They have planned this long ago. If we don't take early action, I'm afraid our second brother and the others will suffer. Thinking of second brother's broken limbs and the innocent, youthful faces of those soldiers, Feng Wanhe feels a deep ache in her heart. She wants to go home and tell her father the secret of her second life. As long as it can save second brother, she is willing to risk everything.